So that means only my tracking mark still remains in his body. The white-haired beauty's expression darkened even further. They had taken a massive risk to venture into the infernal river, and if they couldn't secure the divine infernal river elixir or the devilish treasures, then they would have expended so much effort and incurred all that risk for nothing. Strangely enough, Lu Zhu remained very calm, and the crimson-robed figure also quickly calmed down following that initial fit of rage. Both of them seemed to be contemplating something while the white-haired beauty sat down in mid-air with her legs crossed. At the same time, the 8 ghost monarchs behind her transformed into a burst of yin qi that surrounded her body, thereby enhancing her cultivation base significantly to allow her to try and activate the tracking seal within Han Li's body with all her might. The black qi surged erratically around her, and harrowing ghostly cries erupted from within. It was quite clear that the white-haired beauty was drawing on all the power she was capable of. Time slowly passed, and close to 2 hours flew by in the blink of an eye, yet the white-haired beauty still hadn't succeeded in her efforts. Lu Zhu and the crimson-robed figure merely waited patiently in silence, and neither of them tried to hurry her. A short while later, the white-haired beauty's enraged voice finally rang out. "My tracking mark has also been destroyed. There's no way that he could have done this on his own. Could this be Mu Qing's handiwork?" The black qi dissipated to reveal the white-haired beauty with a thunderous expression on her face. "It could well be fellow Daoist Mu. She seems to be even more interested in the treasures of the devilish tomb than she is in the divine elixir," the crimson-robed figure mused as he stroked his chin. Despite their wiles, none of the demon monarchs had imagined that Yuan Yao and Yan Li would be capable of unleashing a yin qi gathering secret technique that could help Han Li eradicate the tracking marks one by one. Of course, that was also due to the fact that the ghost Dao cultivation arts they were using really were quite unique. A thought suddenly occurred to the white-haired beauty, and she asked, "Regardless of who's behind this, I'll make sure they pay for what they've done. Brother Di Shui, those devilish artifacts are more important to you than either Brother Lu Zhu or myself, right? Despite that, you've managed to keep remarkably calm. Could it be that you have some other tricks up your sleeve?" Lu Zhu also turned toward the crimson-robed figure with a hint of a smile on his face. The crimson-robed figure chuckled in response before replying, "I did indeed plant something else on Han Brat's body, but it'll still be quite difficult to find him. I won't be able to track him down as accurately as I could with my tracking mark, but I should be able to ascertain his approximate location with no issues. Having said that, though, that Han Brat sure is alert. He's resisted the urge to summon the spirit servants I gave him even once. Otherwise, he would have already fallen victim to my secret technique and none of this would have happened." A peculiar look appeared on the white-haired beauty's face, and her brows furrowed as she said, "Now's not the time for jokes, Brother Di Shui. With Han Brat's powerful spiritual sense, how could it have escaped his notice that you planted a secret technique on those spirit servants? There's nothing actually wrong with the spirit servants themselves. The key lies in the captivation blood pact that I invented and infused into those spirit servants. As long as anyone injects their spiritual sense into those spirit servants and uses them once, they'll definitely be unable to escape the allure of this secret technique. They'll want to use the spirit servants a second time, then a third time, until they're completely entranced by them and lose their sense of self. It's just a pity that he hasn't even used them once up to this point. Otherwise, I'd definitely be able to detect it and control him without him even realizing that anything was amiss." The crimson-robed figure seemed to be of the opinion that there was no point in hiding anything seeing as they were about to enter the devilish tomb soon, so he decided to reveal everything to the other 2 demon monarchs. The white-haired beauty's expression changed slightly, and she fell speechless upon hearing this. Lu Zhu was also clearly taken aback by Di Shui's devious plan. "But if Han Brat hasn't used those spirit servants, then how will you be able to detect his location?" the white-haired beauty asked. "That's quite simple. I infused the bodies of the spirit servants with some meridian stone," Di Shui chuckled coldly in a sinister manner. Meridian stone. That's an extremely strange material that takes on a young attribute every noon and midnight, thereby allowing them to detect one another. In that case, you must also be carrying one of those stones yourself. Only in places rife with yin qi like the infernal river will this material's detection properties be able to take effect. Under normal circumstances, we wouldn't be able to make use of that effect. I'm really surprised that you were able to find such a gimmicky item. As far as I know, our Tianyuan continent doesn't even produce this type of stone, and they also have extremely limited uses for cultivators like us. On this occasion, even Lu Zhu couldn't help but praise Di Shui's resourcefulness. I didn't intentionally seek out this item. Many years ago, I killed a being from another continent, and they just so happened to be in possession of a small piece of this material. I decided to keep it more so due to its rarity than anything else, but who would have thought that it'd actually come in useful? The stones will only detect one another for an instant on the exact strokes of noon and midnight, and Han Brat himself doesn't have another meridian stone, so there's no way he'd be able to notice that anything's amiss, the crimson-robed figure said with a cunning gleam in his eyes. Haha, that's brilliant. It's not far from midnight now, so let's head toward the direction where the tracking marks disappeared first. Using the detection properties of the meridian stone, we should be able to track him down. Just make sure to look out for that mayfly race puppet with the silver chopper. That chopper seems to be the legendary 5-dragon chopper, which is a divine spirit treasure that ranks very high on the chaotic myriad spirit roll, so it's best not to directly oppose it if we do encounter it. As for those two infernal lightning beasts, they won't get far away from their lair, so we don't need to worry about them anymore, Lu Zhu cautioned as he looked up into the sky. Come to think of it, neither of us had thought that you'd have a way to combat the 5-dragon chopper, brother Lu Zhu. It was all thanks to you that we were able to force back that puppet and make our escape, the white-haired beauty chuckled. You're too kind, fellow Daoist Lan. That puppet wasn't forced back by me, it had simply overexerted its spiritual sense while using the 5-dragon chopper and was forced to retreat of its own accord. Otherwise, if the battle had dragged on for slightly longer, I would have fallen victim to that chopper. Lu Zhu shook his head with a hint of fear in his eyes. The white-haired beauty and the crimson-robed figure exchanged a glance, and their faces also paled slightly as they recalled the events that had unfolded in the underground palace following Han Li's departure. The abilities unleashed by the 5-dragon chopper had been truly fearsome. If the puppet had unleashed the full power of the treasure before Lu Zhu had broken free from the golden formation over the green pond, then there was a good chance that both of them would have already perished. We don't need to be overly concerned, though. Even though the 5-dragon chopper is extremely fearsome, the puppet had completely overexerted its spiritual sense, so it's yet to be seen whether it can come after us again. As long as we remain alert and avoid being divided and conquered, we should be fine, Lu Zhu said as he recovered his composure. The white-haired beauty and the crimson-robed figure both nodded in agreement upon hearing this. After that, the 3 demon monarchs didn't delay any longer as they sped away into the distance. Deep within the infernal river, crimson light flashed in front of a white cave, and a crimson-armored puppet stumbled out of space. It raised a foot and was just about to stride forward, only for spiritual light to flash erratically all over its body, and it fell flat onto the ground. A ringing sound then erupted from the puppet's body as a silver streak of light flew out of its body, then disappeared into the cave. Why are you in such a sorry state? Could it be that my 5-dragon chopper wasn't powerful enough? The voice of the elderly man sounded again, and it was just as flat and indifferent as ever. Indeed, there were very few things in this world that could attract its interest. Green light flashed in the puppet's eyes before it struggled to its feet, and it replied in a respectful voice, "The 5-dragon chopper is unfathomably powerful, but I was far too useless, and my spiritual sense was unable to support the chopper. Otherwise, all of the intruders would be dead already." Your spiritual sense was insufficient? You must have unleashed the power of the 5-dragon chopper twice and used it for too long on both occasions, right? The elderly voice remained completely emotionless, as if it were simply elaborating something completely inconsequential. I was too greedy. I didn't unleash the full power of the 5-dragon chopper from the beginning as I wanted to lure out all of the outsiders before killing them together, but there was a traitor from our race among them who possessed an ability that was able to withstand the power of the 5-dragon chopper for a short period of time. The backup measures that I'd set up had also been ruined due to unforeseen circumstances, thereby allowing them to escape, the crimson-armored puppet replied in a feeble voice. I see. The elderly voice in the cave merely gave a clipped response before falling silent. All of a sudden, the crimson-armored puppet raised its voice slightly, and said, Senior Jiang, I have one more request. I seem to recall that you've already requested a favor from me. Don't expect me to fight for your mayfly race. The elderly voice cooled slightly upon hearing this. I wouldn't dare to dream of something like that. I only wanted to request Senior Jiang to use this remaining shred of my spiritual sense to guide my true body into this infernal river. Those intruders have already taken the divine elixir, and if I don't recover the elixir, I'll be dealt a severe punishment, the crimson-armored puppet explained. Guide your true body here. Have you gone mad? Mayfly beings can't stay in this place for any extended period of time or their cultivation bases will be severely damaged by the yin qi here. From the sounds of it, the intruders are all quite powerful, so even if your true body arrives here, you most likely won't be a match for them anyway. Could it be that you want to borrow my 5-dragon chopper again? A hint of surprise had finally crept into the elderly man's voice. I do indeed intend to borrow your 5-dragon chopper again, Senior Jiang, but I may not actually need to use it this time as my true body would be arriving here with a divine nest, the crimson-armored puppet replied in a grim voice. A divine nest? Hee, am I hearing this right? You're going to use such a thing just to take care of a few golden mayfly tier beings? Speaking of which, how do you have the power to use such a thing? If I recall correctly, those things have always been under the control of those old monsters in your mayfly race. Aren't they the trump cards of your race that wouldn't be used unless your race was on the brink of collapse? The elderly man in the cave was truly intrigued now. Meanwhile, Hanli let loose a long cry that rumbled into the distance, and the weeping soul beast and leopard Kirin beast immediately replied from afar. One of them let loose a loud ape cry while the other responded with a low roar before both hurtled back toward him. A streak of black light and a streak of golden light soon disappeared up Han Li's sleeve in quick succession, and the two beasts were stored into this spirit beast bracelet again. Moments later, the two women had also finished what they were doing, and the three of them decided on a direction before hurriedly flying away. Less than half a day after Han Li's trio had departed, green light flashed in the air nearby, following which a ball of green light appeared. Within the ball of green light was a slender and graceful figure. After circling around in the air for a while, the ball of green light descended onto the hill where Han Li and the others had been situated not long ago. The green light faded, and the humanoid figure who was revealed was naturally none other than Mu Qing. Mu Qing quickly surveyed the surroundings, and her expression gradually darkened. To the average person, it would appear that there was nothing amiss here, but she was able to easily identify the remaining traces of the giant spell formation that had been set up here not long ago, as well as the residual restriction fluctuations and purine qi that hung in the air. Looks like I was too late, and they've already been gone for a while. So he managed to eradicate the tracking marks through the use of a formation. Seeing as he's already left, it would be exceedingly difficult to try and find him, Mu Qing murmured to herself as an indecisive look appeared on her face. So be it. I'll take a gamble for the treasures in the devilish tomb. If I'd known that this would happen, I would have cast an extra restriction on him. Mu Qing gritted her teeth as a determined look appeared on her face. She rose up into the air before flying away as a ball of azure light again. However, on this occasion, she didn't fly too far away. Close to 2 hours later, the ball of azure light suddenly descended into a small set of mountain ranges that appeared to be completely mundane and nondescript. Mu Qing then descended into an obscure valley within the mountain ranges. The yin qi here was extremely sparse, compared to the rest of the mountain ranges, so there was not a single ghostly being to be found here. That was exactly what Mu Qing was hoping for. After searching through the valley to ensure that there were no potential hazards nearby, she swept both sleeves through the air, and countless fist-sized balls of green light shot forth through the air. The balls of light flew toward all parts of the valley before disappearing into the ground. After that, Mu Qing stomped a foot onto the ground, and spiritual light flashed beneath her waist as she transformed into her tree form again. Countless white roots pierced into the ground before extending toward all directions. Mu Qing then began to chant something as she made a hand seal, and the entire valley began to tremor gently. The soil on the ground where the green balls of light had disappeared suddenly split open, and countless seedlings sprouted before rapidly growing at a rate that was discernible to the naked eyes. Within the span of a few breaths, they had all grown to become massive trees that were each several hundred feet tall. The entire valley was transformed into a lush landscape that was abundant with wood attribute spiritual qi. What was even more surprising was that none of these trees were rooted to the spot. Instead, they were all shifting positions at Mu Qing's behest, and moments later, a massive formation had appeared, encompassing virtually the entire valley with Mu Qing at its center. The formation created a virtually watertight barrier around this place, following which Mu Qing abruptly opened her mouth to expel an object. The bead released a burst of azure light amid a faint thump, and an object began to take shape within the light. As the light faded, the object was revealed to be a massive black pine tree. The tree was extremely huge, yet its appearance was quite peculiar. There seemed to be an invisible line running directly down the center of the tree. On one side of the line, the tree was extremely lush and exuberant, yet the other half was completely shriveled up and devoid of leaves, as if it were a dead tree. This was Mu Qing's wood spirit body. She appraised the tree with a complex expression before flicking her 10 fingers in quick succession, casting one incantation seal after another, which all disappeared into the black tree. The tree abruptly shuddered before lowering a small section of itself further into the ground, then falling completely still. However, Mu Qing didn't stop there. She opened her mouth again to expel a ball of green blood essence, sending it flying toward the black tree before disappearing into a slight bulge on the tree trunk. After that, Mu Qing began to chant something, and she raised both hands in unison to blast forth another 2 pillars of green light, both of which also vanished into the trees. In the next instant, a ball of green light abruptly exploded from the spot on the tree trunk where the blood essence had just disappeared. The bark on the tree began to twist and warp before forming an extremely lifelike set of facial features. The face on the tree trunk was squirming incessantly and scrunched up in pain as if it were a living being. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that this was none other than Jin Ling's face. "Wake up!" Mu Qing yelled as she raised her eyebrows, then cast another incantation seal. A small section of the massive black tree's trunk suddenly split apart down the middle, following which a golden ape leaped out from within. The golden ape immediately knelt onto the ground, and said, "Jin Ling pays his respects to his mistress." "My mistress, why have you awakened me? Could it be? You may rise. It's a good thing you left a spiritual avatar of yourself within my body before we left. The original Jin Ling has already fallen, so you are Jin Ling now," Mu Qing sighed. The golden ape's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, but it then said in a respectful manner, "So I really did die. I was wondering why I couldn't sense the existence of my true body. In that case, I'm willing to continue serving my mistress in Jin Ling's stead. You sacrificed your blood essence to summon me, so you must have something for me to do, right? That's right. The tracking mark I planted in Han Brat's body has been destroyed, and I've lost track of him as well. I'm preparing to unleash my wood domain to find him, but in that case, I'll have to use the power of my true body. Hence, I'll need you to protect the spirit wood that is my true form, and I've set up a powerful formation nearby. Even if beings as powerful as Lu Zhu try to force their way into this area, it'd be able to stop them for a while. The formation will buy you enough time to take my true body and escape from here, Mu Qing said in a solemn voice. Wood domain. That's extremely taxing on your powers, my mistress. If you unleash it now, you won't be able to unleash it again within the next 1,000 years. Are you sure you want to do that? A surprised look appeared on the golden ape's face. I have no choice. The bead I saw in the devilish tomb last time contained power that was identical to my essential power, yet the purity and quantity of power imbued within that bead are more than 10 times that of the essential power within my body. If I can obtain that treasure, then take the time to absorb all of the power within it. Not only will I be able to progress beyond my current cultivation base, there's a very good chance that I'll even be able to advance even further. Hence, that thing is even more important to me than the so-called divine infernal river elixir, Mu Qing said with a determined look on her face. In that case, I'll be sure to keep your true body safe, my mistress. The golden ape knew that it wouldn't be able to dissuade Mu Qing, so it nodded with a solemn expression and allowed her to proceed. That's all I needed to hear, Jin Ling. Your original body has already been destroyed, and this current body of yours is a wood ape body that I manifested through my own power. This body is not as powerful as your original one, so you're currently only an early great spirit general. Here, I'll give this to you as well to bolster your power. After a brief pause, Mu Qing opened her mouth to expel an azure mirror. The mirror was only around the size of a human hand, and the back of the mirror was lined with green wooden patterns. As soon as it appeared, brilliant spiritual light radiated in all directions, and it was quite apparent even from first glance that this was an extraordinary treasure. Isn't this your heavenly wood mirror? This is something that you've been nurturing within your body for countless years, my mistress. I wouldn't dare to take something so significant. You'll require this mirror to protect yourself in the devilish tomb. Jin Ling immediately waved its hands to try and refused the mirror. If my true body were to be destroyed here, what would be the use of this mirror? Besides, it's not like you're unaware of this. I obtained another spirit treasure a few years ago, and its powers are not inferior to that of this mirror. On top of that, it's even more effective for combating devilish qi, Mu Qing insisted. Jin Ling hesitated for a long while upon hearing this before finally agreeing to take the mirror. It pointed a finger at the mirror, and the latter immediately disappeared into its body as a streak of azure light. Aside from this heavenly wood mirror, I'll leave these 2 evergreen spirit swords to you as well. This pair of swords will be even better than the 2 you had before. Mu Qing thought to herself before making a grabbing motion toward the giant black tree. 2 of the tree's branches shuddered before detaching themselves. Following a flash of azure light, they transformed into a pair of shimmering azure swords before falling from the tree. On this occasion, Jin Ling didn't refuse Mu Qing's offering. An elated look appeared on its face as it sprang forward to catch the 2 flying swords, then inspected them momentarily before quickly strapping them to its back. After doing all that, Mu Qing issued a few more instructions to Jin Ling before reverting back to her original form. A streak of azure light then rose up into the air above the valley before quickly departing. Not long after Mu Qing had left, Jin Ling activated the spell formation that she'd set up in the valley. Yuan Yao and Yan Li exchanged a glance upon hearing this, and both of them could see their own indecision mirrored in each other's eyes. The 2 of them naturally weren't going to give up on recovering their human bodies, and after a brief moment of contemplation, a wry smile appeared on Yan Li's face, and she said, "It looks like I was too naive about our situation. From the sounds of it, you seem to have traveled through a spatial node before, Brother Han. In that case, if we can find a relatively stable spatial node, then my junior martial sister and I would naturally also like to leave this place. However, the two of us have no idea how to find spatial nodes. Rest assured, fellow Taoists, I have a few tricks to find spatial nodes, but we'll have to wait for a while before we begin our search, at least until after the demon monarchs give up on searching for us. Regardless of whether they've obtained what they came here for, they won't stay in the infernal river for too long, as they'll be wary of Mayfly race reinforcements as well. The time period after they leave the infernal river and before the Mayfly beings arrive will be the ideal window for us to search for a spatial node and make our escape. What we should do now is find an extremely obscure location to hide for a while first, Han Li analyzed in a confident manner. Yuan Yao and Yen Li both nodded emphatically in response, seemingly in agreement that this was quite a sound plan. Thus, following the conclusion of their discussion, they continued onward, disappearing into the distance in a flash. A few days later, Han Li's trio arrived in the air above a peculiar body of water. The water down below was black and green, and there was a layer of thin black mist hovering over its surface. What was even more peculiar was that there were many islands of different sizes sitting on top of this vast body of water, which Han Li was unable to determine whether it was a sea or a lake. Han Li's trio traveled deeper into the area for a day and a night, yet they were still seemingly nowhere near reaching the conclusion. Let's hide here for now. This body of water is most likely not inferior in size to an ocean. Even if those demon monarchs track us down to this place, there's no way that they'll be able to find us in a short time. On top of that, I can sense that there seem to be a lot of fearsome beings lurking deeper within the water. With those things there, the demon monarchs wouldn't dare to search through the area recklessly with their spiritual sense, so they can act as a smokescreen of sorts for us, Han Li said in a slow voice as he surveyed their surroundings with blue light shimmering in his eyes. They were currently situated in the air above a dense cloud of mist, and they had seen many such clouds of mist on the way here. Through the use of his spirit eyes, Han Li was able to determine that there was an island hidden beneath the mist. Yuan Yao and Yen Li were unable to see through the black mist, but they immediately followed Han Li's lead without any hesitation as he descended toward the mist down below. However, the events that unfolded next came as quite a surprise to all three of them. The black mist appeared to be quite ordinary, but as soon as the trio flew into it, they felt the black mist converge toward them, following which the spiritual qi around their bodies instantly dissipated. Arg! Yuan Yao and Yen Li both let loose cries of alarm. Even though they were trying to stay aloft with all their might, they were still plummeting deeper into the mist. Han Li was also stunned by this development, but thankfully, he'd encountered countless unforeseen incidents in the past, so he was able to keep a level head as he instantly switched between several cultivation arts. He unleashed his divine essence-fused light and provenance true devil arts at the same time, but they were also unable to allow him to muster up any spiritual power. Han Li pondered the question for a moment before replying, "My Kuanping transformation technique does indeed come from the Tianping race, but I'm not sure why I'm immune to the effect of this mist after taking on this form. I considered this question on my way back and came up with a theory, but I'm not sure if it's a reliable one." "You can tell us what you think, Brother Han, there's no need to keep secrets from us," Yen Li chuckled. A slightly awkward look appeared on Han Li's face before he continued, "Seeing as the two of you once cultivated in the Umbra realm of the human world for so many years, you're most likely aware of some of the legends surrounding that place." "Are you referring to legends of the Netherworld and the Rahu beast, Brother Han?" Yuan Yao asked as her expression changed slightly. "Indeed. The Netherworld has always been the stuff of legends, and no one has actually been able to verify its existence, but I witnessed the Rahu beast in person in the human world once. Even though I only saw an extremely tiny portion of the beast, the phenomenon that it triggered with its emergence was very similar to the ghostly mist leading to the Umbra realm," Han Li replied. So you're saying the Umbra realm of the human world is actually the body of the Rahu beast? Yuan Yao's mouth gaped open in astonishment. I don't have any other evidence to support that notion, but I think it's very much possible. The true spirit Kunpeng is the mortal enemy of the Rahu beast, so perhaps I'm able to draw upon some of the Kunpeng's power after adopting my Kunpeng form. If the mist here really does have something to do with the ghostly mist of the human world, then everything would make sense, Hanli speculated. Could it be that this so-called infernal river is the body of the Rahu beast? In that case, why is the mist here slightly different from the ghostly mist in the human world? Yanli asked with her brows furrowed in confusion. Hanli didn't give a direct answer to this. Instead, he smiled and responded with a question of his own. Are you under the impression that this Rahu is the same as the Rahu of the human world? Are you saying that these are two different Rahu beasts? That does explain the differences in the mists. It said that the Rahu beast is unfathomably massive and is capable of devouring celestial bodies like the sun and the moon. This infernal river is clearly far larger than the Umbra realm, so we must be inside the body of a Rahu beast that's far larger than the one in the human world. Yan Li's face paled slightly as that realization dawned on her. That's probably not the extent of it. Han Li shook his head with a grim expression. Oh. Do you have something else to add, Brother Han? Yuan Yao asked with a curious expression. The mist in this place feels quite dead in comparison to the ghostly mist in the human world. I've seen some records that mention that when Rahu beasts reach the ends of their lifespans and pass away, the space within their bodies won't collapse and can actually continue to exist forever. Are you saying we're currently in the space within the carcass of a Rahu beast? Yuan Yao faltered upon hearing this. I'm merely speculating. As for what the actual situation is like, that's yet to be verified, Han Li chuckled in response. I think you're very close to the truth if not spot on in your speculation, Brother Han. In that case, everything can be explained. It's due to fact that this Rahu beast has already passed away that the yin qi within its body is far more abundant than in the Umbra realm, thereby giving rise to so many high-grade ghostly beings. I wonder if the demon monarchs already know this or have figured it out at this point yet. The only thing that I'm still confused about is the existence of spiritual qi and spirit veins here. There's no spiritual qi at all in the Umbra realm, and magic power can't be used there either, Yanli mused. Who knows? Perhaps the powerful beings of the Mayfly race modified this place after discovering it, or perhaps these changes naturally occur after the Rahu beast passes away. In any case, none of that had anything to do with our current situation, so we don't need to delve too deep into those matters. The only thing I'm interested in is whether this black mist can actually take us away from the infernal river. As long as this place is the same kind of entity as the Umbra realm, then there has to be an exit here as well. If this really is the exit, then it's a lot safer than having to go through a spatial node, Han Li said with a hint of excitement in his eyes. You're right, Brother Han. Did you find anything amiss within the clouds of mist that you explored earlier? Yanli asked. No. Aside from the fact that the black mist can also seal away one's magic power and abilities, there were no other noteworthy discoveries. Of course, I only searched through a few patches of mist in the nearby area. Seeing as this black mist exists here, the exit should be somewhere in this body of water as well. Should we try and search for the exit right away or hide here for a while as we originally planned? Han Li asked. Seeing as the exit could be nearby, let's spend some time to try and find it. Perhaps we'll be able to come across it rather quickly. In that case, we'll be able to get out of this place, so there'll be no need to take risks by hiding, Yanli immediately replied. Yuan Yao hesitated momentarily before nodding in agreement. You're right, Senior Martial Sister. If we hide here as we originally planned, we could be tracked down by the demon monarchs anyway, or perhaps even hunted by the mayfly race if their reinforcements arrive earlier than expected. In either of those scenarios, we'd be as good as dead. Hanli fell into deep thought upon hearing this. The proposal raised by the two women was quite reasonable, but he couldn't shake this feeling of uneasiness that had plagued him during the past few days. He could sense that something wasn't quite right, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it, and it was making him quite hesitant about how to proceed. After pondering the issue for a long while, he finally said, "All right, let's search for the exit here, but we can only spend 2 days in our search at most. After that, we have to hide right away. I think we should be safe during this period of time." Hanli offered a compromised course of action. Yuan Yao and Yan Li exchanged a glance upon hearing this before nodding in unison. "All right, let's search through the black mist below us first. Even if we can't find the exit here, let's set up a temporary base that we can hide in if any unforeseen circumstances arise. Seeing as my Kunpeng power is immune to the effects of the mist, I have a way to temporarily grant you 2 immunity to its effects as well," Hanli said with a smile. "Is that true, Brother Han?" Yuan Yao and Yan Li were ecstatic to hear this. Yuan Yao was stunned to see this as she looked on from above, yet before she had a chance to do anything, the black vortex abruptly expanded in all directions. Yuan Yao was unable to evade the rapidly expanding vortex as she also disappeared amid flashes of black lightning. In the instant that the black lightning struck Hanli, he felt his surroundings blur before he was teleported away amid a rush of dizziness. Thankfully, he was extremely familiar with teleportation at this point, and as soon as he reappeared, he forcibly suppressed his vertigo and discomfort as he made a hand seal to revert back to his human form. Gray light then erupted from his body, instantly creating a protective barrier around himself, as well as Yan Li, who was still yet to return to her senses. Only then did he carefully inspect his surroundings, upon which he discovered that they were situated on a tall platform constructed from beautiful jade. There were a dozen or so azure stone pillars around the platform, all of which were extremely intricately carved with countless runes flashing over their surfaces. This platform was a small spell formation. As these stone pillars flashed, a film of murky white light was created, enshrouding the entire platform beneath it. Outside the light barrier was a vast expanse of black mist that made it impossible to see what was going on outside. Thankfully, all of the mist had been kept out by the barrier. Han Li's brows furrowed upon seeing this. "Brother Han, what is this place?" Yan Li finally recovered from her rush of dizziness, and her face paled slightly as she took in her surroundings. "Looks like we've been teleported elsewhere by the ghostly mist." Han Li was quite calm in comparison. "Does that mean we're no longer in the infernal river?" Yan Li was elated to hear this. "I'm not so sure about that. Judging from the teleportation experience I've accrued in the past, that didn't seem like long-distance teleportation across realms to me, so we should still be in the infernal river," Han Li replied with a shake of his head. Yan Li was quite disappointed to hear this, but a thought then suddenly occurred to her, and her expression changed drastically as she exclaimed, "Junior Martial Sister Yuan is outside out of the black mist, and she hasn't been teleported here. Doesn't that mean we've been separated from her?" "Not to worry, fellow Daoist Yan, with Fairy Yuan's resourcefulness, she'll be fine even if she's on her own. What we have to focus on is determining where we are first. As long as we're all still in the infernal river, it shouldn't be a difficult task to find fellow Daoist Yuan again," Han Li said in a calm voice. Yan Li's anxious expression eased slightly upon hearing this, and she said, "Apologies for letting my emotions get the better of me there, Brother Han. It's just that I've very rarely ever been separated from my junior martial sister, so this is quite a jarring experience for me." "It's all right, I'm glad to see that you and fellow Daoist Yuan share such a close bond. However, We have to address the predicament that we're in at the moment first before we can worry about her, Hanli replied with a wry smile before making his way over to one of the nearby stone pillars. He glanced at the runes on the pillar through narrowed eyes before casting his gaze out of the light barrier as a faint blue light flashed through his eyes. The black mist around here was quite dense, but Hanli was still able to pierce through it with his spirit eyes to assess their surroundings. Han Li's expression suddenly changed slightly. What do you see, Brother Han? Yan Li made her way over to him with a concerned look on her face. Aside from this platform that we're situated on, there are 6 other platforms just like this one in a circular formation nearby. Also, we appear to be in the belly of a mountain, Han Li replied in a slow voice. The belly of a mountain. If we still haven't left the infernal river, then who would have constructed these things here? Yan Li murmured to herself as she furrowed her brows. That's too difficult for us to speculate about. What I want to know is how this being was able to control the ghostly mist to teleport us here. Perhaps they're somehow related to the Raha Beast, Han Li mused. We won't be able to find any answers if we keep taking shots in the dark like this. We have to get out of this place first, Yan Li sighed. Of course. We don't know whether the owner of this place harbors ill will toward us. It looks like we're being protected by this barrier, but it can also be said that we've been confined in a prison of sorts. Our top priority is indeed to get away from here. I just had a look at the runes on the pillars, yet they're extremely profound. At the very least, with my knowledge base in spell formations, I was unable to understand most of the runes, so we'll have to break out of this place using brute force, Han Li decided as he stroked his chin. Is that so? I've also done some research into the art of spell formations, so let me have a look as well. Yan Li seemed to be rather confident in herself. Oh. It would naturally be best if you could break this formation here. Han Li faltered upon hearing this before stepping away from the pillar with a smile. Yan Li immediately strode toward the pillar and began inspecting it with rapt focus, seemingly completely absorbed by the runes on the pillar. Meanwhile, Han Li clasped his hands behind his back as he made his way around the light barrier, trying to search for any alternative ways out. Around 10 minutes later, Yan Li exhaled as she withdrew her gaze, then turned to Han Li with a forced smile on her face. This restriction is indeed far more profound than any I've encountered in the past, so I won't be able to help out here. That's alright, I'll try my flying swords. Han Li seemed to have predicted that this would be the verdict, and he swept a sleeve through the air, upon which a small golden sword shot forth from within. The flying sword then transformed into a shimmering golden longsword that was around 3 feet in length. Go! Han Li pointed directly at the white light barrier up ahead, and the golden longsword flew through the air before striking the light barrier with ferocious might. White and golden light flashed amid a dull thump, following which the golden longsword was repelled with ease. Han Li's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly pointed a finger toward the flying sword to stabilize it in midair. He had guessed that this light barrier would be quite resolute, but not to such an extent that his azure bamboo cloud's warm sword wouldn't even be able to leave so much as a single scratch on it. Yan Li also wore a surprised expression upon seeing this, and she immediately opened her mouth to expel a black banana leaf fan, which she waved toward the light barrier with all her might. Inky black flames surged through the air, only to repelled once again the same manner as the golden sword, while the light barrier remained completely unscathed. How is this restriction so powerful? Han paused momentarily before raising an arm to reveal pitch-black hand. Seeing as you're here, why not come in and have a chat with me? Han Li and Yan Li were both startled to hear this elderly voice, and the two of them exchanged a bewildered glance. Let's go, this man's far too powerful for us to oppose. According to the wisps of spiritual sense I'd imbued my spirit insects with, his cultivation base is beyond that of even the demon monarchs. Even though Han Li was feeling quite uneasy, he still put on a calm facade. Han Li's calm and collected demeanor as quite a soothing sight for Yen Li, and she nodded in response. Thus, the two of them slowly drifted over to the entrance of the cave. The passageway on the mountain face wasn't very large, and nor was it special in any way. It was merely a square entrance paved with ordinary bluestone. After flying into the passageway for over 1,000 feet, the two of them arrived in an antiquated hall with fine white sand all over the floor. The hall was over 1,000 feet in size, yet in such a cavernous space, there were only a few items of furniture. Aside from a few tables and chairs, there were only several pots of strange plants situated in the corners of the hall. These plants were each no more than a foot tall, but Han Li could smell their essence even from afar. Just the scent emitted by these few potted plants in the hall alone made him feel as if he were situated within a lush forest. At the very center of the hall was a chair, on which sat a gray-robed elderly man. The man possessed a mundane appearance with his meter-long beard his only noteworthy facial feature, and he was also looking back at Han Li and Yen Li. "You two are humans," the elderly man said in a slightly surprised voice. Han Li's heart jolted upon hearing this, and he bowed slightly as he replied. "I see that Senior knows of our human race. May I ask for your name, Senior?" "Hee, I don't just know of the human race, I'm a human myself. As for my former name, there's no need to mention it. You may refer to me as Senior Jiang," the elderly man chuckled, and a benevolent light appeared in his eyes as he looked Han Li and Yen Li. "What? You're a human as well, Senior?" Yen Li exclaimed in shock. "Why? Is it really strange that I'm a human?" The elderly man chuckled. "Of course not. It's just that we didn't expect to see one of our brethren so far away from the human territories," Han Li hurriedly explained. The elderly man before them was truly an unfathomably powerful being whom they couldn't afford to offend. "I hail from the human race, but my current body is no longer the one I originally possessed. Instead, I managed to obtain the body of an extremely rare Chang Yuan race being by chance. These beings are proficient in all types of abilities, and they are endowed with several incredible abilities from birth, each and every one of which are far beyond even the most prodigious cultivators of our human race," the elderly man said in a slow voice as he inspected his own hands. Han Li had never heard of this Chang Yuan race, but this elderly man's appearance and voice were exactly the same as that of a human. Thus, a peculiar look appeared in Han Li's eyes. "There's no need to be perplexed, my current appearance is still the same as it was back when I possessed a human body. It took me a lot of effort to refine this Chang Yuan race body to perfectly resemble my former body," the elderly man explained. The process being described by the elderly man was an unimaginable one to Han Li, yet the man was speaking about it as if it had been a relatively simple feat. This made Han Li even more awestruck by the man's unfathomable powers, and he said in a respectful voice, "Please forgive us for our ignorance, Senior. Come to think of it, ever since I left the human race all those years ago, I've never returned once, so I'm rather interested to hear what the human race is like now. Would you two be willing to tell me about it?" the elderly man asked in a pleasant voice. Perhaps this elderly man was right, but back when he was in the human world, he was constantly in severe danger, so how could he not have been impatient? In reality, with his current powers and abilities, he could also easily defeat spatial tempering stage beings, and after reaching the spatial tempering stage himself, he'd be quite confident in his chances against body integration stage beings. Of course, he couldn't say that to rebuke the elderly man, so he could only feign a slightly awkward expression. "In any case, you inherited the Azure Essence sword art, and I possessed close to half of Qing Yuanzi's memories, so it can be said that we have an affinity with one another. Let me ask you something, and be honest with your reply. Did you two come into the infernal river with those intruders?" The elderly man's voice suddenly turned quite cold and forbidding at the end. Han Li was enlightened upon hearing this. He actually wanted to ask about the relationship between the black mist, this space, and the Rahab beast, but he decided against it in the end. He didn't stand to gain anything from this knowledge, and asking too many questions about this space could irk the elderly man, so it simply wasn't worth it. Just as they were conversing with one another, azure light suddenly flashed from the stone face on one side of the hall, and another passageway appeared there. A lithe and graceful beauty then emerged from within amid a cloud of yin qi. It was none other than Yuan Yao. In the instant that she appeared in this space, she wore an alert and wary expression, but that quickly gave way to surprise and elation as she caught sight of Han Li and Yen Li. Brother Han, Senior Marshal Sister Yen, I'm so glad to see you too. Yuan Yao immediately flew over to the two of them with a wide smile on her face. Another cultivator using a ghost Dao cultivation art, I see. Actually, it's a little strange. A bewildered look suddenly appeared in the elderly man's eyes as he appraised Yuan Yao. Yuan Yao glanced at the elderly man with a perplexed look. She was unable to ascertain his cultivation base, but she knew that he was an unfathomably powerful being. However, the words that were coming out of his mouth were quite puzzling to her. Han Li and Yen Li also exchanged a confused glance. With this elderly man's fearsome cultivation base, what about Yuan Yao could draw such a strong reaction from him? Right at this moment, a thought seemed to have occurred to the elderly man, and he pointed a finger toward Yuan Yao with an elated look on his face. A beam of azure light flashed through the air from his fingertip, disappearing into Yuan Yao's body before Han Li and the others could even react. Arg! Yuan Yao was given a massive fright and hurriedly adopted a defensive stance while assessing her own internal condition at the same time. Yen Li immediately hurried over to stand beside Yuan Yao as the two of them stared at the elderly man with wary expressions on their faces. If it weren't for the fact that they'd stand no chance in a battle against this man, perhaps they would have attacked in a fit of rage already. Meanwhile, Han Li merely narrowed his eyes as he remained standing on the spot. If the elderly man truly bore ill will toward them, then they'd already be dead. At the very least, he couldn't sense any animosity coming from him at the moment. However, as a safety precaution, Han Li still reflexively tightened his grip around the lightning beads and spirit beast bracelet that were hidden up his sleeve. Sure enough, the elderly man soon said, "There's no need to be alarmed, fellow Taoists, I was merely casting an experimental incantation seal to verify my suspicions. The incantation seal won't harm this fellow Taoist in any way." An experiment? What could you be experimenting with me, Senior? This is the first time I've ever met you. Yuan Yao was still feeling extremely uneasy. However, the elderly man simply ignored her before making a hand seal, and Yuan Yao was alarmed to find that her dantian had suddenly heated up slightly. Before she had a chance to say anything, a layer of dark green light suddenly appeared over her face, following which leaf-like patterns surfaced over her glabella cheeks. What is that? Yen Li exclaimed as she caught sight of the patterns that had appeared on Yuan Yao's face. However, Yuan Yao was completely oblivious to the patterns that had surfaced over her glabella, so she was rather perplexed by Yen Li's alarmed reaction. As expected, you really do possess the heavenly yin physique. I've yet to find one after all my years of searching, yet just as I'm about to give up, one is delivered right to my doorstep. Thankfully, it's not too late, there's still just enough time. The elderly man suddenly burst into ecstatic laughter. Yen Li and Yuan Yao were both slightly fearful of the elderly man's seemingly deranged reaction, and they reflexively took a few steps backward as they turned to Han Li for help. Han Li's brows furrowed as he asked, I dare say that I'm fairly knowledgeable, but I've never heard of this heavenly yin physique. Would you be able to elaborate on it, Senior Jiang? My apologies, I've been looking for someone with a heavenly yin physique for countless years, so my emotions got the better of me there. The heavenly yin physique isn't a concept from our human race. Instead, it's a special constitution renowned in the Chang Yuan race, so it's no surprise that you haven't heard of it. This constitution doesn't provide any benefits when using human cultivation arts, but some immensely powerful cultivation arts of the Chang Yuan race can only be used by someone with such a physique. However, beings who fit this criterion are extremely rare, even in the Chang Yuan race, and it's even rare among other races. At the very least, I've spent close to 10,000 years searching for one, all to no avail. Fellow Taoist Yuan, right? Would you be willing to become my disciple? The elderly man suddenly asked with a smile. Yuan Yao stunned upon hearing this. You want to take junior martial sister Yuan as your disciple, senior? Yan Li was also completely flabbergasted. Indeed, but rest assured, I bear no ill will. Truth be told, I'd like to take fellow Taoist Yuan as my disciple so she can cultivate an ability that can only be used by those with her constitution, and with the assistance of that ability, I'll have at least a 70% chance of transcending my next heavenly tribulation. In fact, if I'm fortunate, I could perhaps even transcend the tribulation after that. With 2 heavenly tribulations worth of time, I can make further advancements in my cultivation, and it won't be impossible for me to progress to the tribulation transcendent stage, the elderly man said in an earnest voice as his smile faded. Tribulation transcendent stage? Could it be that you're a grand ascension stage cultivator? Yuan Yao drew a sharp breath in astonishment. I've been an early grand ascension cultivator ever since over 10,000 years ago. How about it? If I wanted to accept a disciple, countless high-grade cultivators would flock to my cave abode just for a chance to be considered by me, the elderly man said in a proud manner. Yan Li was truly dumbstruck by this point. Han Li had already suspected this to be the case, but hearing the elderly man admit this himself still made his throat run dry. This was the first ever grand ascension cultivator Han Li had encountered since ascending to the spirit realm. Yuan Yao forced herself to calm down before asking in a hesitant voice, "It would of course be a great honor for me to become your disciple, senior, but this is all a bit too sudden. May I please have some time to discuss this matter with fellow Taoist Han and senior martial sister Yao?" Looks like I was in too much of a hurry. Of course you can discuss this matter with your companions. How about this? You can stay in my cave abode and rest for a while, then give me an answer within 3 days, the elderly man said with a confident stroke of his beard. Nan Gongwan didn't say anything after appearing in his dream. She merely appraised Han Li with a warm and passionate gaze, and Han Li also looked back at her, seemingly entranced by her beauty. After a long while, Han Li's eyelids fluttered as he woke up, but the image of Nan Gongwan's beautiful eyes still remained in his mind. He didn't immediately get up. Instead, he lay on his bed, basking in the warmth that the dream had brought to his heart. After a while, the intoxicated look in Han Li's eyes gradually faded, and he reverted back to his usual calm expression. Perhaps it was a coincidence, but right at this moment, Yan Li's delightful voice sounded outside his door. "Are you up yet, Brother Han? If so, please come to discuss the matters at hand with my junior martial sister and myself." Yan Li was speaking in quite a polite manner. "Please wait for a moment, I'll be coming soon," Han Li replied as he sat up on his bed. "We'll be waiting in the stone cabin in the middle for your visit, then, Brother Han." Yan Li chuckled before departing. Han Li calmly put on his shoes, then raised a hand to conjure up a burst of azure light that revolved around his entire body. The creases on his robes were instantly smoothed out as a result, and Han Li was also feeling more alert as he strode out of his stone cabin. Yuan Yao and Yan Li had lived in the same cabin the night before, so they had most likely had a preliminary discussion already. With that in mind, Han Li made his way into the stone chamber at the very center of the courtyard. This cabin was around twice as large as the one he was residing in, and there was a stone table, as well as a few stone chairs, inside the room. Yan Li and Yuan Yao were sitting at the table, discussing something in a slightly heated manner. There was a black flag standing on each of the 4 corners of the hall, enshrouding the entire cabin in a layer of gray light. It appeared that they'd set up a restriction in the cabin as well. "I'm glad you're here, Brother Han," Junior Marshal Sister Yuan and I have been racking our brains, trying to come up with the best solution here. Yan Li immediately rose to her feet with a seductive smile as Han Li entered the cabin. Yuan Yao also stood up to greet him. "Oh, so it looks like the two of you have indeed already discussed this matter. If you trust me, then feel free to tell me your opinions. My cultivation base may be rather lackluster, but I'm not bad at coming with strategies and ideas here and there," Han Li chuckled. Thus, he also made his way over to the table, and all three of them took a seat. "It's actually quite simple. It's naturally a brilliant opportunity for me that Senior Jiang is willing to take me as his disciple, but I'm more interested in returning to the human race to find whatever secret technique or cultivation art that would allow me to recover my human body. No matter how powerful that Chang Yuan race ability is, it won't be able to resolve my current predicament. However, Senior Marshal Sister Yen thinks that this is an opportunity that's not to be missed, and she wants me to stay here under Senior Zhang's tutelage." Yuan Yao sighed in a resigned manner. "Why are you in such a hurry to recover your human body, Junior Marshal Sister Yuan? You can cultivate under Senior Jiang for a while, and when you master the ability that he mentioned, you can then return to the human race to find a way to recover your human body. If you miss this opportunity here, it may never come around again," Yan Li urged. "If that were possible, then I would certainly jump at this opportunity. However, you and I both know that ever since we began cultivating the yin-yang reincarnation arts, our constitutions have been gradually shifting toward becoming true ghostly beings. Even though we've tried to repress this process with all our might, it most likely won't be long before we truly become ghostly beings. I can't afford to stay here and cultivate some other ability because we simply don't have time to waste." Yuan Yao sighed in a dejected manner. "Of course I'm aware of this. That's why I propose that you stay here and cultivate under Senior Jiang while I return to the human race to find a way to recover our human bodies. That way, you can have the best of both worlds," Yan Li sighed in response. "There's no need to try and placate me, Senior Marshal Sister. I'm sure you can read between the lines. His next heavenly tribulation seems to be coming up soon, and I barely have enough time to master that Chang Yuan race ability with the current deadline. If I agree to become Senior Zhang's disciple, how will I be able to divert my attention to cultivate other things that will help me recover my human body?" Yuan Yao shook her head in a stubborn manner. "As long as the two of us can be together, so what if we become true ghostly beings? You've witnessed the perils of the spirit realm just as I have, Junior Marshal Sister. If the two of us recover our human bodies, we may just end up dying again one day. In comparison, it's much better for you to cultivate under and receive the protection of Senior Jiang. After you master the required ability, we can then go find a way to recover our human bodies. After all, even if we transform into ghostly beings, we're still definitely different from true ghostly beings that were never human to begin with. There should be another way to reverse all of this. On top of that, forgive me for being blunt, but Senior Jiang clearly holds you in extremely high regard. If you turn him down, do you think it'll be a simple matter for us to leave this place?" Yan Li continued. "And what if there's no way to reverse the process?" Yuan Yao countered with a shake of her head. "Brother Han, what do you think? Please talk some sense into her." Yan Li could only turn to Han Li for help. "Alright, so I can understand where the two of you are coming from. Fellow Daoist Yuan is concerned that she won't be able to revert back to her human body in the future, so she doesn't want to cultivate under Senior Jiang, but fellow Daoist Yen wants her to stay as this is a brilliant opportunity, is that correct?" Han Li analyzed in a calm manner. "That's right. We've been arguing all night last night, but neither of us has been able to convince the other." Yan Li replied with a wry smile. "I can understand your unwillingness to become a ghostly being, fellow Daoist Yuan, and I can also understand that you want what's best for her, fellow Daoist Yen. Neither of you are in the wrong here, Hanli said with a smile. Brother Han, my junior martial sister, and I need someone to help us make a decision, not a mediator. Yanli furrowed her brows with a hint of displeasure in her eyes. Mediating was never my intention, fellow Daoist Yan. What I want to say is, it's not impossible for both of these predicaments to be resolved at once, Hanli said with a smile. Hanli smiled before waving an arm through the air, and the divine essence fused mountain instantly disappeared along with the gray light barrier. After that, Hanli discussed a few more things with the two women and also speculated about why he was residing in a place like this. However, Yuan Yao then insisted on going to see the elderly man right away to determine whether he'd actually be able to help them recover their human bodies. Hanli and Yanli naturally wouldn't oppose her, so the three of them emerged from the stone cabin together. Yuan Yao then called out for the white ghostly figure that had brought them to this courtyard, and it immediately appeared as if it had never even left in the first place. After hearing their request to see the elderly man, the ghostly being nodded before leading the way. A short while later, Hanli and the others returned to the cavernous hall, where they were greeted by the sight of the elderly man once again. The man was still sitting on the same chair as before, and a faint smile appeared on his face at the sight of Hanli's trio as he asked, "Have you already decided to accept my offer, fellow Daoist Yuan?" Yuan Yao extended a respectful bow toward the elderly man, and considered her response for a short while before carefully replying, "I am forever grateful for your immensely kind offer, and I would love to cultivate by your side. However, there is an issue that I need to address or I won't be able to accept your offer right away." "Oh. An issue, you say? Why don't you tell me about it?" The elderly man's eyes immediately lit up, and he seemed to be quite confident in his ability to take care of any issues that Yuan Yao could raise. Thus, Yuan Yao immediately revealed to the man her wishes to return to her human form. You made it sound like some kind of impossible predicament, but this is merely a trifling matter. I can refine several types of pills for you, then expend some magic power to expel the yin power within your body, and it'd only be a matter of a few years before you can recover your human body. On top of that, it won't hamper your cultivation of the Chang Yuan race ability at all, the elderly man chortled with glee, as if this were merely a simple task to him. In that case, I would certainly be willing to accept you as my master, Senior Jiang. Yao pays her respects to her master. Yuan Yao was also overjoyed by this outcome, and she immediately extended another respectful bow. Good. Rest assured, my disciple, I can wait a few years with no issues. Whenever you completely recover your human body is when you can begin cultivating that Chang Yuan race ability. The elderly man swept a sleeve through the air, sending forth a burst of gently invisible power to help Yuan Yao back into an upright posture. I wouldn't dare to think that. Hanli stowed the jade slip away without so much as a second glance at it. The elderly man nodded upon seeing this. Senior Jiang, would you be able to enlighten me and tell me what those leaves can be used for? Hanli couldn't help but ask. You must still have some of these bamboo leaves left in your possession, right, fellow Daoist Han? Rest assured, these leaves will be enough for me, so I won't make you hand over the rest. The purpose of these leaves is something that's known to very few people in the human race, but it's common knowledge in the Chang Yuan race, so there's no harm in telling you. These leaves can be used for two purposes. The first is to refine them into a type of divine lightning known as Golden Devil Vanquishing Lightning. In terms of potency against devilish beings, this type of lightning is superior even to divine Devil Bane lightning. It's a powerful weapon for Grand Ascension cultivators like me against extra-realm heavenly devils. They can also be fed to some spirit insects, and there's a very good chance that a mutation could occur. Of course, a considerable amount of these leaves must be fed to the spirit insects for that to happen, the elderly man revealed. Extra-realm heavenly devils. What are those? Hanli was perplexed. The elderly man was clearly in a very good mood, and he was a lot more talkative as he explained. How do I say this? It's kind of like the lightning tribulations that befall us cultivators, except lightning tribulations take place at regular intervals, whereas extra-realm heavenly devils are things that all Grand Ascension cultivators could be susceptible to at any moment. They're completely invisible and formless, kind of like inner demons, but countless times more dangerous. Under normal circumstances, Grand Ascension cultivators are most susceptible to such devils when our magic power is in a severely depleted state or when our state of mind is unstable. If we're unable to resist their attack, then our souls could be corrupted, thereby reducing us to one of them. I want these golden lightning bamboo leaves so I can refine some golden devil vanquishing lightning, which will help me ward off such heavenly devils after my tribulation transcendence. A contemplative look appeared on Hanli's face upon hearing this. He was quite intrigued by the notion that these leaves could be fed to spirit insects to effect mutations. By the way, are you planning to permanently settle in this place, fellow Daoist Han? On this occasion, the elderly man spoke in a normal manner rather than transmitting his voice to Hanli. There's too much yin qi here, which will hamper my cultivation in the long run, and I have some matters to take care of in the outside world as well, so I won't be able to stay here for too long, Hanli replied truthfully after a brief hesitation. 2 days passed by in the blink of an eye. At the summit of a nameless massive mountain, there was a huge spell formation that was around 1,000 feet in radius. There were 8 tall platforms around the formation, atop each of which stood a giant flag with golden and silver runes shimmering on those flags. Hanli stood at the center of the formation, while the elderly man, Yuan Yao, and Yen Li stood outside it. High up in the misty sky, there was a barely visible white rift that was over 1,000 feet in length. Fellow Daoist Han, I can borrow the power of this spatial rift in the infernal river and use the formation to teleport you away, but I can't guarantee your destination. However, it's most likely the case that you'll still end up in an area somewhere near or within the flying spirit race, the elderly man said. Thank you for your words of caution, Senior, Hanli replied in a respectful voice. All right, it's about time we began. I'll activate the formation and send you away from the infernal river. By the way, take this with you. When you've collected enough items, you can follow the instructions on that thing to return to the infernal river again. That thing is a disposable treasure, and I only have one, so look after it well. The elderly man raised a hand, and 2 items were sent flying toward Hanli. Hanli hurriedly caught the items before focusing his gaze on them, following which he immediately exclaimed, a star-defying plate. The 2 items in his hands were a round plate that was shimmering with white light and a blue jade slip. Oh. I'm surprised you know of this thing. However, this is only a replica of a star-defying plate, but the materials required to refine this thing are extremely hard to find. I originally refined a few of these, but I've used up all of them aside from this one. Inside that jade slip contains the method for you to access the infernal river using that plate. You can take a good look at it later. Aside from that, you can have your gold-devouring beetles back as well, the elderly man said as he swept a sleeve through the air. An azure flash of light emerged from within his sleeve, quickly revealing itself to be a miniature wooden tower. The treasure rotated in mid-air, and 2 specks of golden light flew out from within. Those were none other than the gold-devouring beetles that the elderly man had taken. Hanli was ecstatic to see this, and he immediately extended a hand to draw the beetles back to him. You're incredibly fortunate to have been able to nurture mature gold-devouring beetles, fellow Daoist Han, but let me tell you this, mature gold-devouring beetles may be quite fearsome, but they can only display their true power in large numbers. If only a few are unleashed at once, it'd be quite easy for a high-grade cultivator to trap them using a wood attribute treasure. As opposed to focusing on these beetles, it would be more beneficial to work harder on your own cultivation. Of course, if you can nurture hundreds, even thousands of these mature gold-devouring beetles, then most of the spirit realm is your oyster, as the majority of wood attribute treasures won't be able to trap so many matured gold-devouring beetles. At the same time, it's important to remember that controlling such a large number of gold-devouring beetles would be so taxing our one's spiritual sense, that even grand ascension cultivators like me won't be able to handle it. Of course, if you can nurture a legendary gold-devouring beetle monarch, then even true immortals would most likely refrain from engaging you in battle, let alone a grand ascension cultivator like me, the elderly man chuckled. Gold-devouring beetle monarch. This was the first time that Hanli had heard of something like this. Oh. You don't know what that is? Ah, that makes sense. Only the mayfly race and other races that are closely affiliated with insects know of gold-devouring beetle monarchs, so I suppose it's no surprise that you're oblivious to them. If you ever get the chance to do so, you can go and conduct some research on your own about this matter. This beetle monarch is a legend that has been around for countless years, but I've never actually heard of anyone successfully refining, so it's not something to be overly fixated on, the elderly man explained before making a hand seal. A loud rumbling noise erupted from the sky above, and dense dark clouds began to surface as howling winds were swept up. The elderly man then began to chant something in the wind, and even though his voice wasn't very loud, it was still quite clearly audible. An astonishing scene then ensued. The elderly man didn't appear to have done anything else, but the massive flags on the 8 platforms suddenly tremored in unison. The flags flapped in the wind as the entire formation began to emit a faint buzzing sound. Spiritual threads of all types of different colors surfaced around the formation before sweeping toward the massive flags as streaks of light. As the 8 flags flashed within the spiritual light, bursts of astonishing spiritual pressure emanated from the formation as one rune after another emerged. Hanli was situated at the very center of the formation, so he could quite clearly sense just how fearsome the power imbued within these runes were. If any single one of those runes were to explode, he definitely wouldn't be able to withstand the explosion even with his current immensely powerful body. Hanli's expression changed slightly as he took a deep breath. Yuan Yao looked on from outside the formation, and a hint of concern also appeared in her eyes. The 8 giant flags rotated at once before blasting forth 8 pillars of light that were as thick as large bowls, all of which disappeared high up into the sky in a flash. The white rift overhead immediately shimmered with brilliant light, and instantly became several times more visible than before. The elderly man swept a sleeve upward upon seeing this, and a dull thump erupted in the air above the formation, following which an azure sword projection that was several tens of feet in length appeared amid a flash of piercing azure light. "Sever!" the elderly man yelled before pointing 2 of his fingers at the huge sword projection up above. The azure sword projection immediately adopted a vertical position before flying up toward the white rift in the sky. A loud ringing sound suddenly erupted in the surrounding sky as the air abruptly tightened, as if all of the world's origin chi nearby had been sucked away by this sword. In the instant before the giant azure sword struck the white rift, it expanded countless times further, taking up the entire sky as if it were a divine weapon. The azure sword then proceeded to slice open that white rift amid a loud tearing sound that was audible throughout the entire heavens. A thin long black rift emerged within the white rift, and the elderly man waved a hand through the air to dispel the gargantuan sword. At the same time, 8 gigantic runes, each of which was around the size of a cabin, surfaced near the black rift, shimmering with bright golden light. Hanli felt the air around him tighten, immediately following which the runes from the formation beneath his feet hovered toward him in unison. His heart jolted with shock upon seeing this, and just as chills were running down his spine, the runes transformed into lights of different colors before revolving rapidly around him. His surroundings suddenly blurred, and he was struck by a rush of dizziness. Following a strange high-pitched screech, a pillar of 5-colored light erupted from the center of the formation, then disappeared into the black rift in a flash. At the same time, the light emanating from the entire formation faded, and it ceased to function. At this moment, Han was already nowhere to be seen. Master, has Brother Han really been teleported away? Yuan Yao was unable to hide her concern any longer as she turned to the elderly man. Rest assured, Yaoer, the teleportation formation worked extremely well, so he should be back in the spirit realm by now. Within 1,000 years, he'll return to the infernal river again, and you two will be reunited, the elderly man chuckled. He could also sense that Yuan Yao's feeling for Han Li seemed to have gone beyond simple friendship, so there was a suggestive tone to his words. Yuan Yao blushed slightly upon hearing this, but she made no effort to defend herself as she looked up into the sky again. The black rift up above was gradually sealing over, reverting back to a white rift that was slowly blurring again. Yanli wrapped an arm around Yuan Yao's shoulder and smiled as she said, "Let's go back, Junior Marshal Sister. It's just as Senior Jiang says, you'll see him again if fate dictates it to be so. Your cultivation base and powers may not be able to match against fellow Daoist Hans at the moment, but with Senior Jiang as your master, I'm sure you'll have at least matched him by the time he returns." Hee, you're not wrong there. That Han brat is indeed quite an extraordinary cultivator for someone of his cultivation base, but under my tutelage, you're almost guaranteed to progress to the spatial tempering stage, and there's a 40% to 50% that I'll even get you to the body integration stage, the elderly man said in a confident manner. I'll be sure to cultivate to the very best of my abilities, Master. Yuan Yao immediately rid her mind of all unnecessary thoughts and emotions as she extended a grateful bow toward the elderly man. Just as Han Li was teleported out of the infernal river, Lu Zhu, the white-haired beauty, the crimson-robed figure, and the purple blood puppet were situated on a set of plains located countless kilometers away from the grayish-white mountain ranges, struggling to survive amid a sea of insects. There were countless winged centipede-like creatures with hooked tails swarming toward and attacking them from all sides. These strange insects were each around 3 to 4 feet in size, and they were extremely ferocious with no fear for their own safety whatsoever. At this point, Lu Zhu had already transformed into a massive black insect himself, and countless streaks of black light were erupting from his body to puncture the insects around him. The purple blood puppet had already expanded to over 1,000 times its original size at the crimson-robed figure's behest, and it was relentlessly blasting pillars of crimson light out of its 6 eyes. The white-haired beauty had also donned her suit of black armor again, and a sea of green flames was erupting from her war hammer to keep all of the surrounding insects at bay. The demon monarchs clearly held the upper hand, but all 3 of them were extremely frustrated as no matter how many of these strange insects they killed, there was always more to replace them, and it seemed as if there were no end to their numbers. Close to 10 kilometers away, there was a praying mantis-like creature with a human face appraising the battle from afar with a frosty look on its face. In the air above this creature, there was a semi-spherical object around 1,000 feet in diameter, and it was flashing erratically with silver light as countless winged centipede creatures surging toward the demon monarchs in the distance in a frenzy. Han Li looked up into the air to find that the spatial rift that had just ejected him was already sealing over, and in the instant that he cast his gaze toward it, it finally disappeared without a trace, as if it had never even existed in the first place. Even though it was only for an instant, Han Li had caught sight of wisps of black chi escaping from the spatial rift right before it disappeared, then blended into the black mist around him. Could it be that all of the mist here seeped out of that spatial rift? Han Li murmured to himself before inspecting his surroundings again, trying to ascertain his current location. However, he was only able to release his spiritual sense for around 1,000 feet before it immediately recoiled, thereby limiting his sensory range. Han Li raised an eyebrow and stroked his chin as a thought suddenly occurred to him. He brought his hands together before separating them, and azure light flashed between his palms, following which a spirit herb that was several inches in length appeared within his grasp. He raised a hand to hurl the spirit herb into the black mist, and it immediately wilted before being reduced to dust in the instant before it drifted onto the ground below. Black infernal mist. Han Li drew a sharp breath, and he could finally confirm his current location. He had been teleported back to the massive island in the flying spirit race territory, and this vast expanse of black mist was the sea of black infernal mist that he'd refrained from entering when he was last on this island. He had conducted some tests on this black mist to find that the yin qi within it was extremely severe, and that it was able to absorb the spiritual qi within plant life and other living beings. At the time, he was in a hurry to break through his bottleneck, and he was also quite wary of this mist's strange properties, so he never ventured into it. Now, he had no choice as he had been teleported here right after leaving the infernal river. Thinking back to the black qi that had seeped out of the spatial rift, it seemed that the formation of this sea of mist most likely had something to do with the infernal river. However, the yin qi in the infernal river was definitely not as fearsome as that present in this black mist, so there had to be some other constituents that made up this mist. Han Li's eyes flashed as he made his judgment in the blink of an eye. In any case, this was most definitely not the place for a picnic, and it was best to get away from here as quickly as possible. With that in mind, azure light flashed from Han Li's body, and he immediately rose up into the air. However, after rising to altitudes of only several tens of feet, the mist around him suddenly converged toward his body, snuffing out the azure light around and forcing him to plummet toward the ground. There's a flight restriction here. Han Li's heart stirred upon making this observation. He finally understood why the Tianping beings were so wary of this sea of mist, to the extent that no one was stationed on this island. To the Tianping beings who revered the Kunpeng as a divine deity, a flight restriction was naturally extremely dangerous. After all, most of the abilities of flying spirit race beings hinged on their wings. If they were unable to fly, then they would immediately be severely debilitated. That was, of course, only one of the reasons. It was most likely the case that the Tianping beings avoided this place like the plague also due to the aura of the infernal river that seeped out of the spatial rift here. After all, the infernal river was most likely the internal space of the body of a Rahu beast, so the Tianping beings, who possessed the Kunpeng bloodline, would most definitely find this place to be absolutely abhorrent. However, these were all merely assumptions being made by Han Li. Han Li took a step forward, and even though it didn't appear as if he were moving all that quickly, he still covered a distance of 70 to 80 feet in a flash. After a while, he traveled several tens of kilometers, and he was already moving slower than he normally would as a safety precaution. Otherwise, if he were charging through the mist as quickly as he could, he would have covered several hundred kilometers already. He had once skirted around most of the outskirts of this sea of black infernal mist, and even when flying as quickly as he could back them, it had taken him around a month or two to go the entire way around one side. He didn't know where he was currently situated within the sea of mist, but it would most likely take him quite a few days to emerge from this area on foot. As such, Han Li wasn't in a hurry to forge ahead. Instead, he merely progressed at an even pace while considering his trip into the Earth Abyss and the Infernal River. During this adventure, he'd had quite a few perilous experiences and had almost been reduced to a puppet by the demon monarchs, but he'd also secured bountiful rewards. He had learned the true method to use his divine Devilbane lightning from Mu Qing and also secured a vial of 5-colored peacock true blood from her. From Di Shui, he'd obtained the refinement methods for spirit servant puppets, thereby allowing him to master the refinement methods for the 9 Palaces Heavenly Talisman and the Armor Origin Talisman. On top of that, the elderly man with the Jiang surname had passed the new Azure Essence sword art onto him, along with the method to refine the Azure Bamboo Cloud's warm swords again. If he focused enough attention on those 2 things in the future, he'd presumably be able to make his sword formation a lot more powerful. However, none of those things were as valuable as the divine infernal river elixir that had been promised to him. From what he knew of already, this elixir could alter one's constitution, thereby allowing one to absorb more of the world's origin qi than they'd normally be able to. This was an incredible item, and he naturally didn't want to give up on it. With this divine elixir, he'd be saving himself countless years of cultivation. For a cultivator with ordinary aptitude like Hanli, that was definitely something of the utmost importance. The items on the list given to him by the elderly man were all extremely difficult to find, but there was still hope for him if he had a time period of 1,000 years to find 2/3 of the items on the list. With that much time allotted to him, Hanli was relatively confident that he'd be able to achieve such a feat. However, what he had to do now was to return to his cave abode on the island as quickly as possible, then go into seclusion so he could consolidate the rewards that he'd reaped from this trip. Once he reached the pinnacle of the late deity transformation stage, he'd be able to take the black flame pills and attempt to progress to the early spatial tempering stage. During this journey, he'd encountered so many beings at the body integration stage and witnessed them in battle on many occasions. From that experience, he felt as if he'd attained some enlightenment, and was more confident in his ability to break through his next bottleneck. Even though the demon monarchs had refrained from giving him much guidance in cultivation, they were all immensely powerful beings, and just seeing them in action had been an invaluable experience for Hanli. After all, how many deity transformation cultivators could witness battles between body integration stage beings in person? All of these thoughts were rapidly racing through Hanli's mind, and it only took him mere moments to establish his future cultivation plan. He then swept a hand over his storage bracelet, and a jade slip immediately appeared over his palm. He was looking at a young man with a green face and a pair of white curved horns growing on his head. He swept his spiritual sense toward the young man to find that he was a spatial tempering stage being, and the aura he was emanating was rather familiar to Hanli somehow. He quickly traced back through his memories before abruptly exclaiming, "You're luminous beast. Wait, you have a lot of Yin Qi within your body, so you must have used a ghost Dao cultivation art." The young man's expression changed drastically upon hearing this, but a sinister light then appeared in his eyes. "I originally intended to let you go, but seeing as you've identified my origins, you won't be getting away from here alive." The young man then abruptly opened his mouth to blast forth a gust of grey Yin winds that swept directly toward Hanli. He was clearly trying to kill Hanli in order to silence him forever. Hanli was initially regretting the fact that he'd blurted out the young man's origins, but seeing as the young man wanted to engage him in battle, a smile appeared on his face instead. He merely stood still on the spot, but the grey light around his body swelled drastically before revolving around Hanli, sweeping aside all of the oncoming gusts of Yin winds. A flash of astonishment appeared in the young man's eyes upon seeing this, but he immediately slapped a hand onto his own head, upon which his twin horns detached themselves from his body, then transformed into a pair of shimmering white scimitars that landed in his grasp. With the new weapons, the young man seemed to have been injected with a surge of confidence, and he stomped a foot into the ground, charging toward Hanli at an incredible speed, leaving a trail of afterimages in his wake. The young man was seen to be intent on challenging Hanli in melee combat, and a peculiar look flashed through Hanli's eyes upon seeing this. Instead of taking any evasive measures, brilliant golden light suddenly erupted from his body as he stood still on the spot. A layer of golden scales appeared over his skin, and at the same time, a golden projection with 3 heads and 6 arms surfaced behind him. The young man faltered slightly upon seeing the projection and scales that Hanli had conjured, but he didn't slow down in the slightest as he slashed his twin sabers through the air toward Hanli. A pair of black saber formations instantly hurtled forth in a cross formation. As soon as these saber projections appeared, all of the nearby black mist surged toward them in a frenzy. The 2 saber projections instantly swelled to around twice their original size before reaching Hanli in the blink of an eye. Hanli's eyelids twitched as his hands blurred slightly, and a pair of golden longswords suddenly appeared in his grasp. With a flick of his wrists, he slashed his longswords toward the saber projections in a merciless manner. A loud thunderclap erupted as golden arcs of lightning coiled around the long swords. As soon as the black saber projections clashed with the golden lightning, the former was instantly vanquished, much to the shock of the young man. In contrast, a cold smile appeared on Han Li's face. The saber projections unleashed by his opponent clearly contained a lot of devilish chi. Otherwise, even his azure bamboo cloud's warm swords wouldn't have been able to take care of them so easily. Seeing as this was the case, this young man was essentially committing suicide through his decision to challenge Han Li. With that in mind, Han Li flapped the five-colored translucent wing on his back, sending forth a burst of five-colored light before the young man had recovered from his astonishment. The light was extremely bright and piercing, as if a five-colored sun had surfaced from within Han Li's body. Arg! The young man reflexively closed his eyes in the face of such scintillating light, and at the same time, he knew that he was in a perilous situation, so he stomped both feet violently into the ground and shot back like an arrow, retreating even faster than he'd come. At this moment, a thunderclap erupted from within the five-colored light, following which an arc of azure and white lightning flashed behind the young man, and Han Li abruptly appeared out of thin air. He then slashed his two long swords toward his opponent with devastating force. The young man's eyes were still closed and his spiritual sense was slightly delayed in its reaction, but such a blatant attack certainly couldn't escape his notice. As such, he immediately tossed his twin sabers behind him, and they shot forth as two streaks of black light. He then made a hand seal, and the muscles on his body instantly disappeared, revealing a translucent white jade-like skeleton. The skeleton tremored before releasing a white barrier of light that completely shielded its body within. Han Li's long sword came crashing down amid a couple of thunderclaps, only to be kept at bay by the streaks of black light formed by the twin sabers. Han Li didn't find this to be strange or unexpected in the slightest. Instead, he'd be surprised if a pair of weapons manifested from a spatial tempering stage demon beast's body didn't possess this much power. He had never intended or hoped to kill this demon beast with this pair of flying swords alone. In the instant that he'd lashed out with his swords, the Provenance True Devil projection swung its 6 arms through the air, and countless fist projections immediately blossomed like golden lotus flowers before crashing toward the white light barrier like a torrential downpour. Each and every one of the seemingly ordinary fist projections were imbued with Han Li's immense inhuman strength, and this overwhelming storm of attacks was something that had been unleashed through brute force alone. In the instant the white barrier of light was struck by the fist projections, the seemingly resolute barrier immediately began to tremor violently before quickly being shattered by the devastating fist projections. All of this had taken place in only the blink of an eye, and only then did the demon beast twist around before opening its eyes. He also had to refine the wisp of spiritual sense contained within the Tianping relic as quickly as possible so he could obtain the true dragon and heavenly phoenix mantras enclosed within the 12 awakening transformations. After that, he'd be able to fuse those true spirit bloods into his body. As for the new sword art and the reinforcement of his flying swords, that was also an urgent matter that had to be taken care of as soon as possible. With that in mind, Han Li made his way toward his secret chamber while laying a hand on the back of his own head. A ball of black light immediately shot forth from the back of his own head before transforming into a miniature black humanoid figure that was several inches tall. It was none other than his second nascent soul. He then rustled both sleeves to summon his weeping soul beast and leopard Kirin beast. Han Li waved a hand toward the three of them with a smile on his face, then tossed the mysterious small vial toward the second nascent soul before departing on his own. The second nascent soul caught the small vial, also with a smile on its face, and only after Han Li had disappeared around the corner did it deliver a few instructions to the two beasts, then slowly fly away toward another direction. Brilliant gray light erupted from that hole, and this was only a secret technique that Han Li had mastered after progressing to a certain cultivation base, as well as completely refining this mountain to the extent that it was almost an extension of his own body. Prior to cultivating the 100 Meridian Refinement Mantra or even before he'd left the massive island, he'd have most likely been unable to accomplish this. The stone block was drawn into the hole that appeared on the mountain by the gray threads, and the impact of the collision made the divine essence-fused mountain tremor before flying back for several tens of feet, then thudding heavily onto the ground. Following another astonishing dull thump, even the restriction light barrier around the secret chamber tremored violently, and the base of the mountain had sunk around a foot into the ground. The divine essence-fused mountain was quite heavy in itself, and their combined weight had finally become too much for the floor to handle. Thankfully, the entire secret chamber had been fortified by Hanli with restrictions in advance, so it wasn't going to actually completely collapse. At this moment, Hanli was looking at the hole on the side of the divine essence-fused mountain with a peculiar look on his face. He made a hand seal before opening his mouth, and a ball of silver flames shot forth from within. As soon as the fireball emerged out of his mouth, it transformed into a fire raven, then also plunged headfirst into the hole on the divine essence-fused mountain at his behest. Hanli then immediately flicked his wrist to hurl his storage bracelet through the air, and it shimmered with spiritual light before summoning a series of vials, jars, and wooden boxes that appeared on the ground before Hanli. Hanli swept his spiritual sense toward these containers, and all of their lids flew off to reveal all types of tool refinement materials, most of which were extremely rare materials that were very difficult to find. Most of them were secured using a large number of spirit stones and spirit medicines in Deep Heaven City, while the rest had been obtained in the human world and from the Tianping race. Hanli inspected these materials and immediately found the ones he needed. He swept a sleeve through the air, and a swath of azure light surged forth, sweeping up a dozen or so types of materials in its wake before sending all of them into the hole on the small mountain. A delightful cry then erupted within the hole, following which silver light flashed from within along with a burst of scorching heat, causing the nearby air to warp and blur. Hanli adopted a serious expression as he raised a hand, and a burst of gray light appeared at the center of his palm. The divine essence-fused mountain seemed to have resonated with him as it also lit up with gray light, and the hole on the side of the mountain slowly sealed over while the scorching heat also disappeared. Having made his decision, Hanli naturally no longer hesitated. He flipped a palm over, and the jade slip that the elderly man had given him appeared in his hand. On this occasion, he was going to study the refinement method for the flying swords before he worked on the sword art. He had already briefly read through the refinement method last time, but this was an important matter, so Hanli naturally had to read it again in detail. A short while later, Hanli withdrew his spiritual sense from the jade slip and narrowed his eyes slightly in contemplation. According to the jade slip, if he wanted to rid his flying swords of impurities, there were 3 methods he could employ. The simplest of those methods required no extra materials. He simply had to use his nascent soul flames to slowly refine all of the non-wood attribute materials in the flying swords. That was the simplest method and also one that incurred the least amount of risk. However, all of the materials in his flying swords had already fused as one, and it would take an extremely long time to refine them in such a way. In fact, even 3 or 4 centuries may not be enough. During this process, he'd have to constantly be using his nascent soul flames, so he'd be significantly hampering his own cultivation. As such, Hanli decided against this method almost immediately. The second method was to use a cultivation art known as the 9-flame metal melting art. If he could collect several types of special fire attribute pills, then go into seclusion for around 70 to 80 years, he'd be able to use this cultivation art along with the power within those pills to forcibly rid the azure bamboo cloud's warm swords of their impurities. However, this was an extremely risky method, and it would also harm some of the wood attribute materials in the flying swords. Furthermore, the fire attribute pills required were quite rare and not that easy to collect. At the time, the elderly man was preparing to use this method to refine Hanli's flying swords for him in exchange for golden lightning bamboo, but Hanli had not been a fan of this essentially self-mutilating method. As such, there was only one final method left, and it was also seemingly the most implausible and time-consuming one. The elderly man had enclosed a message stating that this method was only something that he theorized would work, but had never actually tried it himself. However, if one were to follow the instructions closely, they should have a good chance of success. Furthermore, if success were to be achieved, the rewards reaped would also be quite staggering. This method involved a process that was known as planting swords. The process consisted of finding some spirit seedlings, then planting them in a place with abundant spiritual chi. After that, the flying swords had to be sealed within these seedlings, and as the seedlings grew, all of the materials in the sword would gradually be converted into wood attribute materials due to the wood attribute spiritual chi of the spirit trees themselves. As such, there'd be no need to rid the flying swords of anything. Once the spirit trees reached full maturity, the flying swords would have been nurtured by wood attribute spiritual chi for a long time. As a result, not only would this process not harm the swords, it would make them pure to an incredible degree. Even though that wouldn't significantly enhance the power of the swords, it would make it a lot easier for Hanli to attain oneness with his swords. Of course, the elderly man didn't employ such a brilliant method due to a fatal flaw. It simply took too long. It would take a far longer time than the previous two methods to achieve this method, as spirit trees had to grow bit by bit. Even the most ordinary of spirit trees required at least 1,000 years of nurturing care to reach full maturity. During this time, not only could these flying swords not be used at all, it also had to be ensured that none of the spirit trees died. Otherwise, all of the prior efforts would go to waste. Even if one were to replant the flying sword into another spirit tree, the damage would already be irreversible. As for how long was required for this process, there were no specific guidelines. However, one thing was for certain: the longer a sword was planted and the more precious the spirit tree was, the greater the degree of purity of the flying sword following the procedure. Hanli was ecstatic to see this method, and he immediately decided to use it. This method would perhaps be next to impossible for other people, but it was perfect for him, seeing as he could accelerate the growth of plants. With his small vial to assist him, myriad-year spirit trees could be nurtured with no issues at all. However, he was rather skeptical about whether this method was actually feasible. However, he didn't have to expend a lot of time to complete the process, so he decided to give it a try first. If it didn't work, then he could switch to one of the other two methods. Having made his decision, Hanli rustled a sleeve, and a green jade box appeared. The lid of the box flew off to reveal a seemingly ordinary section of bamboo that had a few roots hanging off one end. This was none other than the small section of golden lightning bamboo that Hanli had intentionally kept after refining his flying swords. Even though this wasn't explicitly stated in instructions within the jade slip, it could only be better to plant the swords into a spirit tree that was the same as their main constituent material. Furthermore, he had learned from the elderly man that the leaves of the golden lightning bamboo could be used to refine the golden devil vanquishing lightning, so it certainly couldn't hurt to harvest some of those leaves as well. Thus, Hanli summoned his second nascent soul again before handing the wooden box and a flying sword over to it. He was going to experiment with just a single sword first. If the process did indeed prove to be viable, he'd then mass-produce golden lightning bamboo and plant the rest of his swords into them. After the second nascent soul departed, Hanli closed his eyes to meditate for a while before opening his eyes again and producing a small white vial. He raised his neck and dripped a drop of true toad liquid into his mouth to finally begin his true cultivation. Treasures and cultivation arts were certainly fantastic, but without sufficient magic power to support them, they would hardly be very useful. Hanli had been well aware of this all along. He made a hand seal, and golden light shimmered all over his body as the true devil projection appeared again. Each of its 6 golden arms made a profound hand seal, and the projection also sat down in a cross-legged manner as if it were also going to cultivate. At the same time that golden light flashed from Hanli's body, a halo of golden light also appeared around the projection. This massive halo of light enshrouded the entire projection, and countless golden runes were surging forth relentlessly from the projection's hands, then disappearing into its body. Meanwhile, Hanli sat expressionlessly with a layer of golden scales over his body, and spiritual light swirling over the surface of his skin, giving off quite a mysterious image. Days turned into months, and months turned into years, but the doors of the secret chamber remained firmly shut throughout this entire time. During this period, the second nascent soul would control a giant ape puppet's body to occasionally appear in the medicine garden before quickly disappearing. The mid-grade demon beasts of the hidden Black Mountains also visited on several occasions, bringing with them large amounts of precious materials exchanged for wood bud flowers. All of them wore grim expressions each time, thinking that the supply of wood bud flowers surely had to be rapidly depleting, but the second nascent soul only had to nurture some wood bud flowers from time to time in order to continue facilitating these exchanges. In the process, the weeping soul beast transformed into Han Li's appearance to placate these demon beasts, thereby managing to convince them that Han Li was seeing them in person. The demon beasts were naturally quite relieved that Han Li was able to continue supplying wood bud flowers. Time passed by in a flash, and over 100 years flew by in the blink of an eye. No major events took place on the island during this time, and it seemed that this period of peace would continue for the foreseeable future. However, one day, an extremely astonishing phenomenon suddenly appeared in the air above Han Li's cave abode. Loud thunderclaps erupted overhead, following which white spiritual clouds appeared out of thin air, then converged toward the summit of the mountain. Countless specks of light of different colors also began to rise into the air from all of the mountains within a radius of thousands of kilometers. After rising to a certain altitude, these specks of light swelled before bursting like bubbles, creating swaths of five-colored light that then surged toward Han Li's cave abode. Within 10 minutes, layer up layer of dense five-colored light had enshrouded the entire mountain that Han Li was situated in, yet another phenomenon appeared in the air above. The white spiritual clouds up above converged to form a massive cloud ring, at the center of which gusts of fierce azure winds were taking shape. The five-colored light down below was swept up into the cloud ring, then torn apart before fusing together again. As the winds grew fiercer, the more and more five-colored spiritual light was swept up into the sky, and in the azure winds were converted into all types of different colors. However, the five-colored light surging from all directions didn't cease in the slightest, and the films of light around the giant mountain down below became even denser than before. Such astonishing scenes naturally attracted all of the attention of the beasts and demon beasts within the hidden Black Mountain ranges. The immense spiritual pressure from the phenomena alone was enough to force normal beasts to the ground as they trembled uncontrollably with fear, and even the normally ferocious beasts were completely petrified and powerless. Some low-grade and mid-grade demon beasts that had attained intelligence hurriedly flew toward Han Li's cave abode, yet all of them seemed to have encountered an invisible barrier thousands of kilometers away from the phenomena, thereby preventing them from advancing any further. All of them were forced to look on at the gargantuan cloud ring and five-colored mountain from afar with panic in their eyes. The cow-headed beast, the three-headed giant python, and all of the other demon beasts that had made deals with Han Li also appeared in the nearby area. If that man becomes a great spirit general, then won't he also have the ability to get rid of our slave marks? The three-headed giant python exclaimed with elation. A hint of anticipation also flashed through the cow-headed beast's eyes, but that quickly disappeared as a wry smile appeared on its face. Theoretically, yes, but why would he help us? Our senior in the black infernal mist is most likely either dead or has abandoned us. In any case, we haven't been able to get in contact with him for over 100 years. If we don't give this a try, then our lives will truly be under threat, the golden ape said in a grave voice. So what do you two suggest? The cow-headed beast asked. If that man really can successfully progress, then why don't we offer him that treasure so he can lift the restrictions on us? the giant ape suggested. That item is extremely important for our future progression. Are we just going to hand it over to someone else? What if he takes the treasure, but doesn't lift our restrictions? That would be a disaster, the cow-headed beast said in a hesitant voice. What's the point of having such a treasure if we're going to lose our lives? This man may not be a being of the same race as us, but he's been quite fair during the exchanges that we've had with him, so he most likely won't revoke any promises. I will admit that there's some risk involved, but we'll regret it in the future if we don't try to take this opportunity. This man is an outsider, so who knows how much longer he'll stay here for. The giant python was growing rather agitated, and it slammed its massive tail into the ground, smashing a crater into the soil that was several feet deep. The golden ape nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Seeing as both of you support this course of action, then I'm also willing to take this risk. However, let's wait and see if this man succeeds in his breakthrough for now. If he fails, then we won't be able to do anything anyway, the cow-headed beast sighed. The other two beasts naturally nodded in agreement, and their discussion ceased as all three of them looked on toward the phenomena taking place in the distance with concern in their eyes. At this moment, the white cloud ring above the five-colored giant mountain was slowly expanding outward, seemingly at a slow rate, but that was only because it was so massive already. In reality, it was proliferating at a startling rate, and it was soon big enough to fit around the entire giant mountain. As the cloud ring expanded, the winds within it also became more fierce and impossible to withstand. The five-colored light down below was sucked upward by the gale-force winds at an astonishing rate, and the films of light over the giant mountain gradually thinned out. After such a long time, the specks of five-colored light converging toward the giant mountain had also begun to lessen. The spiritual light manifested from the world's origin chief finally gathered in one place before being swept up into the cloud ring by the fierce winds. The entire underside of the giant cloud ring gave off the appearance of a huge five-colored bowl. When the final layer of light disappeared from around the mountain, the winds suddenly ceased, and the entire cloud ring fell silent with only five-colored light shimmering incessantly within it. It was as if the calm before the storm had arrived. All of a sudden, a loud dragon roar erupted from deep within the mountain, and golden light flashed at its summit before the giant golden projection with 3 heads and 6 arms appeared. The projection was over 10,000 feet, and it was as if it were an actual being. The projection slowly raised its 3 heads to reveal 2 balls of piercing golden light on each of its blurry and indistinct faces. Those balls of light opened up to form pairs of completely emotionless eyes that looked up at the cloud ring in unison. All of a sudden, the 3 heads swayed together, and 3 long cries rang out once again in a relentless manner, like rumbling lightning that echoed throughout the entire heavens. The normal beasts in the distance only grew more petrified as a result, but exhibited no other symptoms. However, the demon beasts that already possessed demonic power were suddenly struck an intense ringing in their ears, and it was as if their spiritual sense had been plunged into a turbulent ocean, making it impossible for them to formulate any coherent thoughts. The long cry unleashed by the giant projection dragged on for as long as 10 minutes before abruptly coming to a halt. After that, each of the 6 arms made a hand seal, and following a few muffled thumps, spiritual light flashed in the surrounding area, and 4 more projections appeared, each of which was only half the size of the original one. These consisted of a massive azure bird, a 5-colored peacock, a 5-clawed golden wirm, and a huge rainbow phoenix. As soon as these true spirit projections appeared, each of them let loose their customary cries and began to fly in the air around the original golden projection. Light suddenly flashed from 2 of the projection's 3 blurry faces, and they instantly became clearer as both of them took on Han Li's set of ordinary facial features. Golden light was flashing in the eyes on those 2 faces, and both of them wore grim expressions. For some reason, the final head remained quite blurry and indistinct, making it impossible for one to glean its facial features. One of the faces let loose a loud roar, and the 4 true spirit projections faltered before flying toward the massive golden projections. Spiritual light flashed, and all 4 projections disappeared in the blink of an eye. The original golden projection shuddered before swinging its 6 arms through the air, and its body began to expand drastically amid swirling golden light once again. Within moments, it had grown significantly taller than even the massive mountain beneath it, and it was almost able to reach up and extend its hands directly into the light within the cloud ring. Right at this moment, bursts of Buddhist chants rang out from one of the heads that had taken on Han Li's facial features, following which all 6 arms pointed up into the sky in unison. The cloud ring that had become completely motionless suddenly sprang to life again. Spiritual light flashed, and the giant cloud ring descended soundlessly, encircling the entire massive projection within, descending all the way down to the projection's waist before finally stopping. It then began to rotate around the projection's body. A peculiar scene then ensued. The 5-colored light within the cloud ring surged into the projection in a frenzy, and as a result, the body of the projection took on a vibrant rainbow hue as opposed to its original golden color. During this process, the projection's body was trembling uncontrollably as agonized expressions appeared on both sets of its faces. It was as if the more 5-colored light was being injected into its body, the more pain it had to suffer. Furthermore, the rate of influx of this 5-colored light was quite astonishing. After just a few moments, all of the light within the cloud ring had disappeared without a trace. The projection then let loose a loud cry, and the white cloud ring around it also disintegrated into hundreds of balls of white light that hovered in the nearby area. At this moment, the 3 heads opened their mouths in unison to blast forth bursts of golden light that swept these balls of light into their stomach. After doing all that, the pain on the faces of the projections eased significantly, but its body suddenly began to shrink. In the blink of an eye, the mountainous projection had transformed into a normal-sized human being with layers of 5-colored light over its body. The humanoid figure sat down in the air above the mountain with its legs crossed while making a hand seal, and he hovered there in a completely motionless manner. The astonishing spiritual pressure and phenomena had all disappeared, and it was as if everything had gone back to normal. Only then did the beasts and demon beasts in the distance slowly return to their senses. The normal beasts struggled to their feet before letting loose a few panicked cries and fleeing back to their nests and lairs as quickly as they could, not even daring to sneak a glance back at the massive mountain. All of the demon beasts also fled into the distance as if they'd just survived an extremely perilous ordeal. The trio of mid-grade demon beasts were faring slightly better than the other beasts and demon beasts, yet they were also only able to barely remain standing. At this moment, the golden ape asked in an anxious voice, "What happened? Did he succeed?" The cow-headed beast seemed to be the most knowledgeable among the trio, and it said in a slow voice, "I don't know. The breakthrough process most likely still hasn't concluded yet. The phenomenon that we witnessed earlier was just him absorbing the nearby world's origin chi. Everything appears to have settled down now, but don't be fooled, this is the key moment for his breakthrough." The 3-headed giant python and the golden ape were both slightly surprised to hear this as they cast their eyes toward the giant mountain again. "Let's go. It'll take him quite a while to break through his bottleneck. At least a few days will pass and we might even have to wait months for the final result, so if we stay here for too long, we might irk him and accomplish the opposite of what we intended," the cow-headed beast continued. The other 2 demon beasts' hearts stirred upon hearing this, and they immediately nodded in agreement. Thus, the 3 demon beasts flew away into the opposite direction as gusts of demonic winds. After a while, they disappeared without a trace into the distance. Meanwhile, the humanoid figure sitting in mid-air atop the giant mountain had his eyes closed the entire time, as if he'd seen nothing and knew nothing. 1 day, 2 days, 5 days, 10 days. 2 months passed by, yet the humanoid figure hovering above the mountain remained completely stationary. The only difference was that the 5-colored light barrier around him was growing more and more dazzling. The mid-grade demon beasts had snuck back to check on Hanli on a few occasions during this time, and all of them found this to be quite intriguing. At the same time, they were all quite perplexed by what was happening. During this period, there were the occasional beasts that had forgotten about the phenomena that had taken place here not long ago and ventured within 50 kilometers of the giant mountain. All of them then disappeared amid a burst of white mist. A gargantuan restriction had been set up around the entire massive mountain, and the closer one drew to the center of the restriction, the more powerful it seemed to become. After another half a month, the humanoid figure within the light barrier suddenly shuddered, and the five-colored light around his body swirled before he finally opened his eyes. A long cry then erupted from his mouth. The cry didn't contain any power or abilities, it was merely an expression of elation. Moments later, the cry cut off, and the humanoid figure rose to his feet before swinging both arms through the air, and the five-colored light barrier around him disintegrated into specks of spiritual light. Immediately thereafter, he made a hand seal, and a pair of wings appeared on his back before he disappeared following a loud thunderclap. Deep within the giant mountain, an azure and white arc of lightning flashed within the secret chamber of the cave abode, and Hanli appeared with an elated look on his face. With the assistance of the true toad spirit liquid complementing the arduous cultivation that he'd engaged in for over a century, he had finally reached the pinnacle of the deity transformation stage and also completely refined the wisp of spiritual sense within the Tianpeng relic. Thus, he obtained the methods to refine the true dragon and heavenly phoenix true spirit bloods. Thus, he naturally immediately fused those two types of spirit blood into his body, thereby mastering the true dragon and heavenly phoenix transformations. At that point, both Hanli's body and magic power had reached an incredible level that stood at the very pinnacle of what was possible for deity transformation cultivators. At the same time, the azure shifting fruit core had also been nurtured into several azure shifting fruit trees. With this fruit as the main ingredient, Hanli finally refined over 10 heaven-shifting pills after several failures. With everything ready, Hanli finally prepared to progress to the spatial tempering stage with the assistance of his 3 black flame pills and 3 heaven-shifting pills. During the process, Hanli had been quite lucky in that 2 of his 3 heaven-shifting pills took effect, enhancing the effects of the 2 accompanying black flame pills by 20% to 30%. Under such optimistic circumstances, Hanli spent several months and was finally able to activate the world's origin chi in a vast area around him before injecting it into his own body, thereby progressing to the spatial tempering stage in what was an extremely smooth and flawless breakthrough. Both his magic power and spiritual sense had more than doubled as a result of his breakthrough, but that wasn't the most significant difference that Hanli was experiencing. At this moment, he was hovering in mid-air within his secret chamber with his eyes closed, sensing everything around him. In the past, the world's origin chi had been rather indistinct and elusive to him, but it had since become extremely clear, as if he could gather it in his palm and grab it like a physical object. Seeing as that was the case, he really did raise a hand and make a grabbing motion. A spluttering sound rang out as 5 streaks of translucent light shot forth from his fingertips. Immediately thereafter, specks of spiritual light flashed in the nearby area, and countless rice-sized specks of 5-colored light appeared, then disappeared into the streaks of translucent light in a flash. Brilliant light then erupted from those streaks of light, following which a massive translucent 5-colored hand appeared out of thin air. I see. After progressing to the spatial tempering stage, my control of the world's origin chi has improved significantly compared to when I was at the deity transformation stage, Hanli murmured to himself. At the deity transformation stage, he could only just barely sense the world's origin chi and use it for extremely basic functions. Only now had he truly mastered the world's origin chi. With this significantly improved mastery of the world's origin chi, any ability or technique that he unleashed would become a lot more powerful than before. The abilities that relied solely on borrowing the power of the world's origin chi would presumably become even more fearsome, perhaps even enhanced to several times their original power. Han Li opened his eyes as a pleased look appeared on his face. He swept an arm through the air, and the massive translucent hand before him immediately disappeared. Han Li then slowly descended onto the ground below. He cast his gaze toward a corner of the secret chamber, which was where the divine essence fused mountain had been sitting for over 100 years. Even though he'd already used the 100 Meridian Refinement Mantra to completely fuse the divine essence fused mountain with his hand, the newly added stone blocks were yet to be refined using this mantra, thus resulting in its immense weight being unaccounted for. It appeared that if he wanted to use the mountain as easily as he could in the past, he'd have to refine it with the mantra again. With that in mind, Han Li immediately began the process. He sat down with his legs crossed, carrying his arm with his other hand as golden light flashed above his head. An azure nascent soul abruptly emerged from the top of his head, wearing a solemn expression with golden and azure light shimmering around its body. The nascent soul immediately made a hand seal before opening its little mouth to expel a wisp of azure flames, which struck the hand in which the mountain was sealed. The palm was inky black and instantly enshrouded by the flames unleashed by the nascent soul. Han Li closed his eyes while golden light flashed from behind him, and the Provenance True Devil projection appeared once again. It was also seated with its legs crossed while making hand seals, but this projection was clearly a lot more substantial than what Han Li had been capable of summoning in the past. From a distance, the projection appeared to be a real golden statue. Thus, Han Li used the 100 Meridian Refinement Mantra to refine the divine essence fused mountain again, and that took the better part of a year. Thankfully, it had already been refined once before, and this process was only to refine the stone blocks that had been melted into the mountain. Otherwise, it would have undoubtedly taken a lot more time. On this day, the flames erupting from the nascent soul's mouth ceased, following which spiritual light flashed from its body, and it disappeared on the spot. Han Li withdrew his hand seal and concluded the refinement process. It was impossible to complete the refinement process in such a short time, but at the very least, his arm was no longer unbearably heavy. As for the rest of the process, that would consist of the mountain slowly being assimilated with his hand again, and that would be an extremely lengthy process. Han Li flexed his arm and set it through a range of motions without any difficulty, and a pleased look appeared on his face. Right at this moment, Han Li suddenly furrowed his brows as he rose to his feet before making his way over to the door. The heavy stone door opened of its own accord, and Han Li swayed before appearing outside the secret chamber. There was a miniature black humanoid figure hovering in mid-air outside, appraising Han Li with a smile. It was none other than his second nascent soul. Han Li didn't say anything as he made a hand seal, and the second nascent soul disappeared into his head as a streak of black light. Thus, Han Li was able to instantly get a grasp on what had happened during the past century. Those demon beasts want to see me. A peculiar look appeared on Han Li's face as he opened his eyes. He didn't delay any longer as he immediately strode toward the hall. After a few turns, Han Li appeared at the entrance to the hall, and the sound of conversation could be heard coming from within. Han Li raised an eyebrow before making his way into the hall, and the conversation immediately ceased as everyone in the hall turned to him with dumbstruck expressions on their faces. Han Li swept his gaze across the hall to discover four demon beasts. They were none other than the cow-headed beast, the golden ape, the three-headed giant python, and the massive demonic pig with whom he'd exchanged wood-bud flowers with. On the main seat within the hall sat a smiling azure-robed man. It was a second Han Li. As soon as the seated Han Li saw Han Li entering the room, he rose to his feet with a serious expression before extending a deep bow. Congratulations on your successful breakthrough, Master. You've been working quite hard as well during this period of time, I see. Han Li had already learned everything from the second nascent soul, so he wasn't very surprised by what he was witnessing. He merely nodded before waving a hand toward Hanli. "I've only done what's expected of me, Master. However, we have an important matter on our hands that will need to be attended to by Master in person," Hanli replied in a respectful manner before turning to the flabbergasted demon beasts with an amused smile. Brilliant black light then flashed from his body, and he instantly transformed into a small monkey that was around half a foot tall before springing toward Hanli. Hanli swept a sleeve through the air, and the small monkey immediately disappeared into it. "All right, you can tell me why you're here now." Hanli strode forward and sat down on the main seat that the weeping soul beast had been sitting in before turning to the four demon beasts. "If you're willing to offer something like this to me, you must have a big favor to ask of me, right? This fruit is indeed rather useful to me, so I'll listen to what you have to say," Hanli said in an unhurried manner as he narrowed his eyes. The four demon beasts glanced at one another upon seeing this, and in the end, it was still the cow-headed beast that spoke on their behalf. "Seeing as you've seen through intentions, then we won't hide anything any longer. The four of us are in grave danger, and you're our only hope, Senior," the cow-headed beast said with a beseeching look on its face. However, Hanli remained completely expressionless and merely looked on in an indifferent manner. The beast could only force an awkward smile onto its face as it continued in a careful manner. "As you know, the four of us are required to present offerings to the Tianping race at regular intervals. However, the supply of items required for those offerings is quickly dwindling within these mountain ranges, and there'll be none left in around 1,000 years. Hence, we came here in the hope that you'd help rid us of our slave marks to grant us freedom so we'll no longer be trapped on this island. If you agree to our request, not only are we willing to offer up this blood apricot, we'll also be willing to give you all of the precious items we've found during our years on this island. Our cultivation bases are quite pitiful, but we have some talent in treasure hunting, so you won't be disappointed, Senior." "Slave marks. I was wondering why you were so obedient and didn't flee from the island, so the Tianping race really did place restrictions on all of you. Let me have a look at the slave marks first." Hanli's expression changed slightly as he suddenly raised a hand before making a grabbing motion. A streak of golden light swept forth from his fingers, and before the cow-headed beast had a chance to react, it was drawn toward Hanli by a burst of suction force that rendered it completely unable to control its own body. The beast let loose a cry of surprise before instantly being drawn to several feet away from Hanli, where it hovered in mid-air, completely immobilized. The three other demon beasts were all given a fright, and they backed away with fearful and wary looks in their eyes. However, Hanli didn't even take a single glance at them and only continued to do what he was doing. Blue light flashed within his eyes, and his spiritual sense immediately seeped into the demon beast's body as he began to search for the slave mark. Only then did the other three demon beasts understand Hanli's intentions, and all of them heaved internal sighs of relief as they looked on with anticipation and elation in their eyes. All of a sudden, a peculiar look appeared on Hanli's face, and he chuckled as he raised both arms. He flicked his 10 fingers in quick succession, and a series of translucent azure threads shot forth from his fingertips, all of which disappeared into the beast's body in a flash. In the next instant, the cauldron appeared in the air above the crimson flames, rotating in mid-air as it was illuminated by the scorching fire. Hanli chanted something and made a hand seal before casting an incantation seal toward the azure cauldron. The cauldron then shrank and swelled erratically before plummeting straight downward, descending onto the hole in a tight fit and concealing all of the crimson flames beneath it. Hanli exhaled upon seeing this before sweeping a hand over the storage bracelet on his wrist, and azure light flashed as a jade box appeared. He carefully removed the lid of the box to reveal several purple fruits, each of which was around the size of a fist. The fruits were all very round and supple, seemingly filled with translucent fruit juices, and emanating a peculiar alluring aroma. Each fruit possessed a core in the form of an extremely lifelike miniature dragon, creating quite a mesmerizing sight to behold. These were none other than the zoysia dragon fruits that Hanli had obtained during his trip to the Wood Tribe territory. The rising dragon pills refined using this precious fruit was extremely effective for cultivation progression for early spatial tempering and mid-spatial tempering cultivators. Hanli had now reached the spatial tempering stage, so he was naturally going to begin refining this pill. However, this was the first time he'd ever seen a spirit pill with such a difficult refinement process. Just the ingredients required to refine this pill had to be refined on their own, and that would take the better part of a month. Thankfully, zoysia dragon fruits also took an extremely long time to mature, requiring roughly 30,000 to reach maturity. He was too busy accelerating the growth of his golden lightning bamboo and azure shifting fruit earlier, thereby neglecting the zoysia dragon fruits, so he'd have to wait a few years for them to mature. With that in mind, Hanli stowed the zoysia dragon fruits away before making a grabbing motion toward one of the nearby wooden shelves. A dozen or so vials and jars immediately came flying toward him. Hanli stayed in the pill refinement chamber for half a month. When he emerged again, he entered his secret chamber to consolidate his new cultivation base. Of course, at the same time, he began studying the Spring Dawn sword formation. During this time, the 4 demon beasts returned to offer up a bunch of valuable materials and ingredients, all of which were quite valuable, but most of them were not very useful to Hanli at the moment. The gifts were naturally accepted by the Weeping Soul Beast in Hanli's stead, and the 4 demon beasts were unable to verify the authenticity of this Hanli, but they were still extremely respectful and expressed their gratitude once again. Following the instructions from the second nascent soul, the Weeping Soul Beast accepted all of the items before seeing off the 4 demon beasts. As for what they did from here onward, that was not something for Hanli to be concerned about. 10 full minutes passed, but the 2 specks of light remained completely stationary on the light screen, showing no intention of approaching Hanli's cave abode, but seemingly not in a hurry to leave either. Hanli was becoming more bewildered by the minute. It was quite clear that these 2 fearsome beings weren't targeting him. Otherwise, they would have flown here as soon as their spiritual sense had swept over his cave abode. However, they weren't departing either, which suggested that they weren't just passing through. As such, Hanli was truly perplexed. With their cultivation bases, they clearly wouldn't just appear here for no reason to have a chat. Who knew if these 2 were friend or foe? At present, the 2 of them were only several thousand kilometers away from his cave abode, and they could even attack him from this distance. With that in mind, Hanli was growing quite concerned. Furthermore, the bone-chilling sensation that he'd been struck with when their spiritual sense had swept through this place was extremely unsettling, particularly when he didn't know their objective. He pondered the situation with a grave expression, then looked down at the formation beneath his feet, and he finally made up his mind as he gritted his teeth. He pointed a finger toward the bronze mirror atop the stone platform, and the mirror tremored slightly before slowly rising up into the air and radiating piercing silver light. At the same time, Hanli began to chant something before opening his mouth to expel a ball of blood essence. The ball of blood essence exploded around a foot away from the mirror, transforming into a cloud of crimson mist that enshrouded the mirror within. Silver light flashed on the surface of the mirror, instantly absorbing the blood mist. The shimmering silver mirror instantly took on a vibrant red color, following which the silver light screen disappeared, only to be replaced by a swath of 5-colored light. An incredible scene ensued. In the instant that the 5-colored light formed another light screen, bursts of white spiritual mist emanated from its surface. The mist tumbled and surged before forming an extremely clear image. Everything within the image was manifested from mist, and aside from the fact that they were several times smaller than in real life, they were all extremely lifelike and realistic. Hanli peered into the image, and his pupils abruptly contracted. The setting in the image was very familiar. It was the area near a certain small mountain located quite close to the edge of the sea of black infernal mist. There were two beings from different foreign races standing beside one another atop the mountain. At first glance, the two of them appeared to be rather similar in appearance to humans. One of them was a tall and broad handsome young man who appeared to be in his 30s with a shimmering silver horn on his head. The other being had crimson hair reaching all the way down to his waist with a pair of dead fish eyes and faint fish scales on his face. This being wore a set of green beast hide clothing. The two of them were currently looking into the sea of black infernal mist and discussing something among themselves. The image being manifested from the white mist couldn't broadcast any sound, so Hanli couldn't hear what was being said. However, his heart immediately sank at the sight of these two beings, who were clearly not from the flying spirit race. If they were flying spirit beings, then he could appear before them as a holy disciple of the Tianping race, and they most likely wouldn't do anything to him. However, things could prove to be a lot more perilous for Hanli now. After all of these old monsters had strange personalities, and it would be a tragedy if he were to be killed by them on a whim. However, immediately fleeing from this place could alert those two beings and perhaps irk them as a result. Just as Hanli was pondering what the best course of action in this situation was, the white-robed young man with the single silver horn on his head suddenly turned to face Hanli from within the image with a meaningful look, following which a burst of piercing silver light erupted from his eyes. Hanli's eyes were struck by a burst of sharp pain, and he hurriedly stumbled back as he closed his eyes with alarm. At the same time, the clear image blurred before exploding amid a flash of silver light, then disintegrating into puffs of white mist. Hanli stood rooted to the spot with an astonished look on his face. The image that had just been dispelled was something that he'd conjured up by forcibly activating an ability that the myriad dragon beast possessed. Through the use of this ability, the beads buried in an area could broadcast the scenes unfolding in that nearby area to him in an extremely discreet manner. However, never would he have thought that the white-robed young man would possess such powerful spiritual sense that allowed him to identify what he was doing almost right away. These two were most definitely body integration stage beings, and it was possible that they could even be mid-body integration or late-body integration cultivators. Seeing as they had already identified what he was doing, should he get away from here right away? Hanli was still feeling quite indecisive. He wasn't holding on to the false hope that the two beings perhaps hadn't noticed him. Instead, he was afraid that recklessly fleeing the scene could spell his doom. Just as Hanli was grappling with an internal conflict, the silver light was slowly fading from the eyes of the white-robed being thousands of kilometers away. Spiritual light then flashed, and the blue ripples instantly transformed into blue waves. The crimson-haired being then opened its mouth to expel a glittering and translucent gourd that was several inches tall, then gently shook it toward the waves. A string of loud rumbling booms erupted as the surrounding waves began to swirl in a frenzy around the gourd before rising up to several hundred feet tall, thereby completely enshrouding the crimson-haired being within. The white-robed man smiled upon seeing this before suddenly laying hand onto the top of his own head, following which howling gusts of azure winds erupted from his head. Those winds then swelled drastically to several tens of feet in just a few flashes before surging into the heavens. A long cry that punctured the entire heavens erupted from within the fierce winds, and the winds suddenly fell away as if they were feeble papier-mâché structures. A strange horned azure creature that was over 1,000 feet tall emerged in the air. The creature had a single long silver horn on its head and a mouthful of sharp fangs. There was a suit of azure armor draped over its body, and its upper body was long and thin while its lower body was shorty and stubby. It wielded a strange black blade in one hand while holding an azure jade vial in the other. The monstrous creature tossed the jade vial in its hand into the air, and a ball of azure light instantly appeared in midair. A projection that was completely identical to the jade vial then emerged, and after a few flashes, it swelled drastically to around 100 feet in size. A buzzing sound rang out from within the vial, following which the opening of the vial slowly aimed itself toward the sea of mist in the distance. Almost at the exact same moment, the blue waves on the other side also underwent a drastic transformation. A piercing pillar of light erupted from the center of the blue waves, and all of the water swept outward in all directions like a waterfall. At the very center of the waves, the projection of a blue gourd that was not inferior in size to the vial projection appeared, then also aimed its opening at the sea of black infernal mist. The two beings then made hand seals in unison, and a thick pillar of azure light erupted from the vial while bursts of blue light swept forth from within the gourd. The two disappeared into the sea of mist in a flash, causing the mist to tumble violently before surging toward the azure and blue lights in a frenzy. The black mist then swirled before forming two pillars of mist that gushed into the two container treasures. The rate at which the two treasures were taking in mist was truly astounding. In mere moments, a vast expanse of empty space had been cleared out in the wake of the blue and azure lights, but the black mist quickly filled up that space again. However, there seemed to be no end to the capacity of the two containers, and they showed no sign of stopping as they continued to suck in more and more black mist. Right at this moment, the crimson-haired being appeared in the air above the blue gourd projection, looking down in silence with a cold expression on his face. Meanwhile, the massive monster that had been summoned by the white-robed man was seated beneath the vial projection in a cross-legged manner with its eyes closed. The amount of black mist sucked in by the two treasures was quite incredible, but the amount of black infernal mist in the area was certainly nothing to be scoffed at either. The two beings persisted for 2 days and 2 nights, but they'd only sucked away a tiny portion of the sea of black mist. If they wanted to completely take all of the black mist with them, then it would take at least a month or 2. However, the two beings didn't appear to be in any hurry as they continued to spur on their two treasures, appearing as if they had all the time in the world. Hanli had witnessed what these two beings were doing through the use of his myriad dragon beads, and he was starting to become quite uneasy again. With these two staying here for so long, how was he supposed to cultivate with peace of mind? It would naturally be best if they departed after taking the entire sea of mist, but it would be very bad if they directed their attention to him after that. However, fleeing the scene would likely incur just as much risk as staying, so Hanli refrained from doing so. Even so, he had still finished packing up everything within the cave abode a day ago. Aside from the 72 golden lightning bamboo plants in which his flying swords had been sealed, all of the other important items had been stowed away into his storage bracelet, thereby allowing him to immediately escape at the first sign of trouble. A day later, both of the foreign beings cast incantation techniques to make their container treasures swell to around twice their original sizes, and the rate at which they were sucking in mist also accelerated significantly. Perhaps they had also used some other abilities to enhance the two treasures, seeing as a dozen or so pillars of mist were now gushing into the treasures as opposed to the original 2 pillars. Each and every pillar of mist was rotating as they surged through the air, thereby sweeping up the mist in a wider area around them to surge into the container treasures together. Thus, the rate at which the sea of mist was being depleted accelerated significantly, and the mist was thinning almost at a rate that was discernible to the naked eye. The crimson-haired being chuckled upon seeing this before turning to the white-robed man. "Brother Min, looks like we'll be able to take all of the true spirit Yin Chi here in around a dozen or so more days." The white-robed man smiled upon hearing this, and he was just about to say something in reply when his expression suddenly changed slightly. Immediately thereafter, an infuriated cry erupted from deep within the sea of mist. As soon as the roar rang out, the black pillars of mist surging toward the container treasures faltered before dissipating amid a string of dull thumps, as if they'd been struck by some kind of invisible power. Even as the pillar of azure light and waves of blue light continued to sweep through the mist, the black mist remained completely tranquil and refused to be taken. The two beings glanced at one another upon seeing this, and both of them could see their own grim expression mirrored in one another's eyes. At this moment, the monstrous cry within the mist became slightly louder, as if there were something flying quickly toward them from deep within the sea of mist. "Is it that thing?" the crimson-haired being asked without any context. However, the white-robed being seemed to be aware of what his companion was referring to, and his brows furrowed as he replied, "It most likely is. I was wondering why those Tianping beings hadn't touched the true spiritine chi here. Turns out such a thing was lurking within it. They've always regarded bird-type true spirits as divine deities, so the thing in there was most likely left behind by such a true spirit as well," the crimson-haired being said with a wry smile. "That's most likely the case. We don't know what state it's evolved to yet, but if it's already evolved to the final stage, then we have to retreat right away," the white-robed man sighed. "Indeed, I have no intention of falling to that thing. Even my soul won't be able to reincarnate in that case," the crimson-haired being sighed in a grim manner. The white-robed man didn't say anything in response this time. Instead, he made a hand seal before pointing a finger at the massive gourd projection. The projection shattered amid a dull thump, and a speck of azure light shot forth from within before landing in his grasp. It was none other than that azure jade vial, and it disappeared without a trace amid a flash of azure light. The crimson-haired being also made a grabbing motion in a cautious manner, and the waves down below vanished as the massive gourd instantly shrank down to its original size before landing in his grasp. The two beings then stood side by side, looking on into the sea of black mist in silence. Judging from the sound of that monstrous cry, whatever they were waiting for seemed to be quite close already, but only after 10 minutes did a gust of fierce winds erupt from within the sea of mist. Immediately thereafter, a white figure appeared in a flash, revealing itself to be a gargantuan creature that was several thousand feet in size. As it flashed through the sea of mist, it swept up a rank odor, as it appraised the two beings with a frosty light in its eyes. This was a white skeletal bird with 9 different heads. Each and every one of the heads had eerie green ghostly flames burning within their eye sockets, and wisps of inky black yin chi were swirling around its body, giving the bird an even more sinister appearance. "Those are the remains of a 9-headed bird," the crimson-haired being exclaimed as soon as he caught sight of the skeletal bird. "Thankfully, it's still only at the second stage of its corpse transformation and hasn't yet evolved to become an infernal nether corpse of the final stage, so it's only comparable to the two of us in power. The only problem is that we don't know how much of this bird's vicious baleful chi remains. If it's retained more than half its baleful chi, then we'll most likely have to retreat," the white-robed man said in a calm voice, but a faint hint of fear flashed through his eyes as he spoke. "Let's give it a try to find out." "Would you really be willing to give up on the true spiritine chi here, Brother Min?" the crimson-haired being asked with gritted teeth as he stared at the skeletal bird with a grave expression. "Of course I don't want to give up on it. The cultivation art I'm using desperately requires this stuff to enhance its power. We'll each try one attack each to test it. If it's too powerful, then we retreat right away." The white-robed man finally made up his mind. As soon as his voice trailed off, one of the 9-headed bird's huge heads reared up before letting loose a shrill cry, following which all 8 of its other heads opened their beaks in unison. Loud booms rang out as fireballs, blades of wind, ice spikes, bolts of lightning, and other attacks of countless different attributes erupted from the 8 heads at the same time, obscuring almost the entire sky. The ferocity of the attack was truly astounding. However, the two foreign beings suddenly became a lot calmer upon seeing this. "I'll go first," the crimson-haired being volunteered before making a hand seal, upon which blue light immediately began to surge around his body. He then pointed a finger toward the oncoming wave of attacks in a seemingly casual manner, and a burst of blue light shot forth from his fingertip. The blue light was initially only a thin line, but after leaving his fingertip, it immediately transformed into a blue light barrier that shielded the two beings behind it. The crimson-haired being then made another hand seal, and the light barrier flashed erratically before forming a resolute blue wall of ice. In that instant, all of the oncoming attacks finally struck, crashing into the blue ice barrier like a torrential downpour. Loud explosions, dull thumps, and sharp screeching sounds rang out at the same time from the surface of the ice wall. Spiritual light of all types of different colors radiated from the attacks, completely inundating the ice wall in a spectacular display of colorful lights. The skeletal bird's central head let loose a triumphant cry upon seeing this, but the other 8 heads continued their offensive output. In fact, they were attacking with even greater ferocity, as if the bird were planning to kill both of its enemies in one fell swoop. However, right at this moment, a cold harumph suddenly sounded from beyond the wall of ice, following which a burst of blue light surged forth. The blue light proliferated at an incredible rate, expanding to encompass an area with a radius of over 1,000 feet in the blink of an eye. The space left in the wake of the blue light warped and blurred, and any attack that entered that area simply disappeared in a soundless manner. The crimson-haired being's urgent chanting then sounded from within the blue light, and the light swelled dramatically, sweeping toward the massive skeletal bird in a counterattack. The blue light was traveling at such an incredible speed that it was upon the skeletal bird in the span of just a single breath. Countless arcs of this azure lightning had covered half of the entire sky in the blink of an eye, and all of them were sent hurtling toward the skeletal bird amid a burst of ear-splitting rumbling. The skeletal bird was quite startled to see this, and it immediately switched the direction toward which it was blasting its great chi, aiming it toward the arcs of lightning instead. In the instant that the two came into contact with one another, most of the arcs of lightning flashed before forming an azure net of lightning. A loud thunderclap erupted, and the azure lightning intertwined with the great chi, nullifying each other to result in another stalemate. Moments later, a peculiar look appeared on the young man's face, and he made a hand seal to send another arc of lightning flying from the horn on his head. The same process repeated itself, and several hundred more arcs of azure lightning shot forth at once, instantly shattering the fragile balance that had been established. The new influx of azure lightning instantly forced back the great chi, and the lightning transformed into lightning WIRMS and pythons that wreaked havoc relentlessly within the great chi. The giant skeletal bird raised all 9 of its head in unison upon seeing this, then opened its beaks at once to blast forth pillars of black light that shot forth at a rapid speed. 5 of those pillars of light surged toward the azure lightning up above, while the remaining 4 shot forth toward the blue light down below. A scorching aura erupted from the pillars of light, and the arcs of lightning and waves of blue light were all vanquished with ease by this black light. The 9 pillars of light appeared in a flash before the white-robed man and the crimson-haired being, who was hiding within the blue light, then punctured through both of their bodies at once. However, the bodies of those 2 beings vanished as soon as they were punctured by those pillars of light, revealing them to be mere projections. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted over 1,000 feet away, and 2 humanoid figures appeared. They were none other than the 2 beings engaged in battle with the skeletal bird. The white-robed man turned to his companion, and asked, "How much of its baleful chi do you think it's retained?" "It should be less than half, around a third," the crimson-haired being immediately replied. "That's what I think as well. If it had sufficient baleful chi to support it, then it wouldn't have unleashed its soul-vanquishing divine light so early," the white-robed man mused. "Does that mean you're going to fight for the true spirit in chi now, Brother Min?" the crimson-haired being chuckled. "Seeing as the remains of this 9-headed bird doesn't have much baleful chi left, I certainly won't give up on this true spirit in chi." Otherwise, once the battle was decided, it'd be too late. Thus, Hanli instantly made his decision, and he no longer hesitated as he shot forth through the air as a streak of azure light, quickly disappearing from within the hole. Moments later, the azure light faded, and Hanli appeared within the medicine garden. Before him stood several rows of myriad-year golden lightning bamboo, all of which were quite lush and exuberant. Hanli took a deep breath before sweeping his sleeves toward these bamboo plants. 72 projections of small swords shot forth from within his sleeve before disappearing into the bamboo plants in a flash, following which he made a hand seal, and an astonishing scene ensued. Thunderclaps erupted from all of the golden lightning bamboo plants as the entire plant instantly wilted, then turned into a grayish-white color as they were long dead. A gentle breeze swept past, and all of the plants instantly disappeared into dust. What remained in their place were 72 azure flying swords, each of which around a foot in length, hovering in mid-air while shimmering with cold light. Hanli swept a hand through the air, and one of the flying swords flew toward him before landing in his grasp. Hanli inspected the azure flying sword for a moment, then abruptly flicked a finger onto the flat part of the blade. Azure light immediately shimmered over the surface of the sword, and a long dragon roar rang out as the sword wobbled like a squirming azure whirm. Hanli raised an eyebrow upon seeing this, and brilliant spiritual light suddenly erupted from his palm as he held onto the sword, injecting bursts of astonishing spiritual power into the sword. The sword instantly began to flash erratically with azure light, turning the entire sword into an indistinct blur. Hanli's eyes narrowed as he extended a finger toward the sword, only for his finger to pass through it without any impediment, as if the flying sword were merely an illusion. Hanli was ecstatic to see this, and he made a hand seal before sweeping his spiritual sense toward all of the flying swords. The 72 flying swords rose up into the air at once, circling around before disappearing into Hanli's body. Hanli then flew out of the medicine garden as a streak of azure light, and moments later, he appeared at the foot of the giant mountain where his cave abode was situated. A streak of azure light then ascended before flying toward the opposite direction of the sea of black infernal mist. With the powerful spiritual sense of the three-body integration stage beings in the distance, there were no concealment measures that Hanli could take that would allow him to avoid detection. Thus, he made no effort to conceal himself at all as he blatantly flew away into the distance. Loud rumbling booms were erupting in the distance amid piercing flashes of spiritual light. Even if those two foreign beings wanted to hunt him down, they were currently too busy to do so. Hanli was only escaping now as he'd identified this as a brilliant opportunity. In the distance, the white-robed man that had transformed into the massive monster was blasting forth countless arcs of azure lightning from his hands to force back the oncoming skeletal bird. All of a sudden, he turned toward the direction that Hanli was fleeing in, and a cold light flashed through his eyes. "Don't get distracted, Brother Min, let's kill this thing first. If we pile on a bit more pressure, it won't be able to last much longer," his companion urged, despite also catching sight of Hanli fleeing the scene. "I don't need you to tell me that," the horned monster harumphed coldly. A boom thunderclap erupted from the monster's horn, following which a bolt of azure lightning as thick as a water tank shot forth, transforming into a massive lightning blade in a flash before hurtling toward the skeletal bird in a vicious manner. The bird showed no intention of backing down as it let loose a sharp cry and raised one of its talons. A gargantuan talon projection that was enshrouded in black chi emerged before directly meeting the lightning blade amid a resounding boom, and the resulting explosion sent shockwaves radiating in all directions. A cruel smile appeared on the crimson-haired being upon seeing this, and he raised the trident in his hand to blast forth an extraordinarily thick ice spear, a gust of gale-force winds, and a bolt of white lightning in unison. The battle between the three seemed to have intensified even further. Initially, Hanli was flying toward the direction that would take him deeper into Tianping race territory, but after flying for close to 100,000 kilometers, he suddenly looped around and flew deeper into the ocean. This was a precautionary measure to prevent the two foreign beings from hunting him down if they were to take care of that skeletal bird in a short time. After throwing what was essentially a feint, Hanli would naturally be a lot safer. Even so, Hanli still didn't dare to stop for a single instant during the next dozen or so days. Instead, he flew deep into the ocean with all his might, and only after making certain that he wouldn't be chased down by those two beings did he heave a long sigh of relief and change directions yet again. On this occasion, he was slowly flying parallel to the shore. Generally speaking, the powerful sea beasts and perils within the sea were more dangerous than those on land. Even after reaching the spatial tempering stage, he had never intended to go so deep into the ocean as he knew just how perilous the sea could prove to be. However, Hanli no longer planned to remain in the area controlled by the flying spirit race either. On one hand, he wanted to get away from the Tianping race, and on the other hand, the arrival of the two foreign body integration stage beings struck him with a sense of foreboding, thereby further fueling his decision to get away from this place. He was going to keep flying along the seashore until he flew out of flying spirit race territories. Powerful sea beasts from deeper in the ocean general wouldn't come so close to the shore, and most flying spirit beings detested the ocean, so it was rather unlikely that he'd encounter any of them here. Thus, he'd be able to avoid a lot of trouble by taking this course of action. Having made up his mind, Hanli flew toward the east. At his current cultivation base, even though he wasn't flying at full speed as he was trying to be more cautious in his journey, it was still no issue at all for him to cover millions of kilometers in a single day. As he flew along, he pulled out one of his azure flying swords and stroked it with a finger while wearing a contemplative look on his face. All of his azure bamboo cloudswarm swords had been converted to pure wood attribute treasures, and they'd all become as light as air. Furthermore, injection of magic power could make the swords transition between a substantial state and a light form. Hanli held on to the hilt of the sword and injected his magic power into it. A vast expanse of azure light immediately erupted before him like a peacock spreading its tail, but as he flicked his wrist through the air, all of the azure light instantly converged to form an azure longsword. The speed at which these transitions took place was quite astounding, and Hanli was naturally ecstatic to see this. He swung his sword through the air a few times, and couldn't feel any weight nor resistance, which indicated that his flying swords were light and sharp to an extraordinary degree. In that, he could use these flying swords to instantly kill someone at a whim from several kilometers away. However, Hanli's brows then furrowed slightly. For these flying swords to become so light and singular in terms of attributes surely meant that they wouldn't be as resolute as they'd been in the past. With that in mind, Hanli hesitated momentarily before flipping over his other hand to produce another identical flying sword. The two swords flashed through the air before clashing with one another amid a flash of azure light, following which a crisp crack rang out. Crap! Hanli was given a massive fright, and after the azure light faded, the sight that greeted him made his expression darken slightly. The two flying swords had both snapped in half following their clash, and their four segments were currently hovering in the air before him. His newly refined azure bamboo cloudswarm swords were even more brittle and fragile than he'd feared. Wait, these azure bamboo cloudswarm swords are my bonded treasures. How could I have remained unscathed despite the fact that these swords have been damaged? Hanli was feeling rather bewildered as he tossed the four segments of the two flying swords into the air before making a hand seal. A peculiar scene then ensued. The four segments of the swords joined together again before reverting back to form two completely unscathed swords again. That's the void form ability, Hanli exclaimed as his eyes lit up. The fact that the flying swords had taken on a blurry and indistinct form when he'd injected his spiritual power into them had raised his suspicions about this, and he could completely confirm those suspicions now. This was an extraordinary ability that was rumored to exist among sword cultivators of the human race. Hanli had heard of it on many occasions, but he'd never witnessed any flying swords that possessed such an incredible ability, and he didn't think that his flying swords would attain an ability like this after his sword planting experiment. It was said that flying swords with such an ability could take on a completely insubstantial form and be recovered back to their original form even after being pulverized into countless segments. As such, his flying swords were essentially indestructible, and there was no need to worry about them being damaged unless he came up against some special treasures. Of course, this was only true in theory. Every time the flying swords reconstructed themselves after being shattered, they would still incur a slight amount of damage, and the process would also expend a lot of the wielder's magic power. If they were broken too many times or the wielder's magic power ran out, then even with the void form ability, the flying swords would still be completely destroyed. Even so, Hanli was still overjoyed. He was finally beginning to understand why the elderly man had been so critical of his decision to add materials of other attributes into his flying swords. The man's flying swords most likely possessed this extraordinary ability as well. However, he hadn't employed the sword planting method, so it would have certainly taken him countless years to develop that ability within his flying swords, unlike Hanli, who was able to achieve this in a mere century or so with the assistance of his golden lightning bamboo and the small vial. He opened his mouth to expel a burst of azure light, and the two flying swords instantly shrank down to less than a tenth of their original size within the azure light, reducing them down to around an inch in size each. The azure light then swept back into Han Li's body along with the flying sword. If he wanted to continue to refine his flying swords to truly achieve oneness with them, he wouldn't be able to do so through the use of any external items, he'd only be able to use his own power to slowly nurture them. Thus, Han Li was in high spirits as he continued to fly through the air while studying the spring dawn sword formation. Time passed by one day after another, and Han Li flew along the seashore for over half a year. On this day, a few of Han Li's flying swords had just flown forth at his behest to strike down a sea python that was attempting to attack him, when his expression abruptly changed as he cast his gaze toward a certain direction. The sky in that direction had been bright and clear just a moment ago, but it had suddenly turned into a vibrant red color. Immediately thereafter, countless crimson clouds swept toward him from that direction, soundlessly reaching the air above his head in mere moments before rapidly extending even further into the distance. In the blink of an eye, those clouds had stretched to as far as Han Li's eyes could see in all directions, and the air around him reeked of a strong rank odor. It was as if he'd somehow found himself in a completely unfamiliar world. Han Li sniffed at the air around him, and his face paled slightly. The scent in the air clearly belonged to that of fresh blood. How much fresh blood was required to condense into so many blood clouds? Han Li immediately became extremely wary. He abruptly stopped mid-flight as a lightning robe appeared over his body, then transformed into a flickering layer of azure and white arcs of lightning. At the same time, golden light shimmered all over his body as golden scales emerged alongside the projection with 3 heads and 6 arms. Meanwhile, Han Li had his arms crossed as he looked up into the sky. He narrowed his eyes, and blue light flashed within his pupils. The bizarre scenes unfolding around him struck him with the suspicion that something was onto him. Thankfully, with his current cultivation base and the new abilities he'd mastered, he had a decent chance of escaping even in the face of a body integration cultivator. Thus, he was still quite calm and collected. Of course, he'd also immediately unleashed his spiritual sense in all directions, trying to seek out the potential hidden enemies lurking within the blood clouds. However, the results of his detection immediately made his heart sink. There was not a single enemy to be found within the vast area encompassed by his spiritual sense. Instead, what he discovered was that the entire sky in a radius of thousands of kilometers around him had been enshrouded under the same blood clouds. Han Li drew a sharp breath upon seeing this. Could it be that he'd been targeted by someone or that he was situated within a certain mysterious restriction? Those were the only conclusions that Han Li could arrive at. After a period of indecision, he suddenly shot forth as a streak of azure light, disappearing into the distance after just a few flashes. Regardless of why such a harrowing phenomenon had appeared, it was best to get far away from this place. At Han Li's current cultivation base, flying at full speed allowed him to cover a distance of over 1,000 feet in an instant, and his speed could almost match that of a body integration cultivator. This was partially due to the fact that Han Li's cultivation base had improved significantly, but the main contributory factor to this was how light his newly refined flying swords had become. Han Li was able to travel at such high speed as he was flying atop one of his swords. This came as quite a surprise to him, but it was obviously quite a pleasant one. However, Han Li's smile soon stiffened on his face as an incredulous look appeared in his eyes. He had flown for over 500,000 kilometers, but he still hadn't been able to escape from these blood clouds, and there was still no end to them in sight. Han Li was astonished to see this, and he began to accelerate even further. After flying for over an hour, the blood clouds remained hanging over his head, and Han Li finally stopped as the azure light around him faded. At this moment, Han Li wore an extremely dark expression. It was quite clear that he was situated within some type of profound restriction. Otherwise, something like this definitely wouldn't be happening. However, the size of this restriction was downright staggering. Han Li hovered in midair as he rapidly scrambled for a way to extricate himself from this situation. However, before he could think of anything, the blood clouds in the air suddenly surged violently, and a series of fist-sized crimson runes emerged from within. These runes swirled through the air before emitting a low buzzing sound, but the noise was growing louder and louder, and slowly becoming quite deafening. Han Li's heart stirred upon seeing this, and he immediately made a hand seal. Azure light flashed from his body as 72 azure flying swords flew forth from all parts of his body, then circled around him and transformed into 72 azure lotus flowers. However, that wasn't the end. After releasing his flying swords, Han Li made a grabbing motion, and a black shadow flashed as a miniature black mountain that was several inches tall appeared over his hand. He tossed the miniature mountain into the air, and it instantly swelled to over 100 feet tall, creating a massive shield above Han Li. Even though he didn't know what was going to happen, he still instantly set up several layers of defense. Just as Han Li was looking on with a grim expression, the crimson runes up above suddenly converged toward Han Li in unison as if they'd found a target. With the massive divine essence-fused mountain up above, none of the runes overhead were able to reach him. However, the crimson runes in all four directions and down below were surging toward him in a frenzy. Han Li's expression changed upon seeing this, and he immediately pointed at the azure lotus flowers around him. The flowers rotated on the spot before transforming into countless streaks of azure sword chi that flew toward the oncoming runes. Strings of dull thumps erupted as all of the runes were instantly slashed into clouds of blood mist. The blood mist then attempted to surge through the gaps between the azure sword chi, only for Han Li to let loose a low cry as the azure and white arcs of lightning around his body swelled, forming a massive lightning net that repelled the blood mist. Just as Han Li was heaving a faint sigh of relief, all of the blood mist was swept back and disappeared into the crimson clouds in the blink of an eye. The clouds instantly began to tremor violently, and following an earth-shattering boom, a massive crimson rune that was around 300 feet in size slowly descended. Even Han Li was quite intimidated by the sight of such a gigantic blood rune. He took a deep breath before pointing a finger up at the black mountain above his head. A dull thump immediately erupted from the mountain as countless gray strands of light shot forth, forming a huge gray net in preparation for the descent of the massive blood rune. However, the scenes that unfolded next had Han Li scratching his head. The massive rune didn't plummet straight down as he imagined it would. Instead, it slowly swirled beneath the blood clouds, emanating an eerie crimson light in the process. Han Li stood still on the spot and waited for a full 10 minutes, only for nothing to happen. His brows furrowed as he pondered what the purpose of this giant rune could be. However, his expression then suddenly changed, and he seemed to have discovered something as he abruptly swept a hand over the storage bracelet on his wrist. Azure light flashed, and a jade box flew forth before landing in his grasp. There were several talismans of different colors plastered to the jade box, but its lid was still tremoring incessantly while flashing erratically with spiritual light. What was even more incredible was that in the instant Hanli summoned the box, the massive blood rune in the sky seemed to resonate as it began to flash violently. The talismans plastered to the box suddenly self-ignited and were burned to ashes in the blink of an eye. Almost at the exact same moment, a resounding boom erupted, and the jade box exploded amid a burst of white light, sending countless shards of shrapnel flying in all directions. If Hanli were a normal cultivator, that alone would have been enough to severely wound him. However, Hanli's body had truly reached an extraordinarily powerful state, to the extent that the shrapnel merely bounced off his body in a harmless manner as if they'd struck a statue forged from steel essence. After the white light faded, the item within the box hovered before Hanli in a motionless manner. The surface of the item was slightly yellow, but there were dark green patterns running all over it, and it appeared to be a long and thin wooden rod. It was none other than Hanli's profound heavenly fruit. As soon as the profound heavenly fruit appeared, the blood rune in the sky tremored violently before disappearing with a dull thump. An extremely bewildered look appeared on Hanli's face upon seeing this. The situation was far too bizarre. These blood clouds had gathered for his profound heavenly fruit. Before he had a chance to ascertain what was happening, a loud rumbling boom suddenly erupted from within the blood clouds up above. Hanli faltered before hurriedly looking upward, and the sight that he was greeted by gave him quite a fright. Countless projections had been manifested within the blood clouds, most of which were projections of all types of demon beasts, while a small portion of them were foreign beings that Hanli had never seen before, many of which appeared to be flying spirit beings. All of the projections wore twisted expressions, as if they were in extreme agony. This is a blood sacrifice. With Hanli's vast knowledge and experience, he was immediately able to identify what he was seeing. Right at this moment, the crimson projections converged toward the center of the blood clouds, following which brilliant crimson light erupted, and a crimson formation that encompassed almost the entire sky gradually took shape. Hanli drew a sharp breath as he abruptly grabbed the profound heavenly fruit, then instantly sped to over 1,000 feet away as a streak of azure light. The situation clearly wasn't quite right, so he decided to flee the scene right away. After just a few flashes, he disappeared into the distance. However, the massive formation was still taking shape in an unhurried manner, showing no signs of stopping due to Hanli's departure. After a while, Hanli had flown to hundreds of thousands of kilometers away after fleeing with all his might. He was still enshrouded under the blood clouds, but he'd lost sight of the massive formation long ago. Hanli heaved a long sigh of relief, and only now did he finally slow down a little. All of a sudden, a loud rumbling erupted within the blood clouds overhead again. Hanli's heart sank upon hearing this familiar sound, and he hurriedly raised his head. The sedentary blood clouds up above suddenly dispersed, and the entire sky warped as crimson light flashed, following which a massive crimson formation appeared. The mysterious light formation was hovering right over Hanli, and his face instantly paled. He didn't know the purpose of this formation, but it was definitely not a good thing for such a massive formation to be stalking him. Thus, Hanli immediately fled into the distance as a streak of azure light again. Right at this moment, the crimson formation up above suddenly sprang into action. A thick pillar of light with a diameter of over 1,000 feet erupted from the center of the formation, enveloping Hanli in a flash, affording him no time to evade with its rapid speed. Hanli was quite stunned by this development, and the pillar of light was somehow able to directly bypass the divine essence-fused mountain overhead before striking him. As soon as the crimson light rained down on him, Hanli found himself completely immobilized, unable to move so much as a single finger. Hanli's expression changed drastically as the azure lotus flowers around him flashed before reverting back to flying swords that were each around a foot in length, then flying through the air as streaks of sword chi at his behest. The sword chi flashed through puncturing the pillar of light and emerging on the other side with ease, as if T were merely an illusion. However, Hanli was still completely immobilized, as if the air around him had turned into steel essence that had bound his body and limbs. Hanli drew a sharp breath as his current predicament dawned on him. Crimson runes of different sizes began to emerge from the formation up above, and Hanli knew that he couldn't hold back any longer. He let loose a loud cry as golden light shimmered all over his body, following which the Provenance True Devil projection appeared. The projection was seated in mid-air with its legs crossed while making seals with its 6 hands. A golden halo then radiated from the projection's body, and ripples were swept up within the crimson pillar of light around Hanli. At the same time, the restrictive feeling in the air lessened slightly, and Hanli was naturally quite ecstatic to see this. He immediately began to chant something to accelerate the circulation of his magic power, thereby activating his Provenance True Devil arts to their maximal extent. However, right at this moment, brilliant crimson light suddenly erupted from the formation overhead. Immediately thereafter, the crimson runes at the center of the formation dispersed to reveal a massive black hole that was around 100 feet in size. Countless crimson shadows could be seen lurking within the hole amid ghastly howls and eerie sobs. The crimson pillar of light also began to rotate at high speed. Hanli felt the pressure around his body intensify once again, and the limited degree of freedom he'd recovered instantly vanished again. At the same time, countless runes emerged within the golden light around him before surging toward his body. Arg! Despite how calm and steadfast Hanli normally was, even he had turned deathly pale in the face of this ordeal. He didn't know how powerful these runes were, but he was completely immobilized within this restriction, so he was nothing but a sitting duck. In his desperation, Hanli activated his sword arts, and the flying swords around him flashed before appeared around him, then conjured up countless azure streaks of sword chi before surging through the air in all directions. However, the azure sword chi merely passed through the runes as if they were illusions, unable to inflict any damage during the process. Thus, the runes continued on toward Hanli in a seemingly unstoppable manner. Hanli gritted his teeth, and black chi flashed from his body as he conjured up a suit of black baleful armor. At the same time, he contacted the gold-devouring beetles within his spirit beast bracelet using his spiritual sense, and a ferocious look appeared on his face as he prepared to release all of his beetles at once. The restriction around him was indeed quite peculiar, but surely it wouldn't be able to withstand so many mature gold-devouring beetles. As for those runes, he'd naturally just have to try and withstand them using his powerful physical body and his suit of baleful armor. However, even though he'd already reached the early spatial tempering stage, his spiritual sense was only powerful enough to support so many gold-devouring beetles for a short while. Even so, he had no choice but to unleash them in the face of this perilous situation. However, the scenes that unfolded next immediately made Hanli falter in his attempt to summon the gold-devouring beetles. Just as the runes were about to strike his body, they suddenly changed direction before surging into toward the object in his hand as specks of spiritual light. Hanli felt a warm sensation in his palm, following which the profound heavenly fruit in his hand struggled free from his fingers and flew into the air as a ball of white light. After just a few flashes, the fruit rose over 1,000 feet into the air, enshrouded by countless crimson runes in the process. Immediately thereafter, the fruit rotated in mid-air before swelling drastically to several times its original size, repelling away countless crimson runes around it. After that, countless streaks of sword chi began to emanate with brilliant white light, shredding all of the runes in the air. The white light then faded and disappeared without a trace while the enlarged profound heavenly fruit remained hovering in midair. Hanli looked on at the scenes unfolding before his eyes with a flabbergasted expression. However, he quickly came to his senses, and the magic power that he'd gathered surged into the projection above him in a frenzy. The projection shuddered, and shimmering golden light rapidly revolved around it before proliferating in all directions in the blink of an eye. A scintillating ball of golden light akin to a golden sun rose up above Hanli's head. Hanli then began to chant something, and the projection raised all three of its heads in unison while also waving its 6 arms in all directions, then letting loose a low deep cry. The golden sun overhead expanded and shrank before abruptly exploding. Following an earth-shattering boom, waves of golden light proliferated forth like substantial shock waves. As the golden shock waves surged through the crimson light, the latter flashed erratically before being forced back in a frenzy. With Hanli at the center, all of the crimson light within a radius of over 100 feet was forcibly repelled, thereby allowing him to recover his freedom. This ability was something that Hanli had attained from the Provenance True Devil Arts after progressing to the early spatial tempering stage. In reality, it was merely borrowing the power of his projection to focus the power of his cultivation art into one spot, then releasing it all at once. That seemingly ordinary attack had actually expended close to half of all of the magic power within Hanli's body. Of course, what was unbeknownst to Hanli was that the Provenance True Devil Arts contained both Buddhist and devilish elements at the same time, giving it an extremely special attribute. If any other cultivation art had been used, even body integration cultivators wouldn't have been able to break free from the crimson light. Hence, it had to be said that he had been quite lucky here. However, after finally escaping from the restriction of the Crimson Pillar after expending extensive effort, a burst of loud howling suddenly rang out from within the black hole in the crimson formation up above, following which countless vibrant crimson threads shot forth, attempting to ensnare the profound heavenly fruit. However, the profound heavenly fruit seemed to have attained sentient will as it tremored gently before releasing boundless white light. The white light and crimson threads instantly intertwined with one another amid a series of crackles and pops. The white light was extremely sharp and managed to shred most of the crimson threads, but it was quickly overwhelmed and enshrouded in a massive crimson cocoon. The profound heavenly fruit struggled with all its might within the crimson threads, but the 2 waves of white light it had unleashed just then had clearly expended all of its power. Thus, it was dragged toward the large black hole in a powerless manner. However, right at this moment, golden light exploded within the crimson light down below, sweeping aside a vast expanse of crimson light. Immediately thereafter, a streak of azure light shot forth from within the crimson light, then surged toward the crimson cocoon and forming a massive azure hand that grabbed toward it. The azure hand caught the crimson cocoon in a tight grasp, following which countless streaks of sword chi shot forth from within the massive hand to strike down on the cocoon. However, a peculiar scene then ensued. The sword chi merely passed through the cocoon as if it were an imaginary structure, unable to damage it in the slightest. The azure light receded, and the massive azure hand transformed into Hanli. Azure threads then erupted from within one of his sleeves before ensnaring the profound heavenly fruit within the crimson cocoon. However, the enormity of the crimson cocoon's pulling power was far beyond what Hanli had imagined, so the profound heavenly fruit was still slowly rising up into the air. If it weren't for the fact that the fruit itself was struggling with all its might to resist the immense force being exerted by the crimson threads, it would have most likely been drawn into the black hole already. Even so, it would only a matter of moments before it would disappear into the hole. In his state of urgency, Hanli abruptly pointed a finger toward the azure flying sword in the air, and a long cry erupted from the sword, following which it blurred into a faint azure mark, as if it had lost all of its substance. This was none other than the sword's void form ability. Immediately thereafter, the azure blur shot forth, slashing through the air amid a string of dull thumps. The seemingly insubstantial crimson threads were instantly sliced into countless segments. Han Li was ecstatic to see this, and he immediately swept a sleeve through the air before flying forth as an azure thread. At the same time, all of the other flying swords caught up to Han Li in a flash, then disappeared into his body. At Han Li's current speed, he was able to cover a distance of around 2,000 feet in the blink of an eye. After just a few more flashes, he was going to completely disappear into the distance. Han Li heaved a long sigh of relief, thinking that he'd finally managed to escape this ordeal. However, right at this moment, a sudden turn of events abruptly unfolded. The black hole within the crimson formation contracted, following which a clump of crimson threads shot forth from within. The thread merely blurred before covering a distance of 2,000 feet, reaching Han Li at a speed that was greatly astounding to him. Before he had a chance to react, crimson light flashed before his eyes, and both he, as well as the profound heavenly fruit, were swept up by the crimson threads. The crimson threads then flashed before surging back into the black hole just as quickly as they'd reached Han Li. In the instant that Han Li was swept into the black hole, an earth-shattering boom erupted from the crimson formation up above, and blood clouds surged violently as arcs of crimson lightning appeared. A vast number of runes erupted out of the formation before the formation itself began to turn rather blurry and indistinct. Han Li felt extremely sluggish within the clump of crimson threads, and had lost the ability to fly. He opened his mouth to blast forth a flying sword, only for it to be repelled back in a completely ineffective manner. On this occasion, the flying swords were unable to sever the crimson threads even after activating their void form ability. Right at this moment, the light in the surrounding area dimmed, and the sound of ghostly howls and eerie wails rang out. Immediately thereafter, a burst of powerful spatial fluctuations erupted, and Han Li's heart immediately sank upon making this observation. Just as he had stabilized himself and was about to unleash another powerful ability to break this invisible barrier, a burst of enormous suction force suddenly erupted from deep within the black hole. The suction force was so immense that Han Li was drawn back to the same place he had been situated at before almost without being able to offer any resistance, and he was quickly dragged beyond that point, pulling him further into the black hole. Han Li's expression changed drastically, and it wasn't difficult to imagine the shock surging through his heart. The crimson formation began to tremor even more violently, and the surface of the formation had already formed one massive blur and become quite transparent, as if it were going to disappear at any moment. Many things had happened during this time, but only the span of a few breaths had actually passed. Han Li was trapped by the suction force from the black hole, and in his desperation, he unleashed all of his abilities at once without any inhibitions in the hope that they would free him from his ordeal. All of a sudden, golden light, gray light, five-colored flames, golden arcs of lightning, and streaks of azure sword chi erupted forth in unison. The power of so many abilities unleashed at once was obviously quite astounding. Balls of five-colored flames appeared around Han Li before completely inundating his body, and despite how powerful the suction force was, it still eased during that instant. Han Li was ecstatic, and he was just about to fly out of the black hole when an anguished wail erupted from the crimson shadows in the surrounding area. Immediately thereafter, a string of dull thumps rang out, and all of them exploded at once to form bursts of crimson light. These bursts of light then instantly disappeared without a trace into the depths of the black hole. Han Li immediately sensed his surroundings blur and warp, and a sense of déjà vu welled up in his heart. His countless past experiences in teleportation alerted him to the fact that he was being teleported away once again. He didn't know where he was going to be teleported to, but it certainly wasn't going to be somewhere good. Thus, he immediately blasted forth a pillar of black light from his law destruction eye again, and the light quickly disappeared into the darkness. The blurry scenes around him congealed slightly before continuing to blur and warp. Han Li wore a thunderous expression as he blasted one beam of black light after another out of his glabella. At the same time, the golden projection above his head was swinging all 6 arms through the air, sending streaks of golden light flashing past in an attempt to cut off the teleportation. However, a loud buzzing sound rang out from within the cave, and all of the attacks disappeared in a flash, seemingly having not resulted in any effect. It was quite clear that this teleportation wasn't like anything he'd seen before, as it was completely immune to the effects of these attacks. Han Li's heart sank, and he was struck by a sense of powerlessness for the first time. At the same time, a peculiar look appeared on his face. In his past experiences with teleportation, he should have been teleported away already right after his surroundings blurred, so why was this process taking so long? Just as Han Li was scrambling for answers, as well as a way to save himself, a sharp pain suddenly shot through the hand that was holding the profound heavenly fruit, as if he'd just been pricked by a sharp needle. He immediately looked down in a startled manner to discover that even though he's activated his Provenance True Devil Arts to their maximal extent, a small hole had still been stabbed into his hand, and blood was flowing from the small puncture wound. An extremely sharp wooden spike had appeared on the profound heavenly fruit, and it was stained with blood, so it had clearly been responsible for inflicting the injury. Han Li's body was even more resolute than the average treasure, and when activating his Provenance True Devil Arts, his hands were several times more robust than normal. As such, it was simply incredible that he was injured so easily by a small wooden spike. If he hadn't have seen it for himself, he would have found it very difficult to believe. A bewildered look appeared on Han Li's face, and before he had a chance to try and stop the bleeding, white light flashed from the profound heavenly fruit before it began absorbing his blood essence. A crisp ringing sound then erupted from the fruit, piercing directly into the heavens. Han Li's expression changed drastically upon seeing this, and he tried to hurl the profound heavenly fruit away as if he'd just been bitten by a snake. However, the fruit remained tightly glued to his palm, refusing to move so much as a single inch. Han Li's face immediately paled even further. He could feel his blood essence surging toward the profound heavenly fruit at an alarming rate, and even though he was trying to arrest this trend with all his might, he was completely unable to do so. In the blink of an eye, he'd lost more than 2/3 of his blood essence before the fruit finally stopped leeching at him. Thankfully, Han Li's powerful body allowed him to handle such a massive loss of blood essence with minimal side effects. If a normal cultivator were to lose so much of their blood essence, they'd most likely be in an extremely feeble state. But then again, if a normal cultivator had been in Han Li's shoes, the profound heavenly fruit most likely wouldn't be satisfied even if it sucked them dry. At this moment, the profound heavenly fruit's skin had turned into a vibrant red color, and the green patterns on its surface squirmed before transforming into countless tiny profound runes. At the same time, countless specks of 5-colored light appeared around Han Li's body, all of which flew toward the profound heavenly fruit like moths to a flame. Green light flashed from one end of the profound heavenly fruit, and a sword blade that was around a foot long suddenly shot forth. The blade of the sword as extremely bright and as smooth as a mirror. However, at the center of the blade was a straight line of strange green runes, of which there was a total of 5. The profound heavenly fruit just so happened to have become the hilt of this sword, so Han Li had become the sword's wielder. All of this had Han Li rather flabbergasted. However, as soon as the sword appeared, the crimson formation outside seemed to have received some kind of stimulus. Following an earth-shattering boom, the entire formation and the black hole at its center tremored violently before vanishing on the spot. At the same time, the blurry surroundings of the black hole disappeared, and Han Li was greeted by the sight of a vast expanse of crimson, following which he was struck by a rush of dizziness. In his astonishment, Han Li reflexively slashed the sword in his hand through the air without any direction. In a place countless kilometers away, a burst of blood chi rose up into the air. There was a massive sacrificial altar in this place that was enshrouded under crimson mist, and a dozen or so humanoid figures were standing atop the altar. Beneath their feet was a huge formation that was flashing with faint crimson light, and upon closer inspection, one would discover that this formation was exactly identical to the one that had appeared above Han Li's head earlier. Beneath the sacrificial altar was a giant lake that was filled with crimson liquid. The lake stretched as far as the eyes could see in all directions, and there were sets of skeletons of different sizes from different races floating on the surface of the lake, creating quite a harrowing sight to behold. Impossible! Where did the profound heavenly treasure go? I'd already sensed it and was summoning it back here, one of the humanoid figures on the altar exclaimed with rage and incredulity. Not only was he able to instantly cut off the teleportation, he'd even managed to slice open space. However, the price for unleashing that sword strike had also been quite a hefty one. Not only had all of his magic power been exhausted, the sword had even drawn upon his spiritual sense. As such, he was sucked into the spatial rift he'd created with the sword, then immediately fallen unconscious. However, thinking back, he'd only been able to unleash a tiny portion of the sword's power with that slash. The sword had clearly drawn upon his magic power, spiritual sense, and even his blood essence to fuel itself. However, after ascertaining just how horrible of a state that his body was in, Han Li was instead feeling rather relieved. Blood essence, magic power, and spiritual sense were all things that could be recovered through pill consumption, as well as rest and recuperation. As such, no permanent damage had been done, and he'd be able to recover in a few years. His surroundings were quite peaceful, and the fact that he'd appeared in this place alive indicated that he'd at least most likely escaped from that perilous ordeal. He couldn't open his eyes and nor could he release his spiritual sense, but from the humidity in the air and the slightly salty breeze washing over him, he could ascertain that he was situated on a certain beach. The ground below was quite soft, and he seemed to be lying on a patch of grass. Could it be that he hadn't been teleported too far away? With that in mind, Han Li was beginning to grow concerned again. However, in his current condition, he was unable to move at all, so he could only continue to lie on the grass. After a long while, Han Li's eyelids twitched, and he was able to just barely peel back his eyelids by a sliver. He was immediately greeted by the sight of clear blue skies that were completely devoid of those nightmarish blood clouds, and he heaved a faint sigh of relief. A few hours later, Han Li was able to move his neck, thereby allowing him to swivel his head from side to side in order to survey his surroundings. He seemed to be situated within a small valley with short hills on 3 sides while a narrow exit stood on the remaining side. The entire valley was only just over 10,000 feet in size, and he was situated right at its very center. A hint of amusement appeared in Han Li's eyes, and his lips began to curve up into the faint smile, but even that immediately made him grimace with pain. Only then did he discover that all of the muscles in his entire body had become extremely sore and lethargic. This was a feeling that he'd never been afflicted by ever since he cultivated the Provenance True Devil Arts. It appeared that aside from his magic power and spiritual sense, unleashing that sword strike had also caused something else to be depleted from his body. Otherwise, there was no way that his powerful body would be reduced to such a sorry state. Han Li continued to ponder his current situation as he lay on the bed of grass. After the better part of a day had passed, Han Li was finally able to move one of his fingers, thereby indicating that he'd recovered a shred of strength. A hint of elation appeared on Han Li's face, but his expression soon stiffened. Right at this moment, a string of dull thumps suddenly erupted from outside the valley. From the tremors running through the ground beneath his body, Han Li could sense that there was a gargantuan being making its way toward the valley. Han Li cast his gaze toward the entrance of the valley as a grave expression appeared on his face. Moments later, a massive creature that was over 100 feet tall barged into the valley. It was a massive crab with hooked spikes all over its body. The crab had a pair of shimmering green eyes, and its exoskeleton was emanating faint azure light, making it appear as if it were wearing a suit of azure armor. Initially, the giant crab failed to notice Hanli as it rapidly scurried sideways toward one of the nearby hills. Moments later, it had arrived in front of a rock face, then picked up a fallen gray rock with its massive pincers before stuffing the rock into its mouth. A bone-chilling string of chewing sounds rang out from within its mouth, yet Hanli was quite relieved to see that the giant crab wasn't attacking him. The giant crab devoured a dozen or so rocks before suddenly turning around and catching sight of Hanli. Hanli's pupils contracted as he looked into the giant crab's eyes. A strange hissing sound erupted from the giant crab's mouth as it swung its giant pincers in an intimidating manner, then rushed directly toward Hanli. Hanli's expression darkened as a cold light flashed through his eyes. He glared expressionlessly at the oncoming giant crab, and even though he could barely move, there was no fear in his eyes. The crab was quite massive in stature, but it certainly wasn't slow. Within moments, it had reached within 70 to 80 feet of Hanli, and it'd be able to attack him with its giant claws after just one more flying lunge. A cold light flashed through Hanli's eye as his lower abdomen bulged slightly. At the same time, he puckered his lips together as if he were about to blast something out of his mouth. Right at this moment, a sharp screech rang out, following which a streak of silver light flashed through the air before striking the giant crab's body. The crab's azure exoskeleton appeared to be indestructible, but the silver light was able to force its way through before plunging into the crab's body. A jet of green blood erupted forth, and the streak of silver light was revealed to be a silver trident that was around 10 feet long. However, its upper half had been completely plunged into the giant crab's back, and only its lower half could be seen. Having been wounded by that trident, the giant crab let loose an earth-shattering screech before immediately rushing toward the opening in the valley. The attack clearly hadn't inflicted any substantial wounds, but had merely enraged the giant crab instead. Hanli faltered upon seeing this before hurriedly also turning his gaze toward the opening of the valley. There, he discovered a dozen or so humanoid figures of different heights. There were both male and female humanoid figures around them, and all of them were holding shimmering silver javelins, tridents, and other weapons that were made to be hurled. The men among them had their muscle-bound arms exposed while the women wore tight-fitting short-sleeved leather garments, and all of them gave off a tough and formidable aura. However, when Hanli's gaze swept over their lower bodies, a surprised look instantly appeared on his face. The lower limbs of these humanoid figures didn't consist of pairs of legs. Instead, all of them had serpentine lower bodies of different thicknesses and colors, as well as layers of faintly visible scales. These were definitely foreign beings, and they seemed to be from a foreign race that he'd never heard of. Before Hanli had a chance to consider this notion any further, the giant crab was already almost upon these beings. The burly man at the forefront of the ground let loose a low roar, and all of his companions quickly organized themselves into 2 orderly rows with 6 men at the front and 7 women at the back. The man let loose a loud cry, and everyone in the front row hurled their silver projectiles at once. 6 streaks of silver light flashed before striking the giant crab's body, but the projectiles were only half buried into its shell, thus unable to inflict any substantial damage. Instead, the giant crab only became more enraged as green blood flowed down its body. It opened its mouth to blast forth a ball of putrid white froth. The expression on the face of the man at the forefront of the group changed slightly, and he murmured something to himself, seemingly in quite a frustrated and furious manner. He then pulled out a flat round stone disc from behind his back, and the disc was shimmering with faint light, indicating that it seemed to be a more powerful weapon than the silver projectiles being used. The man hurled the disc toward the oncoming ball of white froth without any hesitation. In the instant that the stone disc left his hand, it transformed into a ball of red light that shot forth through the air before crashing into the white froth amid an earth-shattering boom. A ball of fierce flames then immediately enshrouded the white froth, and both of them nullified one another within moments. However, the giant crab had taken advantage of this opportunity to charge ahead, and it was now only just over 100 feet away from the foreign serpentine beings. Right at this moment, the 6 men in the front row split up into 2 groups that rushed forward on either side. They then flicked their wrists in unison before leaning back together, and the oncoming giant crab was suddenly brought to an abrupt halt. Blue light flashed through Han Li's eyes, and only then was he able to identify that there were semi-transparent threads attached to each of the 6 beings' wrists, thereby ensnaring the giant crab. The threads had been stretched completely taut by the 6 beings, clearly indicating that they had remarkable arm strength. However, what Han Li was more intrigued by were the yellow bracers each of them wore on their wrists. Spiritual light was shimmering from the bracers, and they seemed to be low-grade treasures. The 6 of them were able to use these bracers and their own brute strength to bring the giant crab to a complete standstill. However, the crab was only stopped for an instant before its 2 pincers shot forth like lightning. 2 dull thumps rang out in unison as 2 of the 6 threads were severed, leaving extremely smooth incisions as if they'd been severed by a sharp blade. The 2 men were leaning back to exert force against the threads with all their might, and they were immediately sent tumbling through the air by their own momentum. The giant crab was about to sever the rest of the thin threads when the women in the second row hurled their silver tridents through the air. Bursts of dull thumps rang out, followed by a blood-curdling howl from the giant crab. 7 of its leg joints had been punctured by silver projectiles, and it was immediately keeled over. With only one of its legs remaining completely intact, there was no way that it could maintain balance. The giant crab crashed to the ground amid a resounding boom, smashing a crater into the ground that was several feet deep. All of the 10 serpentine beings immediately let loose cries of elation, seemingly assured of their victory. Indeed, the crippled giant crab was completely at their mercy. The serpentine beings rushed forward at once, making sure to keep a distance of around 10 feet away from the crab while drawing the weapons strapped across their backs, then hurling them toward the giant crab's vital regions. At such close quarters and with the giant crab completely crippled, their attacks naturally landed with unerring accuracy. Moments later, the giant crab's body had been punctured by several tens of silver projectiles, and it was completely dead. Han Li looked on as he lay on the ground with a calm expression, but his mind was racing rapidly. From the weapons, treasures, and tactics that these beings had used to bring down the giant crab, these foreign beings seemed to be quite an organized unit. However, if this was the extent of their powers, then there was no way they'd be able to pose any threat to him even if he couldn't move. Interestingly enough, these foreign beings were quite lithe and athletic, but there was no spiritual chi emanating from their bodies. As such, they reminded Han Li of the body refinement warriors of the human race. Just as these thoughts were flashing through Han Li's mind, the foreign beings had dismembered the giant crab in what seemed like the blink of an eye in an extremely rehearsed manner. They then collected the edible parts of the crab before laying them out on the ground, and judging from the proficiency in their movements, this was clearly not the first time they'd slain a creature like this. At this moment, one of the female foreign beings with a supple and flexible waist slithered over to the man who appeared to be the leader of the group, following which the former pointed at Han Li and said something in a voice that was quite pleasing to the ears. It sounded similar to the language of the human race, but if one were to listen closely, they'd realize that they had no idea what was being said. The leader of the group was a tan muscle-bound being, and not only did he possess the most imposing stature among everyone in the group, he was also the only one with a completely inky black serpentine lower body. All of the other beings either had green or white lower bodies, completely different from that of their leader. After hearing what the woman had to say, the man instantly cast his eyes toward Han Li, and he just so happened to meet Han Li's indifferent gaze. His heart stirred at the sight of Han Li's placid eyes, and he then cast a glance toward Han Li's lower body, upon which his expression changed drastically. He hurriedly said something to the woman before slithering over to Hanli at a remarkable speed, reaching Hanli in just the span of a few breaths. Hanli looked on with a calm expression and refrained from saying anything. However, if one were to look closely, they'd discover that his lower abdomen was still bulging slightly and hadn't settled down to its normal state. Of course, this the first time that the man was seeing Hanli, so he naturally didn't notice that anything was amiss. However, he suddenly stopped in front of Hanli, then extended a respectful bow with an arm placed in front of his chest. At the same time, he said something in a language that Hanli was unable to comprehend. A wry smile appeared on Hanli's face upon hearing this. He'd learned the languages of almost all of the races known to humans back when he was in Deep Heaven City, but the language being spoken by this man clearly wasn't one of those. After a brief hesitation, Hanli asked a few questions in a language that was quite prevalently used on the Tianyuan continent. However, the man appeared to be quite lost, clearly unable to comprehend what Hanli was asking. Hanli furrowed his brows before trying a few more languages, but the man only continued to scratch his head with a confused look on his face. Thus, Hanli heaved a faint sigh and didn't say anything further. At this moment, the man seemed to have identified that Hanli was unable to move, and he suddenly turned around and cried out to his companions. 4 of his female companions then immediately stopped what they were doing and quickly slithered over. The man said something to those 4 women, and the women turned to Hanli with shock in their eyes, which quickly gave way to awe and veneration. They then also extended a respectful bow toward Hanli before slithering over to the dozen or so trees within the valley. Silver light flashed, and one of the smaller trees was felled by them using a strange silver blade. The women swung their silver blades through the air, quickly crafting a stretcher out of the tree and some beast hide that they were carrying with them. After that, the 4 men picked up a corner of the stretcher each, then hurriedly slithered back to Hanli. At this point, Hanli had naturally identified that these beings bore no ill will toward him, and the bulge in his lower abdomen settled down again. The 4 women then placed the stretcher down beside Hanli, and 2 of them slithered toward him before asking a question in a respectful manner. Hanli didn't understand what they were saying, but their intentions were quite obvious. After a brief pause, Hanli nodded in response to their question. All of the beings before him were all ecstatic upon seeing his response. The 2 women beside him extended another respectful bow each before carefully lifting Hanli up from the ground by his arms and legs, then gently placing him onto the stretcher. After that, they carefully adjusted his position to ensure that he would be in the least amount of discomfort possible. At this point, the other serpentine beings had already finished dismembering the giant crab, and they wrapped up all of the materials and flesh secured from its carcass in soft beast hide before carrying them on their backs. These beast hide packages were each over 20 feet tall, and were almost twice the size of the serpentine beings that were under them. However, these beings were able to carry these packages with ease, clearly indicating that they were extremely strong. The 4 women carried Hanli over to the group, and their leader issued an instruction, prompting the group to depart from the valley. Only after exiting the valley did Hanli discover that the ocean was only several kilometers away from here. With the sea so close to this place, it was no wonder that creatures like the giant crab would rush into the valley from time to time. However, the surface of the ocean was very placid at the moment. There was the occasional salty breeze that would blow past, but there weren't any particularly strong waves to be seen. It was exactly because of this that Hanli hadn't heard the sounds of the ocean tide in the valley. The serpentine beings carried Hanli along the seashore for a while as Hanli inspected his surroundings, and he quickly discovered that this wasn't the seashore of some continent. Instead, he was situated on an island that didn't appear to be very big. After traveling for about 10 more kilometers, the group arrived in front of a pile of rocks, between which were parked 7 or 8 thin and long bone boats. There was one particularly large one among them that could carry around 4 or 5 people, while all of the other ones appeared to only be capable of carrying around 2 people each. Each of these bone boats had a pointy end, while the other end consisted of carvings of all types of different beastly heads. Hanli and 2 of the women got onto the largest boat while the others boarded the other smaller boats, and they set off into the ocean as the bone oars on the boats sliced through the waves. With their remarkable strength and stamina, the serpentine beings were able to row their oars almost without any pause, and the boats sped through the waves like arrows. The ocean was extremely calm, and no sea beasts attacked the boats, thereby culminating in quite a smooth journey. After just 2 hours, a black spot appeared up ahead, and it was another island. Hanli narrowed his eyes as blue light flashed within his pupils, and he was able to make a rough appraisal of the island from afar. The island was a medium-sized one that was several hundred kilometers in area, and it was filled with undulating mountains as well as lush forests, making it quite a good place to inhabit. However, there was a hint of red visible at the pinnacle of the tallest mountain on the island, while the rest of the mountain seemed to be covered in ashes and soot. It was a volcano. Hanli wasn't able to conduct a more thorough inspection of the island as he was yet to recover his magic power, so he couldn't inject more power into his spirit eye ability. The bone boats sped through the ocean, quickly drawing closer to the island. A short while later, they were less than 10 kilometers away from the island. Right at this moment, countless dark clouds suddenly appeared over the clear skies above, following which howling winds were swept up as a torrential downpour came pelting down from the heavens. The rate at which the weather could change when out at sea was truly astounding. However, none of this was able to pose any impediment to the bone boats as the serpentine beings all pressed a certain bump on their boats, thereby summoning miniature spell formations from the undersides of the boats. White barriers of light abruptly appeared, encompassing all of the boats within them. However, the serpentine beings weren't looking much more relaxed despite the measures they'd taken. This was because when the sudden change in weather took place, massive waves as tall buildings were swept up at the same time, and they came crashing down toward the small boats. These boats were only around 20 to 30 feet tall, and they were extremely tiny in the face of these massive waves, so they naturally couldn't offer up much resistance. However, due to the fact that they were being protected by the white light barriers, they weren't going to capsize right away. Even so, their journey had become extremely perilous, and they could only go along with the tide, unable to advance in the slightest. Hanli faltered slightly upon seeing this, yet as he cast his gaze toward the 2 serpentine women on the boat, he discovered that they both wore grim expressions, but they didn't appear to be panicking. It seemed that these beings had some kind of strategy to counteract the elements. Sure enough, just as the bone boats were about to be plunged into a truly perilous situation, a beam of white light suddenly shot forth from the island up ahead, and the light pierced through the dark clouds nearby in a flash. A loud rumbling boom immediately rang out from within the dark clouds, following which a massive ball of light exploded. White shockwaves surged through the air in all directions, creating a gigantic hole in the clouds with a radius of around 1,000 feet. Hanli was quite stunned to see this, and he cast his gaze toward the island again. However, the pillar of light that had just appeared had also disappeared just as quickly, so he wasn't able to identify the point on the island from which it had originated from. After the hole had been punctured into the dark clouds, the howling winds and massive waves on the surface of the ocean all subsided slightly. It wasn't as peaceful and tranquil as the conditions had been earlier during their journey, but it was certainly a lot better, and the serpentine beings rowed their boats quickly toward the island again. After a short while, the bone boats arrived in a natural dock on the island, and everyone disembarked. Hanli was also carried onto the shore on the makeshift stretcher they'd crafted for him. At this moment, Hanli turned back to look up at the nearby sky again. It was quite clear that the suppression effect of the pillar of light couldn't last very long. The hole in the sky had been filled with the dark clouds again, sweeping up fierce winds and massive waves once again as a result. However, none of that mattered to the serpentine beings who had already safely reached the shore. A contemplative look appeared on Han Li's face, and he became very interested in the thing on the island that had unleashed that white pillar of light earlier. Even though his spiritual sense was severely depleted at the moment, he could still sense that the spiritual power within the pillar of light was quite chaotic and diverse, indicating that it definitely hadn't been unleashed by a certain powerful being. Instead, it seemed to have been unleashed by a certain formation or treasure that was borrowing on the power of spirit stones. Han Li naturally didn't find this level of power to be daunting, but for it to appear on such a small foreign island was rather curious to him. However, these thoughts only flashed through Han Li's mind for an instant before he focused his attention on the scenes laid out in front of him again. This small dock wasn't actually devoid of people. Not only were there several stone cabins of different heights lining the shore, there was even a massive stone pillar that stood over 1,000 feet tall. There was also a small wooden cabin at the top of the pillar, and there seemed to be other serpentine beings residing in there as well. Right at this moment, 7 or 8 of those beings emerged from the stone cabins on the shore, and most of them were female while the minority were male. They were led by a beautiful serpentine woman with a voluptuous body who appeared to be in her 20s. The woman glanced at the bulging packages being carried on the backs of the serpentine beings who'd just returned by boat, and a captivating smile appeared on her face. However, her smile faltered slightly as she caught sight of Han Li. At this moment, the leader of the hunting party extended a bow toward the woman before saying something to her in a serious manner. After hearing what he had to say, the woman's gaze traveled to Han Li's lower body, and a shocked look also appeared on her face. All of a sudden, she slithered over to Han Li in a graceful and seductive manner, then said something in a strange language. Han Li raised an eyebrow before shaking his head. However, the serpentine woman didn't give up. She switched between using 7 or 8 different languages, and the last language in that sequence really was one that Han Li understood. It was the language of the flying spirit race. However, the woman was stuttering slightly as she spoke in the language, clearly indicating that she wasn't very fluent in it. "You know the language of the flying spirit race?" Han Li asked with a hint of surprise on his face. The woman was ecstatic that Han Li knew the flying spirit race language, and she immediately bowed as she replied, "You know this language as well, esteemed upper being? That's fantastic. I am the assistant priestess of the Fire Yang race, Yen Wu. May I have the honor of knowing your name, esteemed upper being?" "You can call me Mr. Han." "The Fire Yang race. This is the first time I've heard of your race. I ended up here as the result of an accident. What is this section of the sea known as?" Han Li asked with furrowed brows. "Our Fire Yang race is only a small branch of the Naga race, so it's not strange at all that you haven't heard of us, Master Han. It is a brilliant honor for us that an esteemed upper being such as yourself has appeared in our race. However, I'm only the assistant priestess, so I do not know much about the upper race beings in the nearby region of the sea. I'll take you to our high priestess right away. If you have any questions, she'll be able to answer them," the serpentine woman replied in a manner that was neither haughty nor humble. Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly upon hearing this. His eyes roamed over the woman as he sensed the faint spiritual qi emanating from her body. This woman was only at around the qi condensation stage, but she was indeed a cultivator. However, seeing as her cultivation base was so low, their high priestess was most likely not powerful enough to pose a threat to him either. This sequence of thoughts raced through Han Li's mind in an instant, and he quickly arrived at a decision before nodding in an indifferent manner. The woman also heaved an internal sigh of relief after securing Han Li's approval. In her eyes, this upper being's aura was truly rather strange. If one were to call him powerful, the issue was that the spiritual pressure emanating from his body was almost non-existent and barely more powerful than her own. However, if one were to call him weak, she begged to differ as her spiritual sense was completely unable to ascertain his cultivation base. Such a strange situation naturally had to be left to the high priestess to assess. Thus, after issuing a few instructions to the hunting party that had just returned, she pulled out a leather pouch, then released a snowy white spirit bird from within. This was a fist-sized bird that resembled a parrot. However, its eyes were of a scorching red color, as if they were a pair of miniature fireballs. The woman stroked the bird a few times while clucking to it in a peculiar manner, then releasing it from her grasp. The bird instantly flew deeper into the island as a streak of white light, disappearing in just a few flashes. "I've already sent a message to our high priestess. Allow me to guide you to our Fire-Yang city, Mr. Han," the woman said with a smile. Han Li merely nodded and closed his eyes upon hearing this. Thus, the woman immediately led the other 4 serpentine women who were carrying Han Li's stretcher toward the center of the island, along a small stone path. The island was several hundred kilometers in size, and even though these serpentine women were slithering quite quickly, it would still most likely take them a long time to reach the center of the island. However, with Yan Wu leading the way, a crude shack appeared up ahead after the group had traveled for several kilometers. There were a few male and female serpentine beings inside, looking after a dozen or so lizard beasts. On the other end of the shack was a black carriage that had been covered by a black cloth made from some unknown material. As soon as they caught sight of their assistant priestess, 2 of them immediately rushed out to greet her in a respectful manner. Yan Wu issued a few instructions in response while pointing at the aforementioned black carriage. The 2 serpentine beings were seemingly rather surprised by what they'd heard, and they couldn't help but steal a few glances at Han Li while nodding emphatically in response. They then immediately returned to the shack and strapped a pair of lizard beasts to the black carriage before drawing the other 3 over as well. Thus, Han Li was carefully lifted onto the black carriage by the serpentine women, and 2 of them sat on the lizard beasts drawing the carriage while the others got onto the other 3 lizard beasts. Due to the fact that these serpentine women were lacking legs, there was a tubular saddle strapped to the backs of each of these lizard beasts that allowed them to slide their tails into. Thus, the group continued onward. These lizard beasts were rather maladroit and made for a rather bumpy ride, but they were quite fast in their movements, making a significant improvement compared to the ground being covered before. 4 hours later, they arrived in front of an earthen city. This was a true earthen city completely constructed from yellow mud, and it was only a few kilometers in size. The buildings in the city were also mostly constructed from mud, and there were very few stone buildings within. Han Li was slightly surprised to see this, but his expression remained unchanged as he cast his gaze toward the dozen or so serpentine guards standing at the city gates instead. These guards were also mostly women with a minority of men among them, and all of them were wearing armor constructed from unknown materials. They were all holding shimmering silver halberds with long silver projectiles on their backs, giving off the impression that they were armed to the teeth. From a distance, Han Li could tell that there were also many armed serpentine beings standing atop the nearby earthen walls, and it seemed that all of them were on high alert. After arriving at the city gates, Yan Wu brought her lizard steed to a halt before jumping down from its back. A serpentine woman among the guards at the gates immediately made her way toward Yan Wu before extending a smiling greeting. Yan Wu also said something in response, but the smile on her face gave way to a serious expression as she pointed toward the carriage behind her. The female guard's smile also faded as she nodded in a solemn manner. She then waved a hand, and the guards behind her immediately opened up a path to allow everyone through. Thus, Yan Wu jumped onto her lizard steed again, and the group entered the city. Han Li sat within the carriage and appraised his surroundings. The earthen city wasn't very large, but the streets were very wide and paved with faint white stones, creating a stark contrast with the earthy yellow buildings around them. There were many serpentine beings slithering along the streets. The men were all powerful and muscle-bound, while the women were also lithe and athletic, and most of them were carrying weapons. Even the serpentine children that were only several feet tall were also carrying some smaller weapons that appeared to have been constructed from wood. Hanli fell into deep thought upon making these observations. This was the first time he'd heard of this Naga race, but this was clearly a warrior race. He was curious about whether this race had a large number of cultivators. These mortal serpentine beings were already quite powerful for mortal standards, and if they had a large proportion of cultivators among their ranks, then this was most likely quite a powerful foreign race. In that case, how could he have never heard of them? Hanli had also noticed that there were clearly more female beings than their male counterparts in this Fire Yang race. From the rough tally that he was keeping in his head, it appeared that there were more than twice as many female beings compared to male ones here. Furthermore, their serpentine lower bodies were all of different colors. Most of them were green or yellow, and they seemed to be of the lowliest ranks as well. There were very few beings with white and black tails, but most of them were treated with respect and revered by their brethren, indicating that they were important figures within the race. Hanli analyzed everything that he'd seen in silence, and soon after that, the carriage arrived at a plaza that was paved with smooth and even stone panels. On one side of the plaza was a large palace that had been constructed from wood and mud, and shells of all types of different colors had been used to embellish the building. However, none of that had caught Hanli's attention. His gaze was instead fixed on a strange object at the center of the plaza. This was a conical object that seemed to have been constructed from a copper-like material. It was over 100 feet tall and had a wide base that tapered at the top. There was a series of strange patterns all over the surface of the object, as well as a faint layer of white light that was flashing from it. There were 7 or 8 white-robed serpentine beings standing around the object, all of whom had spiritual light shimmering from their hands. Hanli's eyes narrowed, and he immediately identified what these beings were loading into the underside of this strange object. They were fist-sized objects, but they were of all types of different colors and didn't appear to be spirit stones. Furthermore, even though all of these white-robed serpentine beings were emanating spiritual chi fluctuations, their cultivation bases were inferior even to that of Yen Wu. As soon as Yen Wu's group arrived, 2 of the white-robed beings approached them. At this moment, Hanli was carried off the carriage, and carefully placed onto a bamboo chair that someone had sourced for him. Hanli looked on with an indifferent expression as the serpentine beings conversed with one another. He couldn't understand anything, but it was quite clear that the 2 white-robed beings were quite respectful toward Yen Chu. Right at this moment, 2 rows of white-robed serpentine beings suddenly emerged from within the palace on the other side of the plaza. One row consisted solely of women while the other was solely of men, and they slowly made their way toward Hanli. All of the conversing serpentine beings' expressions changed upon seeing this, and they immediately backed away to the sides with respectful expressions on their faces. The 2 rows of white-robed beings also stopped before a red-robed being emerged from among their group. A hint of surprise appeared on Hanli's face upon seeing this being. This was a female being with a set of ordinary features and a thin body. Her lower body consisted of a pair of human legs rather than a serpentine tail, and what was even more surprising to him was that he could sense nascent soul stage magic power fluctuations emanating from her body. All of the white-robed serpentine beings present also possessed spiritual chi fluctuations, but the ones with the highest cultivation bases among them was merely a pair of male beings that were around the foundation establishment stage. The rest were all only at the chi condensation stage, just as Yen Wu was. As such, a high-grade cultivator like the red-robed woman naturally stuck out like a sore thumb. A surprised look appeared on the woman's face after glancing at Hanli, but she soon recomposed herself before hurriedly making her way over to him. Junior Huiyu pays her respects to Senior Han. The woman extended a bow and spoke in extremely fluent flying spirit race language. You're the high priestess of the Fire Yang race. Hanli asked. Indeed. This is not a suitable place to talk. I suggest we converse in the hall, Senior, the woman said with a smile. Sure, I have many things I want to ask you as well, Hanli replied with a nod. Thank you for gracing me with your presence, Senior. All of you, hurry and invite Senior into the palace. The woman was ecstatic, and immediately turned around to issue an instruction to the white-robed Serpentine women. The row of Serpentine women immediately sprang into a chaotic frenzy, following which two of them hurriedly rushed forward, then carried the bamboo chair that Hanli was sitting on toward the palace in an extremely careful manner. The woman then waved a hand, and everyone else also followed along. Moments later, Hanli found himself inside a hall within the palace. Hanli and the red-robed woman were the only ones seated within the hall, while all of the other Serpentine beings stood off to the sides in a respectful manner. How is your condition, Senior? I can see that you're having a lot of trouble with movement. I have some pills that I refined which can assist in replenishing one's energy and repairing one's body. Would you like some, Senior? The woman asked in a respectful manner. It's all right, I only encountered a minor issue with my cultivation. I'll be fine after some rest, Hanli replied with a hint of a smile on his face. Hee, that's good to hear. I received a message from Wooer informing me that you'd like to ask me some questions, Senior. I'll be sure to tell you everything I know, the woman said. Oh, I wanted to ask you what this region of the sea is known as well as whether there are any renowned cultivators in this area, Hanli replied. A peculiar look appeared on the woman's face upon hearing this, but she still replied, this area is known as the Flame Coral Islands, and there aren't any particularly powerful fellow Taoists in the nearby area. The most powerful ones only possess cultivation bases that are comparable to my own. The Flame Coral Islands. Do you have a map of the area? Hanli asked with furrowed brows. Of course. However, the maps I have are all annotated with text from our Naga race, so I suggest that you learn our language first before inspecting the map, Senior, the woman proposed with a smile. Hanli's brows furrowed slightly upon hearing this, and only after a short while did he nod in response. Sure. The little spiritual sense that he'd retained couldn't be released out of his body, but it was naturally no problem for him to read a jade slip or something like that. A fawning smile appeared on the woman's face upon hearing this, and she produced a glossy black stone shard before tossing it toward Hanli. After resting for so long, Hanli had recovered some of his magic power, but he was still feeling quite weak and feeble. He could tell that the stone shard was something that was similar to a jade slip, so he opened his mouth to expel a burst of azure light, sweeping the jade slip toward his forehead to try and examine its contents. However, right at this moment, the stone shard abruptly exploded amid a dull thump, and a burst of inky black mist dispersed through the air, enshrouding Hanli's entire body within. On top of that, we also have some rare spirit medicines and a supply of spirit stones on the island that you may use as you please, Senior. Hanli's smile faded upon hearing this. His voice cooled slightly as he said, I don't have a habit of taking free handouts, and nor do I like people who act and speak in a roundabout manner. If you have something to say to me, then just tell me in a straightforward manner. Only then after hearing Hanli's response did the woman realize that she'd acted in too desperate of a manner, and her expression changed slightly before she heaved a long sigh. Seeing as you've already identified my intentions, then I'll no longer hide anything from you, Senior. All of you can go for now. The woman's last sentence was directed at the Serpentine beings within the hall. All of the Serpentine beings immediately bowed before exiting the hall. Hanli looked on with a calm expression and refrained from saying anything. After all of the Serpentine beings had left, the woman turned back to Hanli with a solemn expression, and asked, How do you rate my cultivation base, Senior? It's passable, Hanli replied in a calm manner. As little as a month ago, I was still like my other brethren and hadn't attained this body that belongs to upper race beings, the woman continued as a peculiar look appeared in her eyes. What are you referring to when you say upper race? Hanli asked as he raised an eyebrow. I'm naturally referring to those who've attained upper race bodies. Only cultivators of my cultivation base can attain an upper race body, the woman explained with a smile. Hanli's heart stirred slightly upon hearing this, but his expression remained unchanged as he nodded, and asked, Oh? From the sounds of it, you don't seem to have reached this cultivation base through conventional means. Could it be that you ingested some kind of spirit medicine or used a secret technique to forcibly raise your cultivation base to this level? Your wisdom is truly unmatched, Senior. I did indeed consume a few rare pills within the race, then used an extremely damaging secret technique to raise my cultivation base to this level. However, because of this, my cultivation base will never progress again, and my lifespan has also been reduced to less than half of other upper beings at the same cultivation base. I've done this because our Fire Yang race is truly in grave peril, and I have no choice but to put my life on the line, the woman said with a grim expression. Grave peril? Tell me about it. Hanli was rather intrigued. Half a year ago, one of our neighboring Naga race branches, the Sabertooth race, was completely wiped out. All of the female beings in the race were eaten with only their bones left behind, while all of the male beings disappeared. Not long after that, the neighboring Scorpiontail race also suffered the same fate. Also, some in the hunting party that first discovered Mr. Han, I have some questions to ask them, the woman instructed. Yes. The white-robed serpentine beings did as they were told while Yan Wu followed the woman into the palace again. You stayed with that man throughout the entire trip here, tell me your impression of him, as well as all of the observations you made. Make sure not to skip any details, the woman said with a serious expression. I'll be sure to tell you everything I know. At the time, I was on duty at the dock. Yan Wu was rather nervous in the face of the high priestess' steely demeanor, but she still gave a detailed recount of the observations she'd made during her time spent with Hanli. Even though the events being recounted were all quite boring and mundane, the woman still listened with an expression of rapt focus on her face. Several hours later, the serpentine hunters who had first discovered Hanli arrived at the palace in the Earthen City atop their lizard steeds. They said something to the white-robed serpentine beings outside the palace, then hurriedly rushed in through the gates. The group was in there for over an hour before they finally re-emerged with Yan Wu. At this moment, the woman was sitting on the main seat within the palace with an indecisive look on her face, seemingly grappling with some kind of dilemma. Are you experiencing some troubles, mother? A clear voice suddenly sounded within the palace. The woman faltered initially upon hearing this voice before an elated look appeared on her face. Sure, is that you? When did you get back? Right at this moment, white light flashed in front of the woman, and a slender serpentine being emerged. This was a young serpentine woman who appeared to be around 16 to 17 years of age with a head of long black hair and a set of peerlessly beautiful facial features. There was a string of shimmering silver rings woven into her hair, and a large yellow bow as well as 3 bone arrows strapped to her back. There was also a black leather pouch hanging from her waist, and she was holding a white flag in her hand. This woman also had the lower body of a snake, but it was extremely white, to the extent that her scales were barely visible at all. She stood there with a vibrant smile on her face, revealing a pair of sweet little dimples on her gorgeous face. It really is you, Zhuer. Your cultivation base really has progressed markedly since I last saw you. The woman hurriedly rose to her feet with a doting look on her face before enveloping the young serpentine woman in a tight hug. I should be saying that to you, mother. We've only been apart for a few years, but but you've already reached the metamorphosis stage, Zhuer giggled. You think far too highly of me, Zhuer. I didn't have the power to break through to this stage on my own. I merely consumed that immortal fruit to assist me, the woman sighed as her smile faded. What? You ate that immortal fruit, mother. Then doesn't that mean your lifespan's been severely shortened? The young woman's expression changed drastically as she grabbed onto her mother's wrist, and her face turned deathly pale as she gauged the woman's condition with her spiritual power. What's the point of having a long lifespan if I won't get to live it? By the way, did your master come back with you? The woman asked with a hopeful expression. When I received your letter, my master just so happened to be visiting a friend on another island. I was afraid that I wouldn't get back in time, so I took the treasures that master left behind to protect the island and came back on my own. When I got here, I saw that you were asking some people about a certain Mr. Han, so I decided to refrain from showing myself until now, the young woman explained with a concerned expression. If your master can't make it, then the situation does not bode well for us. The woman's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. Mother, is our race really in such grave danger? I've even brought back Master's heaven-splitting bow with me. As long as we don't get attacked by someone that's more than 10 times as powerful as me, I should be able to kill them with a single arrow, the young woman said in a confident manner. Zhuer, your cultivation base has indeed improved markedly, but you're only at around the same stage as I was back before I consumed the immortal fruit. Even if your powers were to be enhanced by tenfold, you still most likely wouldn't be able to handle this ordeal. If your master had come back with you, perhaps we'd be saved, but as things are now. The woman's voice trailed off into a resigned sigh as she stroked her daughter's hair. The letter that you sent to me was quite vague, mother. Just what is our race facing for you to be so desperate? You've even consumed the immortal fruit and are trying to suck up to some unknown upper race cultivator. The young woman lay in her mother's arms and looked up at her with a pained look on her face. The woman hesitated momentarily before finally patting her daughter on the shoulder as she said, seeing as you've already returned to the island, asking you to leave now will most likely place you in even more danger. So be it, I'll tell you what's happened. I presume that you already know that the other two races have already been eradicated. Yes, you mentioned that in your letter, mother. Even so, surely that's not a cause for such alarm. Those two races have always been slightly weaker than our Fire-Yang race, and the cultivation bases of their high priests were inferior to yours even before you consumed the immortal fruit, the young woman replied with a perplexed look. But do you know what kind of being was responsible for wiping out those two races? The woman asked in a slow voice. Didn't you say that there were no leads, mother? The young woman faltered slightly upon hearing this. Two entire races were completely eradicated. No matter how discreetly they did things, there's no way that they wouldn't have left behind any traces. If I'm not mistaken, then the perpetrators behind these attacks were most likely the sworn enemy of our Naga race, the Black Rakshasa race, the woman said with a hint of fear in her eyes. The Black Rakshasa race. That's impossible. According to our historical records, that race was completely eradicated by our Naga race countless years ago. How could they have appeared in this region? The young woman had clearly also heard of this Black Rakshasa race, and she spoke in a trembling voice as her face paled even further. Indeed. Theoretically, the Black Rakshasa race should have been driven to extinction during their battle against our Naga race on the Thunder Continent. However, it's not impossible that some of them had managed to survive and escaped the battle. Aside from the Black Rakshasa race, what other types of beings would abduct our men and devour the flesh of our women? The only thing I don't understand is that our three races have been here for thousands of years. If the Black Rakshasa race were also nearby, why did they wait so long before attacking us? A hint of bewilderment appeared in the woman's eyes as she spoke. The young woman was naturally unable to answer her mother's questions, but she took a deep breath and responded with a question of her own. Even if it really is the Black Rakshasa race that's targeting us, won't we be able to take care of them with your current cultivation base and my assistance? I'd naturally be quite confident if we were facing normal Black Rakshasa beings, but from the traces that they've left behind, it appears that there are Black Rakshasa royals among them, the woman replied with a shake of her head. Black Rakshasa royals. That's impossible. Several of our Naga race's heavenly priests combined their powers to unleash a powerful divination technique countless years ago. Didn't they discover at the time that all of the royalty of the Black Rakshasa race had been destroyed back then? The young woman exclaimed with incredulity in their eyes. We'd also thought at the time that all Black Rakshasa beings had been driven to extinction, but that clearly wasn't the case. Hence, it's certainly not impossible that a few Black Rakshasa monarchs had managed to escape from that battle. Those Black Rakshasa royals possess abilities that place us Naga beings at a severe disadvantage, and aside from Naga royalty, other Naga beings wouldn't even be able to unleash a tenth of their powers in the face of Black Rakshasa royals. Furthermore, the rate at which Black Rakshasa royals progress in their cultivation is definitely not inferior by much compared to the beings of the major races on the Thunder Continent. Now that they're slaughtering our three races with reckless abandon, it's quite clear that they're absolutely confident in their ability to destroy all of us, the woman said with a concerned look on her face. Her daughter also fell silent upon hearing this. However, moments later, she suddenly continued, I still think there's no need to be so worried, mother. If those Black Rakshasa beings truly are so terrifying, then why would they allow our Fire Yang race time to prepare? They must have sustained casualties to their forces while wiping out the other two races, which means that they're still susceptible to our powers. That would be best, but don't forget about all of the male beings that they've abducted. A thought abruptly occurred to the young woman upon hearing this, and her face paled even further. What you're saying is, they're currently. That's right. This is why their race had become the sworn enemy of our Naga race in the first place. They'll most likely only attack us after they finish doing that. After all, our Fire Yang race is the most powerful among the three races, and our island is more heavily guarded than that of the other two races as well. It would only make sense for them to attack us after making ample preparations. If that Mr. Han truly possesses a cultivation base as powerful as I predict, then it could well be the case that he could be the key to our race's survival, the woman said with a grim expression. Is that man really that powerful? I heard from your conversation with the others that he's carrying extremely severe injuries. Will he even be useful to us at all? The young woman furrowed her brows with a perplexed look on her face. I've already decided to give him the Scorching Sun Divine Pill, the woman said in a calm manner. What? You're giving him the Divine Pill? You can't. If you consume the Divine Pill for yourself, you could recover part of your lost lifespan, but you'll be stuck like this if you give the pill to him, the young woman objected vehemently as she struggled free from her mother's arms. That's what I was hesitating about. If that man's cultivation base is comparable to that of your master, then it would naturally be a worthwhile investment to give him the Divine Pill. However, if he's not much more powerful than me and he's only concealing his cultivation base using a special treasure, then that would be a massive waste, the woman sighed with a wry smile. How can that man possibly compare with my master? She's a fifth-tier upper race being, one of the 5 most powerful cultivators in this nearby region, the young woman said in a skeptical manner. The woman hesitated momentarily before replying in a cautious manner, I couldn't ascertain that man's cultivation base, but I could deduce that he's most definitely far more powerful than me. Even with such severe injuries, my instinct still told me that he could kill me with ease. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made such an effort to beg him to stay. If that man really can help our race survive this ordeal, then giving him the Divine Pill wouldn't be a big deal. From your conversation earlier, it sounds like that man hasn't shown you any of his power this entire time. If we give him the scorching sun divine pill like this, it would simply be a blind investment. Even if we do choose to give him the pill, we have to test him first, the young woman said with furrowed brows. Test him? How are we going to do that when he's currently nowhere near his peak condition? The woman was tempted by this notion, but she didn't see how it was possible. Even if he's carrying severe injuries, a high-grade upper race being like him would undoubtedly possess powerful spiritual sense. How about I accompany you to visit him when you give him the scorching sun divine pill? I'll work something out when I see him in person. If that man really does possess unfathomable power, then we can give him the pill for the future of our fire young race. If not, then we definitely can't hand over such an important pill, the young woman said with a determined expression. Well. The woman became rather hesitant upon hearing this. The scorching sun divine pill could indeed restore her lifespan to a significant extent, so she was quite reluctant to offer it to someone else unless it was for a worthy cause. All right, you can give it a try, sure, but no matter what you do, don't overstep the mark and get on that man's bad side. The woman nodded in agreement in the end. Don't worry, mother, I'll do things within reason, the young woman replied with a sweet smile. I should be able to extract the divine pill from the earthen flames after 3 days. You can come with me to visit the man then. The Black Rakshasa race most likely won't delay for much longer, and I've sent out requests for help to a few races that we're on friendly terms with, but I don't think we can count on them. During this time, I'll discuss with our race's elders to further bolster our island's defenses, the woman decided in the end. Zhuar nodded emphatically in response, and after that, the two of them began to discuss some details regarding their defensive efforts against the Black Rakshasa race. A day passed by in the blink of an eye. Hanli was sitting with his legs crossed at the foot of a small mountain close to 100 kilometers away, and he suddenly opened his eyes as the golden light emanating from his body faded. His slightly dull eyes seemed to have brightened a little, and he remained expressionless as he held up a hand in front of his face before slowly clenching it into a fist. He then heaved a faint forlorn sigh. Even though he'd recovered some of his magic power, he'd expended far too much spiritual power and blood essence. Even with his vast supply of pills, it would most likely take 3 or 4 years before he could recover to his peak condition. However, he had agreed to stay on this island, so he was naturally confident in his ability to protect himself. With that in mind, Hanli suddenly rustled his sleeve, and a black bracelet emerged from within, following which a streak of black light and a ball of golden light shot forth. The black and golden lights then revealed themselves to be a small black monkey and a small leopard-like beast, respectively. These were none other than his weeping soul beast and his leopard Kirin beast. Hanli wasn't sure about the extent of the weeping soul beast's powers, but he knew that the leopard Kirin beast was already comparable to a deity transformation stage being. He had only been barely able to summon these two beasts following an extensive period of rest and recuperation that had allowed him to recover some magic power and spiritual sense. Back when he had just awoken in that valley, there was no way that he would have been able to accomplish this. As soon as the two spirit beasts appeared, the weeping soul beast leaped onto Hanli's shoulder with a cheeky smile on its face. The leopard Kirin beast charged into Hanli's arms, leaving an afterimage in its wake before licking the back of Hanli's hand in an affectionate manner, leaving a rather warm and abrasive sensation on his skin. Hanli smiled as he patted the two beasts, then forcibly activated his spiritual sense again to issue a few instructions to them. Thus, the weeping soul beast leaped out off his shoulder, then swelled drastically amid a flash of black light before taking on an appearance that was completely identical to Hanli's, even down to the robes that they were wearing. Immediately thereafter, this Hanli sat down beside Hanli with his legs crossed and began meditating as well. Meanwhile, the leopard Kirin beast shot forth from within Hanli's arms and abruptly disappeared, having hidden itself somewhere within the room. After doing all that, Hanli swept a hand over his storage bracelet, and spiritual light flashed as a stack of formation flags of different colors appeared. He raised a hand, and the formation flags disappeared into the surrounding walls as streaks of spiritual light. At the same time, a flashing barrier of white light appeared outside the wooden cabin. Hanli finally heaved an internal sigh of relief after all that was done, and after a brief pause, he suddenly raised an arm before appraising it with a solemn expression. There was an extremely faint yellow mark on his arm, and blue light flashed through his eyes as he carefully inspected. After a brief hesitation, azure light suddenly flashed from his arm, and he focused what little remained of his spiritual power toward the mark. The faint and indistinct yellow mark immediately became clearer and more defined as a result. Judging from its shape and size, one could tell that this was none other than the profound heavenly fruit, which had disappeared right after Hanli had unleashed the sword strike that had rendered him unconscious. As such, he had no idea how the fruit had managed to enclose itself within his arm. Hanli's brows were tightly furrowed as a slightly bewildered look appeared on his face. With the pitiful amount of magic power that remained in his body, all he could do was make the yellow mark slightly clearer than before. That was clearly the extent of his current capabilities. This made Hanli feel quite uneasy. Setting aside the power of the long sword that the profound heavenly fruit had transformed into, just the recollection of the price that he'd had to pay to unleash a single sword strike still sent chills running down his spine. If he were to use the sword in battle, he'd most likely inflict just about the same amount of damage to himself as he would to his enemies. After a long while, Hanli finally let his arm fall back to his side. By this time, he'd already made a decision. Once he recovered his magic power, he was going to immediately force this treasure out of his arm. Otherwise, it was far too unsettling to have such a volatile treasure enclosed in his arm. After stroking the mark with his finger for a while, a contemplative look appeared on Hanli's face as he consumed a few more types of pills. He was very interested in the Scorching Sun Divine Pill, and the woman had made it sound like a miracle pill that could just about bring one back from the dead, but he certainly wasn't going to place all of his hopes on it. Not long after that, he closed his eyes and entered a meditative state again. 2 days later, a white cloud flew over from afar, and atop the white cloud were none other than the woman and her daughter, Shu'er. The young woman still had the large bow and 3 arrows strapped to her back while her mother was holding a crimson jade box. Moments later, the two of them appeared in the air above the courtyard that Hanli was staying in. Is this the place where he's staying? Looks like he set up a restriction. So he doesn't even trust us. Shu'er looked down at the wooden cabins down below with a curious expression, then harumphed coldly at the sight of the cabin that was enshrouded under white light. Mr. Han is in a very vulnerable state right now and he's not closely acquainted with us, so it's no surprise that he would take such measures. In fact, I'd find it quite strange if no restriction had been set up during my absence, the woman chuckled in response. Thus, the two of them slowly descended atop the white cloud. Senior Han, I've brought the Scorching Sun Divine Pill with me, and I wish to request your audience, the woman called out as she extended a bow toward the wooden cabin. I see. It's still a little inconvenient for me to move around, so please come in and forgive me for not greeting you in person, fellow Daoist Wa. An indifferent male voice sounded from within the cabin. As soon as his voice trailed off, the white light barrier flashed before vanishing, and the cabin's doors were opened at the same time. The woman immediately entered the cabin along with her daughter without any hesitation. Ha! As soon as the woman entered the room, a hint of surprise appeared on her face. On the wooden bed in the room, there were 2 Hanlis seated next to one another, one of whom was appraising them with a smile while the other had his eyes closed in an expressionless manner. The young woman also faltered slightly as she cast her gaze toward the 2 Hanlis. Please take a seat. May I ask who this is? The Hanli with his eyes open pointed toward the chairs in the room before turning to the young woman with a puzzled look. This is my daughter, Bai Zhuer. She's been cultivating elsewhere and has only just returned to the island not long ago, the woman replied in a respectful manner, and her heart jolted with shock as she swept her spiritual sense toward the two Hanlis at once. One of the Hanlis possessed an extremely feeble aura while the other had a more powerful aura, but she was unable to ascertain either of their cultivation bases. On top of that, both of them were completely identical in appearance and attire. The woman was starting to feel quite unsettled. She had heard about techniques that could allow one to create avatars, but those techniques were certainly not for a high priestess of an insignificant race like her to learn. However, just this alone confirmed to her that Hanli did indeed possess unfathomable abilities. As such, she was rather hesitant about whether she should allow her daughter to conduct her test. Right at this moment, the young woman stepped forward and extended a curtsy toward Hanli with a sweet smile as she said, "I heard from Mother that an upper race senior had come to visit, so I wanted to meet you. I hope you don't mind, senior." "Not at all. I must congratulate your daughter for her splendid cultivation base at such a young age," fellow Daoist Hua, Hanli, praised with a smile. "You're far too kind, senior. My daughter's cultivation base is nowhere near a noteworthy level for you. By the way, are you finding this a good place to stay? If not, you can tell me, and I'll organize alternative lodging for you," the woman replied with a smile. "There's no need for that, the spiritual qi here is quite abundant." "Is the scorching sun divine pill in that box you're holding, fellow Daoist Hua?" Hanli asked with a hint of intrigue in his eyes. "That's right. This pill was procured by our very first high priestess back when." The woman nodded with a smile before recounting the origins of this pill to Hanli. Hanli was rather perplexed by the woman's sudden need to launch into a long story, but he still listened in a calm manner. Right at this moment, a sneaky look flashed through Zhuer's eyes as a green leaf appeared in one hand while she made an incantation seal with her other hand. Both hands were hidden up her sleeves, so her actions were quite discreet. A burst of invisible spiritual sense immediately surged toward the two Hanlis, and both of them reacted completely differently. The Hanli with his eyes closed remained seated motionlessly on the bed, seemingly as if he hadn't even detected what was happening. However, when the young woman's spiritual sense fell on his body, she felt as if she were sensing an inanimate object without even the slightest hint of spiritual sense fluctuations. This was naturally quite perplexing to the young woman. Such a situation wouldn't occur unless Hanli possessed an incredible secret technique that could completely conceal his spiritual sense, or he really was just a dead body. Before she had managed to figure out what was going on, her expression suddenly changed drastically, and her mouth abruptly gaped open as her face turned deathly pale. When her spiritual sense had fallen upon the body of the other Hanli, she felt as if it had plunged into a massive vortex, and all of the spiritual sense in her body was gushing toward that Hanli in a frenzy. This sudden development naturally made her extremely alarmed and horrified, and she hurriedly withdrew her secret technique while attempting to recover her spiritual sense with all her might. To her surprise, her spiritual sense was easily recovered without any impediment, thereby allowing her to avert what she had thought to be an irreversible crisis. Right at this moment, Hanli cast a glance toward her with a hint of a smile on his face while he conversed with her mother. The young woman's mouth gaped open upon seeing this, and she was at a complete loss for what to do. The woman seemed to have completely failed to detect what had just happened, and she introduced some of the properties of the scorching sun divine pill before handing the crimson jade box over to him. Hanli reverted back to his normal expression and expressed his thanks before accepting the box. After that, the woman bade Hanli farewell before exiting the room with her daughter, who was still yet to recover from her shock and horror. After the two women left, the Hanli that was seated on the bed with his eyes closed suddenly opened his eyes, and asked, "Why did you decide to scare that girl for no reason?" He waved a hand through the air as he spoke, and the entire wooden cabin was enshrouded under a white light barrier again. Master. That insolent little girl was only at a core formation stage, yet she dared to try and test your spiritual sense. I naturally had to make her realize the foolishness of her actions. The other, Hanli, chuckled in response. Immediately thereafter, black light flashed from his body, and he shrank down to become a small black monkey. The monkey then leaped onto Hanli's shoulder before offering the jade box to him in a fawning manner. Hanli merely shook his head with a smile and didn't speak any further about this matter as he accepted the jade box. Ever since the weeping soul beast had attained intelligence in Deep Heaven City and absorbed all of Hanli's knowledge, it was becoming more and more difficult to tell it apart from the real Hanli when it took on his appearance. After opening the jade box, a swath of red light and a scorching aura wafted toward Hanli, making him feel as if he had been plunged into a furnace. However, not only was Hanli not alarmed by this development, an elated look appeared on his face instead as he appraised the crimson thumb-sized bead in the box. So this is the Scorching Sun Divine Pill. It really is quite interesting, Hanli murmured to himself before extending 2 fingers into the jade box in an unhurried manner. In the instant that his fingers began to approach the bead, a ball of crimson flames suddenly erupted from it before immediately enveloping his entire hand. If Hanli were a normal cultivator, he'd most likely sustain severe burns from this alone. However, with Hanli's current powerful body, he was naturally able to completely disregard these flames. Thus, he plucked the red bead out of the box with his fingers, even as the flames continued to rage around his hand. The weeping soul beast sat on Hanli's shoulder, and it was also appraising the bead with curiosity in its large black eyes. Hanli stared at the bead for a long while as a contemplative look appeared on his face. According to what the woman had just told him, the fire attribute power within this pill was extremely volatile. As such, consuming it required many complex steps, and any slight lapse could result in further harm to his body from pill backlash, thereby achieving the opposite of the intended effect. Hence, it was best to use a large number of glacial pills and medicines to nullify the pill's fire attribute power before consuming it. However, he could sense that the pill did indeed contain extraordinary fire attribute power, and it would be a waste to nullify and squander it. With that in mind, Hanli opened his mouth to expel Silver Fireball. It was none other than his spirit engulfing heavenly flames. The fireball transformed into a fist-sized silver fire raven, then flew in a few circles around Hanli. Hanli raised an eyebrow before tossing the crimson bead in his hand up into the air, and the silver fire raven immediately let loose a clearly cry before pouncing onto the bead. In the next instant, the silver flames completely enveloped the divine pill. Meanwhile, the woman and her daughter were already several tens of kilometers away as they flew atop their white cloud. All of a sudden, white light flashed and the cloud decelerated slightly. "Zhuer, are you all right?" the woman asked. "I'm fine, mother. I was merely given a fright." The young woman was still clearly quite shell-shocked, but she forced a smile onto her face in response. "I'm glad you're okay. It looks like this Mr. Han really is an unfathomably powerful being. In that case, it wasn't a waste to give him the Scorching Sun Divine Pill," the woman said with a relieved expression. "I was unable to detect anything specific, but he does indeed appear to be quite powerful." "What are we going to do about your lost lifespan, mother?" the young woman asked with a sad expression. "Hee, as the high priestess of our race, it is my duty to protect the race to the best of my ability. Our race has only been able to exist for so long as the past high priests before me have also fulfilled their duties. Looking back in time, how many of our past high priests have actually died from old age? That's enough of this depressing topic. Let's just hope that Mr. Han can absorb the power of the divine pill as quickly as possible so he can lend us his assistance," the woman said with a nonchalant smile. But tears welled up in the young woman's eyes and she still wanted to say something. However, the woman didn't want to continue this conversation any longer, and she made a hand seal, causing the white cloud underfoot to surge before enshrouding both of them within. Immediately thereafter, the white cloud transformed into a ball of white light that shot forth through the air and quickly disappeared into the distance. After the two women departed from the wooden cabin, its doors remained shut for 10 consecutive days. During this time, the defenses on Fire Cloud Island were bolstered significantly. Not only did all of the serpentine beings no longer travel to other islands to hunt and collect materials, the entire race retreated into the Earthen City, and all of the major restrictions in the city were activated despite the vast expenditure of spirit stones that doing so would incur. The Earthen City walls had seemed to be extremely frail and vulnerable before, but they had since been enshrouded under 3 layers of light barrier that were crimson, yellow, and green, respectively. There were also several thousand elite serpentine warriors within the city that were heavily armed and ensuring that the city was constantly patrolled. At the same time, all of the Fire Young race priests had gathered together, and all of them were priming themselves for the upcoming battle alongside their high priestess and her daughter. The palace they were situated in had also been enshrouded under a layer of 5-colored light, and the source from which the 5-colored light was emanating was none other than that conical treasure at the center of the plaza. As for the normal serpentine beings within the Earthen City, all of them had received instructions from the higher-ups telling them to stay at home unless they absolutely had to come out. A tense and oppressive atmosphere naturally settled over the Earthen City as a result. On this day, just as the priests were meditating within the palace, a voice suddenly pierced through the restriction outside and sounded directly within the hall that they were situated in. "Fellow Daoistwa, I've already refined the pill and come out of seclusion. Please open up the restriction and let me come in." The voice belonged to none other than Han Li. The white-robed priests were all stirred upon hearing this while an ecstatic look appeared on the woman's face. It was naturally impossible for her not to be worried that Han Li would break his promise and depart as soon as he recovered. However, the entire race was in grave peril, and she had no alternatives. Giving the pill to him could earn them a powerful ally, whereas refraining from doing so would spell certain doom. Thankfully, she'd made the right gamble, and Han Li hadn't broken his promise to her. Thus, the woman immediately flipped her hand over to produce a shimmering red jade disc with an elated look on her face, then tapped it a few times with her finger. The 5-colored light barrier around the palace flashed before an opening appeared, but it only took the span of a few breaths before the barrier sealed over again. During this brief window of time, golden light flashed outside the palace gates, and a humanoid figure appeared, seemingly out of thin air, before making his way into the palace in an unhurried manner. The humanoid figure wore an azure robe and had a set of ordinary facial features, but his eyes were particularly bright and piercing. He was naturally none other than Han Li. His condition had improved drastically compared to just over 10 days ago, clearly indicating that the Scorching Sun Divine Pill had indeed been extremely effective. "Thank you for coming to assist us, Senior. Has your magic power completely recovered?" the woman asked in a fervent manner. Zhuor was still slightly reluctant to greet him, but she could only rise to her feet with a slight pout on her face. "The Scorching Sun Divine Pill was indeed quite extraordinary, but my injuries were also extremely severe, so I've only recovered to around 70% to 80% of my peak condition. The rest of the recovery process can't be aided by pills and can only be facilitated through rest and recuperation. However, if your enemies aren't too powerful, I should be able to lend you a hand," Han Li replied with a smile. The woman's expression initially changed slightly after hearing that Han Li hadn't fully recovered, but she was then elated after hearing Han Li's confident declaration. It appeared that Han Li was even more powerful than she'd estimated. Otherwise, where could his confidence be stemming from? Many of the priests in the palace had seen Han Li before, while the others were only meeting him for the first time. As such, Han Li's arrival naturally stirred up a heated yet muted discussion between them. Han Li ignored the pairs of eyes that were fixed on him and sat down on the chair that the woman had prepared for him in advance. After making some small talk with her, he closed his eyes and fell silent. The woman cast a stern gaze toward the priests in the room, and all of them immediately stopped chattering as well. Thus, the entire palace turned completely silent. However, Han Li could still sense a pair of eyes lingering on his face, and his brows furrowed slightly as he abruptly opened his eyes, just in time to see Bai Zhuo appraising him with a wary expression. As soon as their eyes met, a hint of horror flashed through the young woman's eyes, and she hurriedly averted her gaze. It appeared that the weeping soul beast had truly given her quite a fright during their previous encounter. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face as he closed his eyes again and fell into deep thought. The fire attribute power within the Scorching Sun Divine Pill had been easily refined by his spirit engulfing Fire Raven, and the woman hadn't exaggerated about the pill's effects at all. It wasn't able to facilitate an instant recovery for him, but it most definitely was superior to all of the regenerative pills that he was carrying. His lost blood essence and spiritual sense had been replenished at an incredible rate, and as for his magic power, even without the assistance of this pill, the past half a month or so of rest had been enough for it to completely recover. Seeing as the pill really had helped him significantly, Han Li naturally wasn't going to revoke his promise. He had already progressed to the spatial tempering stage and possessed many powerful abilities. There was a good chance that he'd be able to escape from a body integration cultivator, so he naturally wasn't going to fear any enemies that the Fire Yang race could have. Coincidentally, less than half a day after Han Li had emerged from seclusion, the enemies finally arrived. The ground within the earthen city suddenly began to rumble violently, and it was as if many massive monsters were galloping toward the city from all directions. The priests sitting within the palace rose to their feet almost in unison, and most of them wore extremely anxious expressions. Even though the woman hadn't divulged any information regarding the Black Rakshasa race, it was quite apparent to them that the enemies they were going to face on this occasion were extremely powerful. In contrast, the woman remained quite calm, and she only furrowed her brows slightly even as the ground began to tremor beneath her feet. "There's no need for panic. We've already set up ample defensive measures, and it would be impossible for our enemies to break through our 3 layers of restrictions in a short time. Let's ascertain who our enemies are and how many of them we're facing first." The woman immediately rose to the occasion as the leader of the priests, instantly calming everyone with her logical instructions. Han Li also opened his eyes in response to this commotion, but he remained completely expressionless. He'd participated in countless battles more significant than this one in the past, so the events currently unfolding certainly weren't enough to faze him. At this moment, the woman rustled a sleeve, and a red badge suddenly appeared in her hand before she waved it toward the center of the palace. Red light immediately flashed from the surface of the badge, following which a ball of red light shot forth from it before disappearing into the ground. A loud buzzing sound rang out as red light flashed from the ground, and a crimson formation appeared, at the center of which flames were tumbling and surging incessantly. The woman rapidly waved her badge through the air a few times, and the flames converged to form a crimson crystal ball that was around 10 feet in diameter. The surface of the crystal ball was glittering and translucent, and it was slowly revolving above the center of the formation. 8 white-robed serpentine beings suddenly stepped forward before sitting down around the edge of the formation. All of them then began to chant something as they cast one incantation seal after another into the crystal ball. Immediately thereafter, countless wisps of flames appeared within the center of the formation, forming fiery snakes that were around as thick as a human finger before squirming into the crystal ball. An astonishing turn of events then unfolded. Red light suddenly flashed violently a few times from the surface of the crystal ball, following which an extremely vivid image appeared within the flames. The image was broadcasting the scenes unfolding all over the earthen city, depicting groups of armed serpentine beings surging up the city walls. There were also groups of serpentine beings on lizard steeds gathering near the city gates. Among these groups, there were many high-ranking serpentine beings that were yelling war cries and instructions with killing intent in their eyes. Thousands of serpentine beings were gathered in the blink of an eye, and Hanli looked on with a hint of surprise on his face. The function of this spell formation and crystal ball was rather similar to that of his myriad dragon beads, and it was rather surprising to him that a small race like the Fire Yang race had access to such treasures. Switch to an image of the scenes outside the city walls, the woman instructed with a dark expression. The ground was beginning to tremor more and more violently, clearly indicating that those massive beings were not far away from the earthen city. The 8 white-robed serpentine beings responsible for activating the formation instantly cast more incantation seals, and the image within the crystal blurred before being inundated by red light. Moments later, a new image appeared, revealing the scenes unfolding outside the city walls. It was already getting rather late, so the image within the crystal ball was slightly dim. Thus, the serpentine beings were initially unable to see anything, but all of them still looked on with bated breath. Only Hanli continued to look on with the same expression as before. They didn't have to wait long before a particularly violent tremor ran through the ground, and the loud rumbling noise suddenly died down. Not long after that, all of the white-robed serpentine beings drew a sharp breath and their expressions changed drastically in unison. In the darkness of the night, a series of massive cow-like creatures that were around 70 to 80 feet tall and over 100 feet long began to emerge. All of them were clad in suits of black scale-like armor, and each of them was carrying a massive frame comparable to the size of cabins on their backs. These frames were filled with humanoid figures of different heights, and it was as if they had taken up all of the area on the backs of these giant creatures. Even though these cow-like creatures were all extremely massive, they were currently able to approach the earthen city in a completely silent wraith-like manner after decelerating drastically. Those appear to be black armor beasts. Those beings riding on these beasts, could they be? One of the white-robed serpentine beings murmured in disbelief. They can't be black Rakshasa beings. Our Naga race should have exterminated all of them long ago, another serpentine being yelled vehemently. That's right, it can't be those beings. Exactly, they should have disappeared tens of thousands of years ago. All of the other white-robed serpentine beings immediately chimed in agreement, seemingly in an attempt to inject themselves with courage. However, once those giant cows emerged from the night and the humanoid figures on their backs became visible, all of the priests fell silent with grim expressions on their faces. The upper bodies of these humanoid figures on the black armor beasts were those of women with purple skin and dark green eyes. All of them had long shoulder-length hair and were wearing suits of black armor while wielding all types of black weapons, creating a stark contrast with their gorgeous features. However, once the women leaped down from the giant cow beasts and revealed their full bodies, Hanli's pupils abruptly contracted. These women possessed lower bodies of centipedes. Even Hanli couldn't help but shudder at the sight of these beautiful women with abhorrent centipede lower bodies. These women seemed to have all been well trained, and they managed to arrange themselves in an orderly formation in mere moments. One of the higher-ranking beings among them abruptly strode toward the earthen wall, and a smile suddenly appeared on her face. However, this was a grotesque smile that literally spread from ear to ear, revealing rows of small sharp teeth and a serpentine forked tongue. What had been a beautiful woman just a moment ago had suddenly transformed into a sinister nightmarish creature. It would not be impossible for a more cowardly person to faint from fear upon witnessing these beings for the first time. Hanli naturally wasn't that inept, but he had still been given a massive fright. The woman and Baijuer looked on with grim expressions, while hints of fear crept into the eyes of all of the other priests present. So what if these are black Rakshasa beings? They're just a bunch of pathetic cowards that managed to escape the extermination tens of thousands of years ago through sheer luck. Our Naga race was able to eradicate them so many years ago, and we can replicate that feat now. The other two races must have only been destroyed as they'd been caught completely off guard. In contrast, we've set up ample defenses in advance, so we have nothing to fear, the woman harumphed coldly as she swept a sleeve toward the crystal ball. Red light instantly flashed, and the entire formation ceased functioning, following which the image being broadcasted by the crystal ball also abruptly disappeared. All of the other white-robed serpentine beings stirred upon hearing this, and they immediately bowed as they nodded in agreement. Following the woman's brief yet rousing speech, all of them had been injected with renewed courage, and the fear in their eyes was immediately wiped away. Han Li's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, and a hint of a meaningful smile appeared on his face. The woman didn't appear to have done anything, but in reality, she's unleashed a secret technique while spurring on the priests present. The secret technique was quite discreet, but it was naturally unable to escape Han Li's notice, seeing as he'd cultivated the great development technique. Otherwise, it would not have been so easy to reinvigorate these low-grade priests. Knowing who our enemies are makes things a lot easier for us. All of you, split up into 4 groups and direct our troops at the 4 city gates. If you encountered any black Rakshasa priests, make sure to keep them at bay. Any deserters will be severely punished, the woman instructed with a stern look on her face as she rose to her feet. The serpentine beings all accepted their orders with respectful bows before exiting the hall. Thus, the woman, her daughter, Han Li, and 4 other serpentine beings were the only ones left in the palace. All 4 of these serpentine beings were quite old and possessed core formation stage cultivation bases, thus, making them the most powerful beings within the race aside from the High Priestess. Han Li merely glanced at the 4 serpentine beings in an indifferent manner before withdrawing his gaze. The woman heaved a long sigh before turning to Han Li with the intention of saying something. However, right at this moment, earth-shattering booms suddenly erupted from all sides, and the ground began to rumble once again. They're already beginning to attack the city. A wry smile appeared on her face. Are you not going to go out there and join the defensive efforts? Han Li asked with a curious expression. There's no need for that. If I'm not mistaken, the higher-ups of the Black Rakshasa race will seek me out, the woman replied with a shake of her head. Is that so? Han Li was rather surprised to hear this. Our Naga race has always been the sworn enemy of the Black Rakshasa race, so I'm aware of their habits and mannerisms. Even though we've activated all of our restrictions, we still most likely wouldn't be able to stop the truly powerful beings among them from infiltrating the city. They're extremely proficient in concealment secret techniques, and in battles, they prefer to slay the most powerful being among their enemies before killing the rest of them, the woman explained with a forced smile on her face. I see. Han Li stroked his chin with a contemplative look on his face. He then chuckled and said something that came as quite a shock to everyone present. So that means the one hiding over there isn't a helper that you summoned here in advance. How about I invite them to join us? What? They're already in here. The woman exclaimed. As soon as her voice trailed off, Han Li suddenly made a grabbing motion toward a nearby wooden pillar. A massive translucent hand immediately appeared out of thin air before grabbing viciously toward the pillar. However, before the hand had closed itself around the pillar, a streak of black light shot forth from within before appearing over 200 feet away in a flash. Spiritual light flashed, and a black Rakshasa being was revealed. The woman and all of the serpentine beings were stunned to see this as they immediately prepared for battle. The woman flipped over a hand to produce a short crimson rod that appeared to be constructed from stone. The other 4 white-robed serpentine beings also produced long silver blades that shimmered and swayed like slithering silver snakes. The young woman's hands blurred, and the bow on her back appeared in her hands with a bone arrow already nocked and ready to fire. The black Rakshasa being that had just been forced to reveal itself looked on with a hint of bewilderment in her eyes. She turned to Hanli in an expressionless manner, completely ignoring everyone else as she said in a cold voice, "Your aura isn't right, you're not a being from the Naga race. Which race are you from? For you to be able to see through my concealment technique, are you from the White Eye race or the Thousand Illusion race?" This black Rakshasa being was clearly under the false impression that Hanli was some kind of foreign being from the Thunder Continent. Hanli smiled, but didn't offer a reply. Instead, he cast his gaze toward a shadowy corner of the palace before pointing a finger toward that direction. A small azure sword shot forth like lightning, striking the corner in the flash. A dull clang rang out as a streak of black light hurtled forth from the shadows to clash with the small sword. At the same time, a shadowy figure slowly emerged. Blue light flashed within Hanli's eyes, and brilliant azure light erupted from the small sword. It then instantly destroyed the streak of black light that it was locked in combat with before rushing toward the black figure at a speed that was more than twice as fast as before. The black figure was given a massive fright by the azure sword's sudden acceleration, but she reacted extremely quickly as her body twisted, and she flew through the air as a black thread. The black thread appeared over 100 feet away after just a single flash, but to everyone's surprise, the small sword also transformed into an azure thread before setting off in hot pursuit. The black thread had only paused for a split second before the azure thread was almost upon it, and it was forced to flee again. Thus, an azure thread and a black thread flashed through the air one after another in the air, appearing on one side of the palace in one instant before suddenly appearing in another corner before anyone could trace them. The threads were moving at such an incredible speed that everyone in the palace could only look on in astonishment. All of a sudden, the black thread blurred before suddenly transforming into 7 or 8 identical threads that hurtled forth in different directions. Hanli's brows furrowed slightly upon seeing this, and he raised a hand to summon the small sword back to him before drawing it up his sleeve. Throughout this entire process, Hanli's expression remained completely calm and collected, as if he'd merely been toying with his opponent. The black threads in the air converged to form a single thread again in mid-air, and black light flashed before a black Rakshasa being with a pair of golden eyes appeared. This woman was glowering at Hanli with a vicious expression of fury on her face. The woman immediately shuddered at the sight of the black Rakshasa being's golden eyes, and she exclaimed, "Golden and silver eyes. You really are black Rakshasa monarchs. You two must have been the ones who killed the high priests of the other two races. Looks like you've done your homework. However, your knowledge isn't going to save you. I've come to eradicate your race in person, so your fates are sealed," the golden-eyed black Rakshasa being said in a sharp voice. At this moment, the first black Rakshasa being to have appeared suddenly vanished in a wraith-like manner, then reappeared beside her golden-eyed companion. Hanli inspected the two women through narrowed eyes to find a strange layer of spiritual light draped over their bodies, thereby preventing him from being able to ascertain their cultivation bases despite his immensely powerful spiritual sense. As such, they had to be carrying some kind of special concealment treasure. With that in mind, Hanli decided against immediately attacking them. Before anyone else had a chance to say anything, Baizhur suddenly raised her bow before drawing it and letting loose the nocked arrow. The boned arrow shot forth before tremoring mid-flight, immediately transforming into countless identical arrows that enshrouded the black Rakshasa beings down below. In her mind, a battle was unavoidable, so there was no need for words. As such, taking the initiative by attacking first was clearly the best option. The woman was initially rather surprised to see this, but she then immediately gritted her teeth before waving her short red rod through the air, and it escaped her grasp before transforming into a crimson fiery whirm. The four white-robed serpentine beings glanced at one another before also slashing their silver blades through the air, sending silver saber projections hurtling toward the two enemies. Thus, all of the fire young beings were attacking in unison. Spiritual lights of different colors intertwined with one another, instantly inundating the two black Rakshasa beings. However, the two women remained completely unfazed in the face of such ferocious attacks, and they merely raised a hand each to blast forth two balls of black light. The balls of black light then immediately expanded before rapidly revolving around the two of them. You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.